going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Saturday, the 30th of November, 2024. This is NCCTV coming at you live from Sumaru City. We're live, or at least that's how it seems to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late-stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv and youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life. Or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Damn. Damn. I'm so ready, chat. I'm so ready to finish the leftovers. I mean, the leftovers, that's the best part of a holiday feast, right? It's when you get out the mix and match of whatever you've been eating the last few days. Probably some mashed potatoes left, maybe some stuffing left, maybe some pizza left. I don't know. That's dependent on you, but we got a lot of stuff, a lot of random odds and ends to finish up here as far as what's been going on this week. It has been a very good week if your name is Hasan Piker. Not such a good week if your name is Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bedell III. And if you're Nick Fuentes, well, shit, you might just be, I shouldn't say fucked, should I? I should pick a different word to say there. You might be cooked. Yeah, there we go. Sticking with that Thanksgiving theme. So yeah, chat, is this real? What is going on? What is happening in this world? The revelations have been fast and furious. As far as all this Destiny stuff, like more about Destiny than I ever really wanted to know. I don't know, chat. I don't know. I feel like Destiny as a streamer, he puts more of himself into the stream, into the content, right? He does, like, he'll do content on his real life drama. In a way that most people will not. Most people do not feel comfortable sharing their life that way, but Destiny always has, and well, recently there's been more getting shared than maybe even Destiny wants. I don't know, chat, it's really unclear. I am super confused about all these revelations. And the strangest thing of all is, like, Destiny's reactions to the revelations, right? Like, he must be trying out a new public relations strategy or something. There you go. There's your bonus content poll. You just found out about this whole ordeal? Here, let me... Oh yeah, just a reminder, chat. Top chat is for losers. Get in live chat if you want to make sure that you're seeing everything that there is to be seen. Is it true then about the leaked video? Wait, oh my gosh. Okay, so what does seem to be true is there are leaked videos. They do seem to all involve Destiny, and I from what I've heard, there's other identifiable people. The question is one of those people Fuentes? Is one of those people actually Fuentes? Because one of them looks like Fuentes. But I gotta be honest with you, okay? I gotta be totally honest with you and upfront here. All right? I didn't actually look at the images in Vosh's folder, right? but enough people that I trust have looked at them and characterized them in a certain way that I do feel comfortable saying that, you know, it's not, the images are real. They are really fucking messed up, really fucking problematic. And anybody who tells you otherwise is blowing smoke up your ass. And from what I've seen so far, the same is true about these Nick Fuentes. It's not just Nick Fuentes, right? So the story is this. Should we start off with Destiny? I don't know. Like a friend, he claims that a friend of his was hacked, and that's where the information is both screenshots and apparently video. Apparently, yeah, some video was leaked. And I haven't seen the video because assuming it's what everybody says it is, well, even if it wasn't, like, I don't want to watch Destiny getting busy with anyone. That's just like that's a boundary, okay? I've talked to Destiny. I don't need, you know, images of him getting freaky going through my mind. Oh my god. So Coolest Dude in the Universe says Vosh and Destiny are basically, and then there's a word that I won't read, but you could read it in chat. I don't know. I don't want to make any stronger conclusions than the ones that we have like absolute proof for. I would say that the conclusion that I draw are that Vosh and Destiny are into some messed up shit. What they do in their personal life, I'm not... I mean, that's another level of, you know... It's a pretty strong claim, and pretty strong claims require pretty strong evidence. What's up, Dat Katie? Also, a video of Pixie, oh my gosh, which was shared unconsensually. That's somebody else I've talked to. Yeah. Look, I don't know what Pixie's been up to. You know, obviously she's friends with, and she, you know, does content with some people I don't really like, but geez, that really sucks that she got wrapped up in this. I feel really bad for her, yeah, because from what Katie is saying, it was shared unconsensually. Yeah, BCatK says, revenge porn if true, Dat Katie, and if that is true, then there might actually be legal ramifications for this. Thinking about it is bad enough. Yeah, I agree with you, Sarah C. I agree with you. I don't want to think about it. I don't need to think about it. Destiny seems to be permacooked. That's a question I'm going to ask you, right? That's a question we're going to have to evaluate, right? Because I do think that Nick Fuentes should be... God damn, if this doesn't take Nick Fuentes down, I don't know what will. I mean, there's obviously this whole audience bifurcation thing that goes on where, you know, if you are... So it's like with Trump, right? If you're a Trump fan and then you hear from the liberal media that he said that he grabs women by the hoo-ha, you're incentivized to somehow cope your way into believing that either he didn't really mean it, or it's not real, or it was a deep fake, or, you know, he was tricked. I don't know. You'll believe anything, right? So, like, I mean, the fact that Trump survived the grab them by the hoo-ha scandal is still kind of wild to me. So I don't want to say anything is for sure, but I would be surprised if Nick Fuentes was able to survive this thing, because Nick Fuentes, like, his whole thing, he's not just right-wing. In fact, he's so right-wing that he's kind of anti-Trump. Like, right, his last, you know, political statement about the election was that Trump is a disappointment in a lot of ways. Am I not supposed to say that? I mean, look, I have rules, you know, that you can't even comprehend, right? In terms of what I'm allowed to say, and it's not even, you know, fair. You know, it's a whole content creator thing, and if your identity is at all politicized, In other words, if you're not a white cishet straight dude, then you're sort of held to an unfair standard, right? Where anything that you do that's like any degree of impropriety, right? You're making a little bit of a logical leap, but it's an understandable one. Coolest dude in the universe. Does that make sense? Like, it's okay for you as a chatter to say, like, well, because of this, and this evidence, I conclude this. But for me, I've got to have a closed loop of logic. I've got to have, like, all my I's dotted and my T's crossed before I can make any claims, because people just love to have a go at you for... I mean, sometimes I feel like the accusation of somebody making a false claim or spreading false information or something that's not substantiated in this space is more damning than the acts themselves, right? And that's kind of wild to me. Katie knows what I'm talking about, right, Katie? Does it have to do with Hasan talking about Mudahar? No, actually, I don't think it has anything to do with Mudahar. Mudahar is some ordinary gamer, and had a friendship with another like a VTuber, the edgiest VTuber you know, named Nuxtaku. And more and more stuff has been revealed this year about Nuxtaku and his relationship with a artist, I guess if you would call him, named Shadman. We went over a little bit of the Shadman portfolio. Well, not really. That makes it sound like we're looking at the pictures. We were definitely not. I would be banned, chat, if we were looking at the pictures, and I would also be vomiting as well. But yeah, Shadman is an artist who popped off in the mid 2000 teens for drawing sort of depictions of underage anime women, let's just say. And Shadman was actually a large figure with clout. Shadman knew a lot of people that were content creators, and was like a well-known person because of that. So when more and more started coming out, like somehow it was like acceptable back then. I don't know. Pixie's early albums, people flooded the Kiwi site to see the videos. I don't know about that, but that's wild if true. His fan base is already trying to say it was consensual. Katie, you're talking about the release of the videos, and with Destiny. I'm just trying to make sure. Neither Nick's nor Destiny's fan base care. I find that hard to believe. I do expect there to be a certain degree of sweeping, a certain degree of guarding, a certain degree of denial, and a certain degree of cope. But I do feel like this stuff is going to penetrate some of those darkened corners of the internet in a way that's going to make these people unacceptable for at least a certain portion of their fan base. It's not like with Chud Logic when he's revealed to be, sliding into every trans woman's DMs from here to the politics Discord, but whereas that can just be like kind of like, oh, you rascal. You're transphobic, but you're also really, really into trans women. That's right. They somehow Chud can exist in that gawk zone, that perfect gawk equilibrium where he's allowed to be openly hypocritical, right? But I don't know about so for Destiny, right? It's not about his there's no Destiny's been open about being bi for a long time, right? That's not a revelation. Destiny's been open about having, an open marriage and you will now with the Lauren Southern thing, kind of violating even the terms of that open marriage, but by not, discussing some of his escapades, right? Like a lot of the stuff that is revealed, it's like stuff that Destiny's already known for, right? But I think it's actually his choice of lover this time that's gonna make him hard to take seriously, right? I think it's honestly Destiny's taste in guys. And yeah, I'm not trying to make a joke there, a pun there with taste anyway. But yeah, Nick Fuentes, I'm sorry. That's just like I don't think that you could take a guy seriously in a debate who's like hooked up with Nick Fuentes. Especially a guy that's like that's supposedly against all that Fuentes stands for. Like, what is up with Destiny? Does Destiny have a thing for white nationalists? That's what I want to know. That's what we got to start talking about, right? That's the real question here. Like, one could be a coincidence, right? Destiny just, has a thing for Lauren Southern, who happens to be a white nationalist. But the fact that it was not just Lauren Southern, but it was Lauren Southern and Nick Fuentes, now we got to start talking. Now we got to start asking around. What about what's her fuck from Politically Provoked? Like, right? Is there a pattern here? Is there a pattern here? I saw certain channels posting chat logs of Destiny. Oh God, yeah, I saw those too. Talking about 15-year-olds sending him. Yeah, God. Well, there's that. There's Destiny talking about a what was it, like a group chat that he used to belong to, where they'd go around and in these Omegle kind of websites and prompt like kids really to do like inappropriate shit, right? And that's Destiny saying that in a clip. I mean, I guess he could always try to claim that he was shitposting or teasing or it wasn't real. Never thought I would see the left gay bashing like this. Unknown, I do know what you're talking about. I have seen that. And the problem with Destiny is not that he's into guys. That's especially after it's not even like a new revelation that he's into guys, right? He's been open about that. Maybe some people never fully like process that, right? Because you would see Destiny, with women, but you wouldn't really see him in that same way with guys. I guess that, the reality of it maybe it hasn't sunk in a certain way, but yeah, I definitely saw some people that I would have expected better of having a go at Destiny based on like what he's into, right? Which is not the problem. Like Destiny having certain fetishes, Destiny, being into guys is not the problem. I would say once again, it is his choice of lovers that is going to become a liability for Destiny. What's going on with Vosh and Destiny? I've been living under a rock. Oh my gosh, is there a relationship between Vosh and Destiny now? No. I don't know anything about that. Wild if true, but no. Wait, so you missed the thing with Vosh and you missed the thing? Oh my gosh. I hate to have to go back to the Vosh thing, but just really quickly, for anybody who doesn't, is not aware, this spring, Vosh was streaming. He was showing off some fashion items that he wanted to buy, talking about fashion. That's kind of his new thing. And in the process of opening up one of his folders, I guess to save a picture, he revealed some thumbnails of images. And these images, some of them involved what I'm going to call underage anime women, which hopefully, I don't have to say the word to describe the genre of art that we're talking about here. But I think, yeah, euphemistically now referred to as short stack goblins, because that was his excuse, right? Oh, geez, those were depictions of underage. I thought they were short stack goblins. That's what I was looking for, was short stack goblins. And I guess it was all a big mix up. Haha. Right? That's wacky how that happens. But yeah, that was the revelation with Vosh, right? And there's clips for years and years and years that people have been sharing and saying, I don't like what he's saying about what he seems to be saying about, like, you know, underage people there. And he would always say it was out of context. It was clipped by a Nazi. There's like a million different excuses. But at this point, I feel like we're beyond excuses. And the images themselves really, I mean, yeah, the images kind of speak for themselves, I guess is what I would say. But I mean, there are still Vosh fans. I'm not going to tell you like that he's, you know, shriveled up into nothing. He definitely lost a portion of his following. But it was kind of hard to tell because politics season started right after that. So I don't know if his numbers have actually overall suffered. But I do know that there's people that used to be, you know, fans of Vosh that no longer fuck with him because of that. Right. And the Destiny stuff is a little bit more recent. It's kind of been since Destiny's been going after Hasan, trying to get Hasan deplatformed. I'm not like trying to link these two things together like they're related, but just more and more stuff, stuff that either was known and has been resurfaced, or stuff that was not known and has been found, has been popping up about Destiny. A lot of, you know, screenshots of things in stream chat, some messages between him and Lauren Southern, revealing that yes, there was a relationship between Vosh and Lauren Southern. Now that sort of shit, I feel like Katie's got to put, like, if Katie, if you were to tell me that you don't think that's gonna affect him negatively, I would agree, right? On some level, like, a lot of the Destiny community probably has a certain sense of admiration of Destiny having, you know, been with Lauren Southern, right? I don't think that's gonna, you know, cause a problem, even though there really should be a question about platform. Like, I mean, there was a question about platforming, right? We got Lauren Southern, Nick Fuentes, both were like on the rocks, proverbially, of their career, you know, kind of at the nadir of their influence, and both were rehabilitated and brought back into public prominence, more successfully so Nick than Lauren, but by Destiny, by Destiny bringing them on to do content with them. And with Lauren Southern, it was revealed that maybe the reason that she was given this second chance by Destiny had to do with a relationship that they had while Destiny was in his marriage, right? And like, again, you know, he's in an open marriage, but this seems to be something that he didn't discuss with his partner. And I think the real problem with it is it starts to paint a picture of like a casting couch sort of situation, which I am told was one of the allegations made against him by his former friend, Mr. Girl. So another person with a lot of baggage, a lot of scandals that I wouldn't, you know, touch with a 12-foot pole, but on his way out of the Destiny orbit, Mr. Girl made a number of accusations against Destiny, many of which were, you know, not taken very seriously. And I guess I don't know enough about them because I've tried to stay the fuck away from, you know, Mr. Girl and all that shit. I just don't want anything to do with it. But from what people are saying, there's some kind of correspondence between what we were finding out as the truth about Destiny and some of the things that were claimed by some of Destiny's detractors, including Max. The possession and discussion of that material is a crime. Wait, discussion of it? Well, we're not going to be discussing it here tonight. I know that's not what you're... Like, I haven't seen it, for the record, and I do not wish to see it. Especially, like, right, when you're talking about somebody that I was, like, I mean, not friends with, but I, like, did collabs with, right, is one of the people I guess that, you know, showed up in those leaks. Also his comment with loser. And look, that sounds like he's just being edgy, right? A lot of people have taken that as just Destiny being edgy. But that in combination with some of the things that are in those screenshots actually paints a more disturbing picture than just a edgy boy trying to shitpost his way into relevance. Which really is the story of Destiny and Vosh, right? If you want to know why these two got big instead of somebody else, it's because they were willing to make controversial statements, right? And they knew how to kind of walk the line between controversy and being cooked. They get parboiled. They don't get absolutely cooked. And that's how they survive somehow, at least up until now. But yeah, Dak Katie is saying that you don't think that either Steven or Nick are going to be permanently harmed as content creators by these revelations. And I don't know. I can't imagine them not being. I don't know. Look, Alex J. Brady, I don't know what Nick Fuentes' sexuality, and I suspect that he doesn't know it either. Like, everything about Nick Fuentes points to him being somebody without a lot of experience, like, in that sense, right? So yeah, I don't want to go out on a limb and guess. I have no idea. Talking about the Pixie video? Okay, sorry. That was the last thing that you were talking. Okay, wait. Neither Nick's fan base nor Destiny's fan base. In terms of the Fuentes video? Oh, the Pixie video. Okay, yeah. Okay, so yeah, that's one thing. God. I mean, like, some of these videos, it's apparent. I mean, I'm saying this as somebody who hasn't seen this. I'm just reporting what I've heard. Right, and some of the description of some of these leaked videos is Destiny and other identifiable persons. And, yeah, including, you know, former friends of the VOD in that case. So you're saying they're going to be okay with the... Well, wait, we're not even sure how these videos were leaked, right? All I know is that there may have been some hacking from what Destiny said. He mentioned a friend's Discord account might have gotten hacked this morning. He really hasn't said much about it. For somebody that is so in the crosshairs of this major drama, Destiny really hasn't given us much. Still need to learn so much lore. I know, right? The more you learn... Gonna smash X to doubt on Nick's fan base not caring. Well, I mean, there is a point to be made that Nick has been seen in questionable circumstances with, like, a notorious cat boy. So it's not like this is the first time there's been an implication of... There's also what... Wait, didn't there... Like, there was something where... Like, some corn was played on one of Nick's streams, right? And he claims it was a hack. Nick's face is never seen. God. I mean, the less I can see about that, the better. So far, I've managed to dodge seeing the actual videos, right? We're going to watch content about the videos, describing... you know, or just telling us what's, you know, maybe in the videos, right? But I'm gonna avoid watching, you know, well, obviously we're not gonna watch the videos, but Stevie Weinstein's face is pretty clear, and from those I have seen, well, so I'm gonna be asking for your help too, confirming this stuff, because, like, right, again, I can't watch it, not even off screen. Not even off stream, right? I cannot watch it. I do not like, especially like the parts like with people that I know. Yeah, I feel like there's a few people that I know that may have been in videos with Destiny. I mean, they're not all, you know, like I had a friendly relationship with Pixie. That's not true for some of the other ones, but I just don't want to see it. The universal response is that he's terrible at giving, and the confidence he has is his head game is unwarranted. Damn. Well, I guess he better get good, right? All these creators are trash, to be honest. They all moderate their own debates. Then they post that they destroyed X, Y, or Z. Well, of course you won. You moderated it. Well, yeah, and they do it with audio. So when you're doing like a debate against a Lauren Southern or a Nick Fuentes, somebody that is like far right, you're gonna have an automatic win. Like there's very few counter examples. The only one I could think of is Dylan Burns debating Andrew Wilson about trans rights, right? That was, you know, it's always wonderful when somebody goes forward to play the hero and you know, debate the Nazi at a trans rights debate, but somehow Dylan managed to lose. Which, like I said, audience bifurcation means that usually doesn't happen, right? If you're debating somebody that's on the far right, generally your audience is going to perceive whatever outcome you know exists as being a win. But yeah, Dylan's was so bad that he had to tap out and bring in Rob Noor. Dylan just like, you know, gave up and he brings in Rob Noor. So it's like right winger versus right winger. Banging Fuentes is gonna hurt Fuentes' credibility. I mean, that's for sure. I suspect it might hurt Destiny. It's not his credibility, but there's something about talking to a dude knowing that he got with Nick Fuentes versus talking with a dude assuming that he didn't get with Nick Fuentes. And I do think that'll have some ramifications for Destiny. Exactly what they'll be, I don't know. Did I see Destiny's DMs? It's fucking cringe. Neverfall, which ones are you talking about? Like the ones with Lauren, the ones with the 19-year-old? There's a lot of Destiny DMs. Yeah, Destiny, yeah, that's what I was saying, Narwhal. Destiny's out about being bi. This is not a revelation. It's not going to be, you know, canceled for being into dudes, right? At least not for Destiny. And maybe for Nick Fuentes it will be. The problem is he's into Nazis. That's the strange thing about it. He does seem to be like, that's yeah. How do you explain that? What, like, it's either a very strange coincidence. Like you're into two specific figures of the like mid 2000 the mid 2000 teens alt-right. Like, how do you explain that? Something to know about Destiny during the StarCraft 2 period. He was part of the gaming scene and community that took, oh God, we know about the 8-year-old. Oh my God, no, God, yeah, you're right. Oh my God, it's terrible. It's terrible. I just challenged Destiny to bait me for $1,000. He loses, he owes nothing. He banned this account, so I literally just challenged him again on an alt. Okay, well, I mean, I'm not encouraging you to go after any other streamers or communities or anything like that. Obviously, I can't control you either. Sounds like, but I would guess that's a game of diminishing returns. I don't know. I've never played it. Sounds like voyeurism and unlawful surveillance. Wait, so you're saying coolest dude in the universe? Are you implying that some of the people in these videos might not have known the videos were even made? Because that's even more disturbing. Right? I was assuming that he made the videos like with the other person knowing, but it was just like that sharing them, you know, would be the problem. Like they didn't necessarily want that shared. Wait, Vosh wanted to show the chat the pedo jacket he was gonna buy. Oh, that's a good one. I feel like that one deserves. Does that one deserve like a? Do I need to get the soundboard out for that one? Yeah. There you go. Bosch is a schlub. He's single-handedly bringing down the fashion industry. Damn. Steve Weinstein versus Fuentes is currently the #4 most popular post on all of Reddit. Wait, what is R all? Is R all literally like a aggregate of every Reddit or something? I don't know enough about Reddit, I'll be honest. Will Destiny ever ride off into the sunset and stop trolling us? Not as long as he's making money. Florida State. What is this, like, state, like, if you film somebody without consent, so that's what he did? Okay, I didn't know. Like I said, I haven't gotten into the details. I'm gonna react, you know. I'm gonna give you a fresh react, okay? I haven't looked at all this stuff. No, Philip Blair. I'm pretty sure I can give you a... I don't know if you're joking, but if you're serious, I think that's a no. He did say that Destiny uses his Discord to sleep with women that are less than emotionally stable. Is that what Mr. Girl said? Okay. Yeah, like I said, I've been trying to... Surveillance also? Wait. Oh, surveillance. Oh, I got it. Servile ants? Oh my gosh, because they're servile. Because they're orbiters! There was a disturbing picture, I believe drawn by Mr. Girl's partner at the time, of the orbiters, including, like, I don't know, what it was, like Chud Logic was there, I think Cherry was there. Just like all the relevant, like all the orbiters, but they're pulling like a sled. And Destiny's like driving the sled and like whipping them. I haven't been able to find that again though. I know it made it into what is his name? Will in his channel did a video about what did he call it? Like digital feudalism, right? So when we talk about streamers and their associated acts, so to speak, we usually use the phrase orbiters, right? You don't open for somebody like you do in a rock concert. Instead, you are in their orbit, meaning that a great percentage of your viewers are viewers of them. And so you get into the situation where you're kind of a waiting room, right? If you're a true orbiter, you might even find it hard to stream while the person you're orbiting is streaming. Because they're, you know, those eyeballs are accounted for, right? That's kind of the idea, right? And how does this happen? This happens through, you know, maybe a streamer defends a bigger streamer. Maybe a streamer disagrees with a bigger streamer. They have a debate, and the smaller streamer is like, "Oh, I see your point," or something like that, right? And so, like in the larger cinematic universe of Destiny or Vosh, it's like, you know, so and so is a good guy, right? You know, he had a bad take, but he listened to reason, right? In other words, like, you know, he's like, right. So there's a lot of things that make you an orbiter, but it puts you in a position where you're kind of beholden to that content creator, with a few exceptions. If you were ever to decide to disassociate yourself from that content creator, you might find that your viewership would go way down. Right, so that's where you get, oh my god, what do you call it in medieval times in feudalism? It's like the like loyalty that you owe to the liege or something. Anybody help me figure out the word that I'm trying to say here? Destiny does seem like the type to secretly record. I mean, I can't say you're wrong. Godcat, I love this song too. You better stop posting dumb shit because I'm so interactive with chat. Well, I mean, like, that's what the beginning of the stream is for, right? He hawked to it on a Nazi. But not their things? Oh, spitting on. Okay, I got it. Not hawk to it. Yeah. Howdy, Conrad. Heard Destiny keeps a spreadsheet of all the fans he sleeps with in order to catalog them? Yeah, I don't know. That's wild if true. Yes, Yop, don't forget to like the stream. Tribune, serfdom, indentured servitude, fealty. Yeah, I think it's fealty. I think Alex J. Brady got it. I think it's, yeah, fealty. Fealty, me lord. Yeah, they gotta show their fealty. So in some ways, even though, you know, Will and his channel is like a laughable content creator, one that we've had a lot of laughs at the expense of, I'll say. He did come up with a really good metaphor in terms of his digital feudalism metaphor. I honestly think that, you know, because when you're talking about like the conceit of the orbit, right, as the description of a large content creator and their associated acts, is that this large content creator has gravity, and that when you get close to that gravity, you start to orbit. And now you're notable in that you are a feature of the stellar body of Destiny or of Vosh, right? You are, you know, notable because you're a member of the White Leaf Network, for instance, right? That's, you know, that's one, it's essentially a shortcut to notoriety, right? And it's one that's very tempting of people. Like, right, you start off as a small content creator. Nobody knows who you are. Nobody cares who you are. It's really hard to get eyeballs on you. So you know, it's understandable why some people take that route, that kind of did I say shortcut? Wow, why do I have cum on the brain? For years, a lot of Twitch politics streamers would ban you for talking about Vosh and his sus takes on CP. Oh yeah, if they're trying to kiss his ass, for sure. After the taxes folder hit, no one could deny that shit without looking sus as fuck. Well, Lonerbox still does somehow, so. Somebody should ask him what the fuck is up with that. What the fuck is up with that, Lollybox? Audience capture, fealty. I mean, like, it has to do with audience capture for sure. The applicable law is Florida is sexual cyber harassment, which is about the dissemination of intimate media where a reasonable expectation of privacy remains. Is brain sperm? I don't know about brain sperm. I don't even know what that is. But yeah, I guess I should go over, like, take a look at the poll. It looks like 54 of you have voted. Ooh, it's close. Look at this. 33%. 33% of you want to see Finkelstein, Norm Finkelstein, on Piers Morgan. It's been a little while, but he's back. We also have Dershowitz on Piers. And then we got the real problem with Drake. The real problem with Drake. What could that be? All right. That's 1, 2, 3, first, second, and third place on the poll. Make sure to vote if you haven't already. Also, I'm going to point out that you can while you're voting, consider liking the stream. Obviously, I'm not going to tell you what to do. You are your own person. And you can make up your own mind as far as how you want to support the show. But I will say that there's some benefits to you for liking the show, or liking the stream, right? It gives YouTube data. It gives it analytics data. And with that data, YouTube looks through the stuff that you're into, looks through stuff you're into. Hopefully you're not Destiny, right? So we don't want YouTube to associate the stuff that he's into with this stream, but it basically suggests the stream to other people that have similar watch histories. So if you want to bring more people in to talk with that have something in common interests with you, it behooves you to like the stream. And it also helps me out a lot, and I appreciate it. Like I said, I'm not going to tell you how to support the stream. I'm just going to tell you different ways that you can support the stream, and liking the stream is definitely the free way to support the stream. The other ways, have more implications actually on the bonus content. So that's bonus content that we could watch after the stream, after we get through knowing way too much about Destiny, Nick Fuentes, and the rest of this shit, after we clean up the drama with Jank and Hasan and Ethan and all the rest. We finish all the leftovers, right? We might have room for more. We can order dessert, and that's bonus content. Now, look, not everybody, just like if you're eating dessert, right? Not everybody at the table is going to be like, oh yeah, let me, pay for, dessert. But if one person or two people want dessert, right? Sometimes a thing that they can do is order dessert and get a bunch of little spoons brought out, right? So that the rest of the table can have a taste with you. That's how the bonus content thing works, right? Not everybody can afford to support the stream financially, and I know that better than anybody, that, financial limitations, you got to take care of yourself, you got to take care of your loved ones, you got to make sure that you're okay first and foremost, but those of you who want to, you can also support the stream in a number of ways, right? Those ways are through super chats, super stickers. You can get a membership for yourself to get yourself access to exclusive content. You can gift memberships to other people. You can support me on Patreon, or you can support me on Throne. And you could also support if you're watching on Twitch, right? Through subs, you can get a free sub. Oh yeah, there's the other way you could do it for free. You could support the stream for free if you have Twitch Prime by hooking up your Twitch Prime to Twitch and then using the free sub that you get on my stream. That's a pretty cool way to go. You could also buy yourself a sub on Twitch, or gift subs to other people. And any of those kind of contributions, any of that kind of support of the stream will actually result in the possibility of getting bonus content. Right now, let's see if I can switch this over here. Okay, so right now, the dono goal is at 0%. Right? When you support the stream, it can go up by a certain amount of percentage, right? And if that percentage goes from 0 to 100, then we'll get bonus content. We'll get extra content after the Destiny content, right? It's like dessert, or it's like the cherry on top. I don't know, chat. However you want to think about it, right? We got Dershowitz, we got Finkelstein, we got Drake. Oh my God, 3 of your favorite people. And we also got gaming, which one day the gaming frogs will come out of the swamps, the fever swamps, and they will steer the stream towards gaming. But yeah, when you donate, you drive the dono goal forward. If the dono goal gets to 100, then we get bonus content. Everybody gets bonus content. We bring spoons out, and everybody gets to try a little piece of dessert, even though only some people have paid for the dessert. So, if you're somebody who can afford to support the stream, you're actually not just supporting me, but you're supporting other people who can't afford to support the stream because we're living in a late stage capitalist hellscape and it's fucked up here. It's fucked up and it's scary. The other thing that you can do when you donate is you can let me know in the chat which of these topics. Again, we got the real problem with Drake. We got gaming, Metaphor, Refantasio, and Fallout New Vegas. We got Dershowitz on Piers Morgan again. We got Finkelstein on Piers Morgan again, right? Go ahead and vote for those. Voting is free. Liking is free. Twitch Primes are free. But if you choose to support me in a financial way, you can also let me know where you want me to put your donation as far as supporting what the topic of your choice, right? Whichever of these topics tickles your fancy, I will be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is and add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, thus helping not only that we get bonus content, but that the content that you want to be the bonus content becomes the bonus content that we get, right? I'll actually add your donation as a buff to the percentage that it's getting in the poll, right? So you can kind of skew the poll a little bit. You can kind of put your thumb on the scale a little bit if you want to. You can also put your thumb off the scale or put other people's thumbs off the scale by saying Vox Populi, which is what you say if you're like, you know what? Whatever gets voted for, that's what we should watch. You can be a very principled weasel and you can say Vox Populi, and you can support the stream while also supporting the vote. And 67% of you have voted now. Looks like Finkelstein in first place, Dershowitz in second place, Drake in third place, and Gaming in fourth. That's where we're at right now, but again, nothing at all has happened in terms of the dono goal, so... Ethan? Wait, what's up with Ethan? Sorry, let me get back to chat here. Oh, vassalage. Yeah, that kind of works. What was the other one somebody said? Check out the news about Kneecap, the Belfast rap electronica band. They won a lawsuit against the British government. Nice. Wait, sorry, I don't know what you mean, Mozart. Was someone a such and such earlier? This is what's wrong with the left. You can't disagree with somebody. You have to destroy each other. Wait, do we? Unknown, I'd love to know what you're talking about. Like, I disagree with Vosh about him fapping to below-age anime women. Alright? I don't want to destroy him, and in fact, I can't destroy him, but I also don't want to have anything to do with him. And some people would look at that as like, oh, you're canceling him. Well, yeah, he's, you know, I don't want to, like, I mean, that's what canceled means, right? People don't understand these fucking words. Like, the actual meaning of canceled, when it became a thing, again, it's one of these things that got appropriated kind of from AAVE, and it meant something very different to begin with, right? Canceled means I am not X is canceled means I am not fucking with X. And it's obviously you don't have the power to tell everybody else not to fuck with X, but yeah, you know, if a whole bunch of people feel the way that you do, then yeah, X is effectively canceled, right? Nobody's fucking with X. Whatever that might be. Whatever unknown quantity X might represent. No one calls me my own person and gets away with it. Speaking of I'm hungry, me too. God, speaking of what, leftovers? Are we talking about pies, cake, ice cream? For me, it's talking about curry. That's the leftover I've got tonight. Sharing is slimming. It really is. It really is. And also with dessert, I just always want a little taste. I don't. That's the problem with dessert. is if you get dessert or some kind of snack or like, you know, some kind of treat or something, some kind of sweet, right? Then it's kind of like it's there in your refrigerator and it's staring at you and you're like, but if you get it at a restaurant, then you can be like, I just want to taste, right? Because that's all you really want. It's just like a little spoonful to... Ethan Klein, aka Turkey, aka Dirty Bird, aka White Meat. Jeez. My fuse is short, but it bends towards justice. Oh, wait, but Vosh, I'm guessing we're talking about as being a major creep. Or are we talking about Destiny? Mr. Vosharelli, you are an incomparable moron. You are a fantastic moron. Mr. Vosharelli. Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? So the whole idea of like the left destroying each other or whatever, like it's kind of a funny thing to say to a small streamer who's had multiple of these assholes like try to destroy me and have a real chance at it, be able to actually hurt my channel, do something to me that I could not do to them. But no, it's me that needs to shut up about their fucking creepy ass scandals, right? It's me that needs to shut up. I'm the one that's doing the bad thing. I'm the canceller. I've got all the power. Yeah. It was fealty. That's right. It was fealty. That's what we decided on. The idea that anyone is trying to destroy Stevie Weinstein or Diddy G, they do that to, yeah, it's pretty much a self-inflicted. Ooh, that sounds good, Hot Ham Radio. I wish you could share that, Davy Cliff. Look, I'm gonna guess, okay? Is it a Spanish cover of Wish You Were Here? Is that what it is? Did I get it? I'm trying to be psychic, chat. I'm working on my psychic powers, but the thing is, you gotta get good. You gotta practice, right? It's just like speedrunning, right? You're speedrunning reality when you're trying to be psychic. And my psychic powers tell me Davy is listening to a Spanish cover of Wish You Were Here. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. What is a booger? The Young Turduckens? Davy, am I anywhere close? Am I even on the... Did I even get the right album? It could be Shine On You Crazy Diamond. That would be a good Spanish cover too. Although I have a feeling that Spanish might... You'd have to really work on the translation because, like, I feel like a direct translation, it's going to yield too many syllables, right? Like if you translate the lyrics directly to Spanish and get an exact translation, I feel like you're going to have too many syllables. I'd never order fealty. I admit I'd get a steak, but not fealty. Baby cows are off limits. Ooh, Goodbye Blue Sky. That's off of The Wall. Oh, Pink Floyd album, Animals. Wait, have I listened to? Oh, wait, is that the one with dogs? The dog song? It's like, that's a good one. Wait, if that's the one with the like, haha, charade you are. What is that song? Oh my god, that's a good. I think I know that album. It's about like, isn't it about like it's about like, what's her name? Whitehouse, that woman that wanted to ban everything in the UK. And Margaret Thatcher, and there's like 3 people that's. It's like a political song, right? But this is before any of the damage of neoliberalism had even been done. And, you know, it's... Do I need to find this? Dogs? Yeah, it's my favorite Floyd song. Vassals still swear fealty to their lieges, though it is not... It was not the totality of vassalage. I should do a Nightingale. You know, that would be really cool, Narwhal, but when you're not in the same physical space with someone, I think that's hard because Mary Whitehouse, thank you, Sarah Cia. Yeah, it's Mary Whitehouse. That's right. Yeah, like I think I've been on Discord calls before with other musically inclined people, and they've wanted to do that. And the problem was delay, right? That everybody's on a slightly different delay. So, you know, when you hear somebody else playing and you like sing along or play along, what you're playing is going to be like delayed. Like if you're going off of somebody else. Oh yeah, it's Pigs, 3 different ones, but Dogs is also great, and the 3rd song has grown on me. Yeah, I don't know how to get past the delay. Right? It would be really cool though. There's probably music, there's got to be like musician apps for that, right? That allow you to, I don't know how they get past the delay is like, is there a way to do that? Is there a way to, like some kind of jam.app or something, jam.io? Ooh, technology, right? Well, I don't know. Maybe somebody knows good technology that would allow that. That would allow an NCC Nightingale collab, because that sounds like fun to me. Destiny comes out to the Spanish version of Hotel California. I thought he came out to Mr. Rogers. Are you talking about today? Like, motherfucker, after that shit with after the Nick Fuentes revelations, right? He comes out to stream with the theme song to Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. Yeah, I mean, Pink Floyd is really awesome. I don't know. I like them. I think my dad was like a big fan, if I remember. I think he had that shit. He was all about Dark Side of the Moon. Unless you're into Stockhausen, he makes the delay a feature of his music. Well, I mean, like, there's delay the effect, right? And then there's delay the unfortunate effect of playing together on Discord. I know, right? Money. Money. It's in 7/8. Non-standard time signature, cause it sounds so great. Yeah. That classic rock rubbish is just as irrelevant. It's just as it's just irrelevant to me. The biggest VTuber corporation is exploding right now. Wait, Hollow Live? Is that what we're talking about, Davi? Zappa did 2249? Like, he would. He seriously would. No, Zappa's, like, amazing. I used to, like, my sister... somehow, like, somehow I got a Zappa album at the library. Like, you can check out, like, media and stuff like that, and my sister and I used to like listen to it, and like we didn't even get like, you know, some of the dirty jokes and stuff. We just thought it was weird. What is Hollow Live? Hollow Live is a what would you call it? It's a VTuber management company. Rick Beto. I've seen a few of his videos. Yeah. Yeah, speaking of classic rock. Or, I mean, like, isn't that kind of what he talks about? Apostrophe is one of Zappa's greatest songs. No, I will not be taking any questions on that one. March of the Pigs. 3 bars of 7/8 and 1 of 8/8. Damn. Always throws me off as a drummer. I mean, I could see why. Valley Girl is my favorite Zappa song. Was that somehow about his daughter? Or did he just name his daughter after that one? Classic is strange because it's one of the only genres that will never move forward. Well, wait, is that true? Okay, so in my mind, like, classic rock should shift over time. That, like, you know, it should incorporate more stuff that's like... Oh, wait. Adam Neely? Zappa's stink foot is... Oh, God. You get the stink foot. Yeah. It's when you have a boot. A Python... Like a Python boot? And it's too tight. I live next to Sid Barrett's house in Cambridge and David Gilmour's house in Hove, a couple of streets over. His daughter sang on it. Oh, wow. Zappa's mustache is better than Zappa's music. Yeah, what is classic? Well, shouldn't it move forward, right? Like, wouldn't you technically have to put, like, Is Imagine Dragons classic rock at this point? Is Nickelback classic rock? Is Korn classic rock? Is Limp Bizkit classic rock? Oh my god, my cousin is, well, yeah, like, Nirvana's definitely classic rock, right? 10 years older than me, and she almost had a seizure when they played Come As You Are on a classic rock station. She was born in 82, yeah. You have to not think semantically. It may organically do what you're saying, but the word classic is being used the way that pop is. There is pop music being made that's not popular. Nirvana is grunge. Well, it's like alternative, but technically so is REM. What is grunge, though? I don't know. What makes it grunge? Is it like the effects on the guitar pedal? Is that what makes it grunge? Like, there's like different kinds of distortion. Like, there's like Jimi Hendrix distortion. What's the secret to Jimi Hendrix distortion? Is it a wah pedal? Is that what makes his distortion sound different? Classic rock died in the 90s. It's still classic rock. It didn't become oldies as time went on. Nirvana definitely was influenced by classic rock. Even had a song called Aero Zeppelin. Didn't they like make fun of like classic rock? Like they had that song that starts off like a 60s song. Do you think that Destiny and Nick banged? Allegedly. Allegedly. They did something allegedly. And there's a videotape allegedly, right? That's one of the ones that's like a little bit less like, I mean, like there has not been a denial from Destiny. Let me just put it that way. Am I right? Anybody want to dispute me in that? I don't think that there's been a denial from Destiny. And that makes me think that one of two things is happening. Either this shit is legit, this is real, or Destiny is like, this is some kind of DGG op? I don't know. I'm starting to think that's not true, though. There are no good ways to combat latency for live performance, and it's especially limited by distances between musicians. Spent a while looking for solutions last year. That really sucks, because like the ultimate promise of the internet, I think, is to be able to jam together. No likes on Twitch. I mean, no votes on Twitch either, though, right? So if you're on Twitch and you want to vote on the poll, your best bet is to actually come over to YouTube and do that. Although you can support me on Twitch through Twitch Prime subs, through regular subs, or through gifting subs to other people. But as far as the vote is taking place on, and where is it at right now? 36% of you are looking for more norm content, right? You want some normal content after the Destiny content, right? Which is Finkelstein on Pierce. The second 28% of you are choosing Dershowitz roasted on Pierce again. 24% of you are choosing The Real Problem with Drake. What is that? Let's find out. by choosing that, right? And 11% of you are choosing gaming. Rick Beto kisses ass to the favorite rock bands. I love how brilliantly, deceptively simple your non-fill drum fill is on this one. The drummer, yeah, I hate that fill. You know, like there is a thing where like a lot of bands, their least favorite song becomes their hit song. Grunge is a combo of underground metal and punk from the Pacific Northwest, Seattle scene from the late 80s, early 90s. Mostly a marketing term. Jimmy strung up backwards. Oh yeah, like, well, yeah, he played a, what was it? Is it that he's left-handed, but he played like a right-handed, he played like a regular guitar, he just played it backwards of, grunge is geographical, but yeah, if it's from the grunge region of the Pacific Northwest, right, that's the distinguishing feature, right? The same music coming out of Boston or Charleston or Orlando or wherever would not be called grunge. Territorial Pissing is just the song that you're thinking of. They locked down the Diddy G sub about it. No more posts about personal drama for any streamer. Damn. I don't think so far I haven't seen Hasan react to this. Does anybody know if Hasan has reacted to the Nick Fuentes thing? Oh, I see, Moe. No, you're answering somebody's question. Beethoven called Moonlight Sonata his most mediocre work, and yet people love it. Wait. Nirvana started out as a riffy rock band, low-rent ripoff of another local band called the Melvins? Really? Any streamer supposedly includes drama about Hasan too? Wow, we'll see if they hold to that. I don't think they can resist it. Grunge is a term coined by Kim Dayon, an Australian musician known as the godfather of grunge. Well, I guess he would know, right? Hasan would be waiting probably for confirmation that it's true. Would be surprised if Hasan addressed that. Are these all Kiwi Farms leaks, though? Like, we got the Lauren Southern leaks that we, as far as we can tell, I mean, they're through President Sunday. I think Hasan just said it's probably not true and tried to move away from it. And so also something about being revenge porn. Yeah. Hasan saw it and noped out of it quick based on the source. Oh, it's on some Pakistani AI site? So wait, could it be AI? Could it be a deepfake? Like, I feel like Destiny would have disavowed it if it, or not disavowed, what's the word? He would have denied it if it was a deepfake, right? Is Nick having a sexual identity crisis? I mean, it seems like it. So as far as the Nick leaks, are they just the video, or is there like a... Are they just the video, or are there, like, DMs between Destiny? Because, like, a lot of the stuff is DMs. It's not AI at all, but it's on a Pakistani AI site. Destiny admitted it, the video, but not that it's Nick in the video. Yeah, that's the whole question. It is questionable whether it's Nick. But I feel like I saw a whole bunch of, and again, chat, as far as the leaks go, these have gotten, like, one streamer taken down. I believe Quimon was just reading the leaks and got taken down for essentially the fact that his content was erotic in nature. Don't you love how I say erotic? It was erotic. It was very erotic, chat. The Nick links are just timestamps, I thought. There isn't a video? There isn't a video? Wait, so the timestamps, you mean, when you say the timestamps, you're talking about the conversation that Destiny had with the 19-year-old about a whole bunch of stuff, including hooking up with guys, that was timestamped around the time that Nick appeared on his stream? I don't know. Destiny seems like the kind of guy who would yerk it. See, that's how I say it, chat. I say yerk it. You can hear the guy in the video, and it's definitely not Nick. Was this a sex tape? Yeah, I mean, there is a sex tape. We're just not sure who's actually in it, with a few exceptions. We gotta rock down to Erotic Avenue. I mean, we are the erotic city. Hasan's mods were clapping anyone talking about it with a one-day ban. Article Hasan saw was a Pakistani AI site. Okay, I think I might have seen that article too. Now, I'm not gonna go look on Twitter, right? Because that is just asking for trouble. There have been people posting, at least as far as I've heard, the video, like the, you know, potentially unconsensual video of Destiny and other people to Twitter. A 4chan went back to the chat logs and there were timestamps related to when Nick and Destiny first met. Okay, so I wouldn't call that proof, right? And it sounds like the video stuff is even less iron clad than the timestamps, but Destiny said something about meeting a guy, and yeah, I saw those. Nick could do better than Destiny. Yeah, I mean, they could both do better than each other, maybe. Why can one not escape talking about this? Well, we're going to be talking about other stuff too. We're not going to spend the whole night on Slippery Nick and Stevie Weinstein. Wait, we should call it Stevie Nicks. Like the relationship between Destiny and Fuentes, it's Stevie Nicks, right? Like you know, like Benifer or whatever. I think we call their relationship Stevie Nicks. Can I get a second on that? I think they're cute together, a couple of gross turds having fun. I mean, that they are. That they are. I have no idea who these people are. Wait, who Destiny is? But you're based if you don't know who Nick Fuentes is. I'm jealous of you if you don't know who Nick Fuentes is. I just find Destiny repulsive on every level. Me too. Was Stevie Nicks from Fleetwood Mac? Yes. Yeah, that's one of the singers from Fleetwood Mac. Do you know that Stevie Nicks was in a relationship with Joe Walsh from the Eagles? That's some interesting... There's a scandal, maybe. Here's the story. Mr. Bonercelli couldn't get Nick F in the video, so he found someone who resembles Nick F. I was like, wait, was the person a Catboy? I saw one video of Destiny with another man. I've heard it is older. The man who's receiving is also filming. He has a strong Latin American accent. So maybe not Nick then, that one at least. Could be Destiny and Tim Pool. Jeez. Jeez. Oh no, Dwellsy. After all this, I'm cringing thinking of, we just saw this happen, Dwellsy. And I didn't know what to make of it. I didn't understand. I don't understand, right? And it's not just Destiny. Like, I feel like I've seen Destiny fans do the same thing, right? He makes a slurping noise. He makes an aggressive yeah, I mean, that's the way to, I hadn't thought of how to describe it. Was Destiny already out of as buy? Yes, 100%. Wait, so what is the whole thing about the Destiny sharing it? My understanding of how this video came to light is that somebody hacked a friend of Destiny's who he had Discord DMs with. I don't know where the videos came from, but I'm assuming maybe they were linked? I always find it cute how right-wingers are some of the biggest freaks under the sheets. True. Wait, people were clowning his jaw motion in the clip? Wait, what? What? Like the jaw motion and as how it affects his oral? He would end the stream with "Love you, be safe," and then, well, like I like it better when he's like mochaccino, cappuccino, al pacino, mochaccino, frappuccino, something al pacino. I don't know, whatever that thing that he says. Like, why doesn't he just go back to that? Sure, they both have their pick of the neo-Nazi. Like with this, we gotta ask Crotchy: is there like a predilection on Sunday's part? Oh wow, where did Sunday? Well, Sunday has been covering this, right? Sunday brought us the Lauren leaks, in fact, but I meant Destiny. I meant Steven, not Sunday. We do have a video of Sunday, all right? But I don't know if you could pay me enough to watch it. We do have a video of Sunday debating Destiny, but it's on fucking Kick. And I'm just like Sunday's a different person when he's on other people's streams, especially if it's on another platform, right? He has certain, like, you won't hear Sunday say like the R slur normally on his stream, but those rules fly out the window when he's on like J-Stalk, and this is, yeah, Sunday on J-Stalk. In fact, Sunday was banned from J-Stalk, chat. And like I said, I don't think you could pay me enough, right? I'm not sure you can pay me enough to watch Norm or Dersh, right? I mean, that still remains to be seen. We're still at 0% of the dono goal. So, maybe like, but yeah, I definitely know you couldn't pay me enough to watch Sunday in his conversation with Destiny and J-Stalk. Like, I'm told, chat, that Sunday got a little bit sex negative, let's just say. Did a little bit of shaming of Destiny's proclivities and predilections. I think I've heard of Nick Fuentes being a Tradcath influencer. I hear more about Vincent St. James, Joel McDermott. Well, so he was a big deal in the 2000 teens, right? And then he kind of faded from existence. Not really from existence, but just like nobody talked about him. Like he was like, I think he got banned from YouTube and a few other platforms, right? And then he just kind of went silent, right? And then Destiny's the one that sort of brought him back, right? He had never been banned from Twitch before, so Destiny brought him on Twitch and actually resurrected his career, much like he did with Lauren Southern. In fact, I would even say more so, right? Because Lauren Southern has never come back to the prominence that she used to enjoy, but Nick Fuentes has exceeded the prominence. Yeah, President Sunday debating Destiny. That's correct. And it's not even a debate, right? It's not like a debate on a subject of like, I think this, you think this, you're wrong, right? It's Sunday ridiculing Destiny for his interests and proclivities, right? The stuff that's in those chat logs. Yeah, he's trying to, give them mouth to mouth to resuscitate their careers. But yeah, unfortunately, Fuentes has become much more prominent as of late. He's petitioned, his groiped up fans have petitioned Elon to remove his ban. This was one of the last people that Elon unbanned, and did so with like a, I don't know, caveat of like, I don't agree with what Nick Fuentes is saying, but he has the right to say it, or what, some shit like that, right? And so wait, is he doing, oh geez. No, I don't know. Was that what Sunday was making fun of? I feel like Sunday was making fun of Destiny liking certain substances in his mouth. That's what I saw Sunday doing, right? I haven't seen the whole thing. Yeah, I don't remember that one, Davi. There was very little jaw movement. Oh no. People have seen this. Destiny didn't even seem to mind about the links. He was like, yeah, it's cringe, but whatever. Yeah, the fluid shaming. I agree with you, Iron Fonz. I enjoyed Sunday and his debate against Dan Saltman. And it's wild because I feel like I saw him like condemn Frogan over the hummus panel, and I'm just like, what? I always thought Fuentes being, well, okay, so you say I always thought Fuentes being gay or bi was common knowledge. It was suspected. It was long suspected. I don't know how much of it was based on. Wait, Chud Logic did the age play? Wait, what? Yeah, that's right, WB. It rhymes with Worm. Oh, wow. The TV is far behind. Someone leaked a video, yes, of Destiny with Fuentes. That's what they say, though. No, it's a multiple videos, right? With Destiny with other identifiable people, one of which has been identified as Fuentes, but we don't have confirmation that that's Fuentes. However, I guess there are some kind of timestamps on a conversation that Destiny had with a 19-year-old in his Discord that correspond to his meeting of Nick Fuentes, right? Oh, I'm sorry, you said rhymes with rum. I said rhymes with worm. I had a different word in my head, actually. the video of him watching gay corn was not real. He's never confirmed. Oh yeah, it wasn't it? I thought it was on his show, right? That like, so his show ended and somehow some pornography came on, and it was, you know, gay in nature. A gay old time was had by all, and that was people were like, oh well, you know, he's watching his corn, and he didn't realize that he was still hooked up to the stream, right? That's what people thought. Yeah, the Catboy stuff. Yeah, he went on what really seemed like a date with a right-wing femboy figure. Am I describing Catboy Kami correctly? Right-wing femboy, Nazi femboy. That's kind of, but who is also a Catboy. Catboy check, femboy check, Nazi check. All three check. Check. That's who. Yeah. So he was like, you know, out and about doing an IRL stream with this figure of the alt-right named Catboy Kami. And a lot of people thought that the energy of this interaction felt a lot like a date. So everyone saw Destiny naked in F. Now listen, everyone besides me, because I didn't actually look at the Vosh folders, right? I took the word of people that I trusted and got a consensus about what was in those Vosh folders, right? I don't want to fucking pollute my mind with that shit. I don't want to ever see that. And I also don't want to see Mr. Bonarelli get down and dirty with anyone, especially people that I used to know. Like, I think there's 2 people that I used to know that, you know, are... I mean, from what I'm hearing, it sounds like they were recorded without their consent. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. So I don't want to see that. I'm just taking people's word for it, so I don't like destroy my brain or ruin sex for myself. Why are Catboys either far left or far right? Wait, they are? I haven't met the far left ones. I've met some neoliberal ones. Some centrist ones. Definitely some far right ones. If I cut costs S-ing a D? S-ing a D, that's a great way to say it. It's going to be something to be proud of. I guarantee. I mean, you should make it. Yeah, it should be special. Especially if it's like your first, right? I mean, I'm not going to make any assumptions out there, but yeah, like make it special. That's what am I weird for that, chat? Am I weird for wanting it to be special? I feel like it should always be special. I'm too sentimental about something like sex. But I've like lost, you know, I've like lost partners over like wanting it to be special. They felt like I was edging them for too long, right? And they didn't appreciate it. They thought it was never gonna come, right? They were just like, you know, and it's like the whole thing is I want it to be special, right? It needs to be special. If Destiny and Fuentes want to, but yeah, I realize how cringe that is. That's really cringe of me to feel that way, to be that way, to mess up my life that way. Destiny's DMs saying he doesn't love S-ing the D, but loves what it creates. Oh, is that his deal? That's interesting. I mean, so that makes sense, right? Because he also likes like to get the to get what it creates out of other people's like stuff, right? Oh my god, chat, I can't say it out loud or outright. I'm like, enlightened centrist catboys give me the heebie-jeebies. Why do I know so many of them? Why do I know so many of them? I didn't click anything labeled NSFW. Still, I saw Destiny in a way I never wanted to see him. Was this on Twitter? Where did this happen to you? I feel sorry for you. That's right, Narwhal by nature. Yeah, he likes, Wait, if that's a snowball, then what's a snow cone? Is a snow cone if you flavor it with, like, syrup? What if you took a snowball and you turned it into a snow cone, you turned it into shave ice, and then you put the flavors so you could taste the rainbow? I'm sorry, chat. If Destiny and Fuentes want to have sex and be miserable together, more power. Maybe they'll end up together. Maybe they're perfect for each other. Who knows, right? Maybe there was really something there. And this revelation will make it so they're able to get back to that good thing. That good thing they had together. Wait, fur left and fur right? Oh, God. I mean, is it? Wait, I mean, like, I guess, right? It's related, right? Oh, my gosh, chat. Oh, my gosh, I'm so embarrassed. But, like, there's a whole question about this, right? Are cat girls furry? Are cat boys furry? Is it a continuum of furriness that they are somewhere on that merry-go-round? Curious if anyone here has cut off their family after the election. I haven't because my family is super cool. And there's no Trumpers. Well, that's really cool. I'm scared to talk to my family and find out who may or may not be now a Trumper. Right? I don't like that. Wait, Alexander, did you come in just as I described the snow cone? I'm sorry. Sexual intimacy isn't celebrated by a lot of Christian theology. Surprisingly enough, it including among queer couples. Oh my god. I can't show that on stream. They both had twinkles in their eyes. I mean, I don't know. Now I'm shipping it. I wasn't before. I thought it had to be a very awkward, a sweet little fist bump. Oh yeah, that is kind of, yeah, now it puts it in a whole nother context, BKK. Yeah, that's the other thing, Benabel. Like, the place where this stuff is at is a place I don't have anything to do with either, so... The vote is coming. Oh, coming from inside the house. Yeah, is it? Wait, what is the vote? Oh, it's closer. Okay. Norm Finkelstein at 34%. Real problem with Drake at 32%. Dershowitz roasted. Oh, yeah, it has changed, hasn't it? Everybody's come in and voted, and they want to see what the fucking real problem with Drake is. It's up to 32%. It's 2% behind Finkelstein. That's where it's at right now. But where it's not at is the dono goal, which is still at 0%. So It may not matter. It may be, you know, like it's important to know like what people like, what kind of content people like. It definitely helps me in terms of deciding what kind of content that I want to cover in the future. But yeah, it may be the distant future, judging by how it's going. Wait, did I read your thing wrong? Not by Puritans? Wait, which thing did I read in a... It was a terrible typo? Wait, what did I did I misread? Like, or did I like read the typo? I'm so confused. My professional opinion on the furry opinion, my little sibling is one, is celebrated. Oh, instead of is, what did I read? Did I say celibate or something? Wait, you did say celebrate, or is celebrated? Oh, is celebrated. I'm sorry. I mean, don't put your family members on the spot, Davy Cliff. Like, you know, if they're not gonna appreciate, like, being taken as the resident. A good partner never fist bumps and tells? Oh my god. Never? If hell exists, I think we're in it. Yeah. I've got that feeling too. I am not looking forward to getting into this. But luckily, I haven't had to just yet. Look, I'm sure we'll get into it sooner or later. Alexander says this is the bad place. Do you mean timeline wise? Like this is the bad timeline? Like, cause yeah, ending up with Trump again is a pretty bad timeline. Any way you cut it, right? And learning about Destiny's relationship with a fucking Slippery Nick, that's something I never really wanted to, like, I mean, it was always an abstraction. I'd rather it stay an abstraction. 95% of me is like, ooh, Destiny, and there's like 5% highly entertained and curious about the gossip. I mean, we got to get into that. We got to jump right into that. How am I still alive after seeing Bonarelli giving maybe the worst bleep job I've ever seen to the worst person, one of the worst people on the internet? I mean, you're not wrong. Wait, Jesus was all about the wine? Jesus was like a wineaholic? Alcoholic? He was, I mean, talking, but I just figured that was because he, you know, he was starting Christianity. And Christianity has wine, so... Or like, no, it was always explained to me like this, that like, back in the day, it was very hard to drink water. Much water that you would get would be somehow polluted or poisoned or not, like, it's bad water, or it would give you stuff, right? Like worms in your butt. The worms would, or some kind of a parasite would come eat your brain. Maybe in a, what is that thing called? What is the thing called that eats your brain? There's the brain worm, right? But I'm thinking of the amoeba. Yes. The amoeba eats your brain. But maybe that's not from drinking bad water. I think that's actually from the amoeba. You get it. Yeah, you get the amoeba from like going swimming, right? Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Do you have an opinion that you want to render on the very close poll that's going on right now for bonus content? The struggle. Oh my god, look at the struggle. It's real. 33% to 33%. Drake to Finkelstein. Who will win? Oh wait, Finkelstein is the only person on here that people like remotely like. I just realized that. And even Finkelstein has his problems, which you may be relatable for. What is the stuff that, well, like, okay, so what I was trying to say is, chat, like back in the Bible days, water could hurt you. But if that water was wine, it wouldn't hurt you. So I was told that people drank wine like it was water, but it was mostly water. Right? That somehow the wine they had back in the Bible was not like the wine that we have. So it's like, because like that was like, otherwise you gotta read the story of Jesus and be like, this dude really likes wine. This guy's drinking a lot of wine. Does he have a little bit of an issue with the wine? Is that why the wine is the central, you know, the central object of the religion based around this dude? And like, you know, the explanation I was giving is like, no, he's not drinking too much wine. It was cut with water. It was a watery wine. He drank a watery wine, and so that's okay. And he had to drink wine because otherwise you're going to get cholera. Yeah, dysentery, cholera, all this stuff. That's right, Michael. Thank you. You're coming up with the real info for me. Here, Sarah, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. My dogs are goth. You just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Olette B, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Jess 23 Brooks, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Robert Glock, you are so lucky that I read your name correctly and didn't pronounce it like a word that Chud Logic likes to say. Robert Glock, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Thank you for the 5 gift memberships, Narwhal by Nature. The wine became his blood after he drank it. That was the real magic. He gets blood from wine. Yeah, he's like a vampire, kind of. It's kind of cool. If you drink doo-doo water, dysentery in Colorado... Colorado? I can't talk. Cholera. Jesus Christ, not Colorado. Dysentery and cholera are the killers. A friend told me why many of food laws existed in the Old Testament. Don't eat pork. It's not holy. It's either easier to explain. Everyone who seems to eat pork, yeah, seems to die somehow. So yeah, maybe don't eat the pork. Wine in those days had to have water added to be drinkable. Why was that, my goggles? You got delayed Irene and undelayed chat? Jeez, that's rough. Weird that Jesus had to turn water into wine to make it safe to drink. Yeah. Instead of just cholera-free. I just can't imagine drinking nothing but wine. Like, even if it's super dilute. Weed wasn't as strong back then either. That's true, probably. I mean, people get a hold of weed and they just breed it for potency. Even in the Middle Ages, people drank beer all the time because it was healthier than water. So for real, people would like avoid water because water will kill you. And then, okay, so, well, there we go. Jesus did nothing wrong. We've got it proven. Jesus did nothing wrong. That's why he's Jesus. Oh, we got it. It's like canonically in the Bible. It's canonically true that Jesus did nothing wrong. It's also true that I've been edging you for far too long. We are up to 15% on the dono goal. I don't know where I'm putting that dono money, though. Has Narwhal told me, Okay, so yeah, if you donate, let me know in the chat which of these topics you want me to put your donation towards, right? Right now, Finkelstein on Pierce is at 33%. Real Problem with Drake is tied. We've got a tie between Finkelstein on Pierce and The Real Problem with Drake, right? We've got Dershowitz at 24%, and we got Gaming at 11%. So yeah, somebody could break the tie right now with a donation, right? What that does is that it allows Finkelstein, yeah. Finkelstein, okay, yeah, look at that. Finkelstein breaking ahead. Is that a free... I'm not good at, like, sports announcing, right? What would they say? Breaking past the... When the horse goes past the other horses. Breaking away. There we go. Finkelstein breaking away from the pack. That's what you say. I know how to do sports announcing. I can do it. I can call the races. That's what I do. At 15%. And yeah, just know that when you donate, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, if you're getting yourself a membership, gifting memberships, you're signing up for Patreon, if you're donating to my throne, or if you're getting a sub on Twitch, either for free with a Prime sub or for $6 with $6, or gifting people subs, any of that stuff, magical, blessed stuff will get you the ability to tell me to put your money where your mouth is by letting me know in chat which of these topics you want to see as the bonus content. Real Problem with Drake just took the lead. Although, again, with the donos, yeah, so what this does up here, am I pointing to the right place, I think, is it buffs, right? You got the 15% buff now on Finkelstein, meaning that it's...
so peaceful up here, but now they're a freaking communist...
Meaning that Finkelstein is at 33% plus 15%, so really it's ahead, right? And you can do that when you donate by letting me know in the chat which of these topics is tickling your fancy, and it allows me to use it as a buff for the topic of your choice, thus helping it maybe win. So if you've got a strong opinion, that's one way to kind of put your thumb on the scale. The other way to put your thumb on the scale in a small way is just to vote, because voting counts, and you should still vote. 124 of you have voted so far, and I'm sure there's more of you that could vote if you wanted to. It also would please me greatly if when you vote, you would also vote with your finger with the like button. You can use the like button to vote. Finkelstein first, second choice Dershowitz roast. I know, right? Look, they would go good together. That's all I'm saying. Like, these two topics, I almost put them together, but here's what I did, chat. I felt that I might lose your trust. If I put Finkelstein and Dershowitz on Pierce, I wouldn't be lying. Finkelstein was on Pierce, Dershowitz was on Pierce. But if I say Finkelstein and Dershowitz on Pierce as one topic, then you're going to be expecting them to debate each other. And they don't. That doesn't happen. I'm letting you know up front that even though Finkelstein was on Pierce and Dershowitz was on Pierce, there was no debate this time. And so, yeah, I didn't want to, like, pull the wool over your eyes, okay? And make you feel like, you know, you were going to get something that you didn't end up getting, right? You know, I just want to be up 100 with you always, okay? That's all. I heard Crassus smoked that lab-grown BS grass, and the Parthians killed him by forcing him to smoke that small-town OG. Good mids, hell yeah, hell fucking yeah, Davey. I'm saying people's names weird. I'm sorry. We gotta get into like doing what I know how to do, and that's react to content, right? And we got a lot of content to react to. Oh my god, starting off with some leftovers. Let's get into this, all right?
If anyone...
Oh my god, I don't think you can see it. I don't think you can see it. That's not okay. You need to be able to see it, chat, to believe it. Shaky Gurgas in chat. Can we get some shaky Gurgas? Can I get some shaky Gurgas? I need all the shaky Gurgas. I need all the power, chat. Like, send me your power, like Dragon Ball Z style. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna need it to get through the stream. I have a feeling that this one's gonna be a doozy. That's just my gut instinct, though. Let's see what we got here. Shaky motherfucking Gurga in the house tonight.
Talk to anyone that I like, quote unquote, debated or whatever, treated me like the way you did, I would never, ever in a million years allow that.
Jeez, wait, is he talking about Jank? What's going on, chat?
The worst part of Jank's heaving was him insisting that you be called something other than progressive left or whatever. Yeah, I don't know what's up with him on that front. Yeah, I think what anyone who is in support of the working class in the United States of America, you know what they need most? More sectarian infighting. We need more labels and we need more infighting. And what we
Hasan, that's why I'm here. Yeah, no, I totally agree.
need to do is just like spend every moment with the limited amount of power, the fractional amount of power and influence that we already have, which is nothing. It's marginal. It's basically inconsequential. What we should do is use all of the finite amount of energy that we have instead of organizing against, like, you know, growing fascism in this country, or organizing against the Democratic Party that refuses to listen to the very reasonable demands being made by the populist left. What we should do instead is fight each other over disagreements. Him screaming, "I'm the left. They're not the left." Yeah, it's just, you know, I don't know how I don't know how much more I can talk about this. It's like, I think it's like wholly unproductive and completely silly. I hate to see unk on unk violence like that. Unk Shaky Gurga coming after.
Shaky Gurga!
Not good. Didn't like that.
I'm so sorry. Chat, I can't get enough Shaky Gurga. Shaky Gurga. Again, if you're just in chat, you're gonna see a lot of people type Shaky Gurga and you're gonna be like, what the fuck? But if you have the BTTV plugins, then you can see the Shaky Gurga head doing its thing. It does its oh my god, Manic Mermaid, that's hilarious.
Jake does it. Yeah, I think he's just like really upset. I like so much of
like, I love the Shaky Gurga with the fucking powerful chi hands.
So much of
this is what it feels like when you do qigong all day, right? You get the powerful, you get the chi that amasses in the palms of your hands, and you can do the Shaky Gurga with it.
his anger and resentment would go away.
You don't think you can edge yourself with qigong? Yeah, you can edge yourself with chi. It's great.
Stopped
Highly recommended. It's better than sex.
being on Twitter, I think.
Oh my god, Chad, I need to make a list of all the things that are better than sex.
Or stopped listening to any criticisms coming from, you know, Majority Report or anywhere else. What is this? Jake is
Ice cream.
100% cooked, bruh.
Majority Report jumped in, and Lance from the Serves, and all the other little dirtbags jumped in.
All the other little dirtbags, Silly and Billy and Matt Bender and Sam Cedar, and they all just jumped in.
And they were like, "Jane contain it."
Like, does he really think of them as being the predatory, you know, content creator that they were like waiting for Jake to slip up, and they were like, aha. It's just like, here's the thing that he doesn't understand. Those content creators all have a responsibility to their audience. Since Jink had been, you know, marginally sort of in their orbit, when Jink goes off and just like posts a bunch of cringe, then yeah, they got to say something. You, Jank Uger, did not get stabbed in the back by your friends and you know, fellow like lefties. You put them in an impossible situation, and they held their fucking tongues for as long as they possibly could. That's what happened. You are not the victim here, Jank. You are not the victim. What about the big dirt bag? I know that, right? Like me, the big dirt bags.
I think I got to him a little bit though last night after Shaky Gurga giving, where I had a conversation with him because he was like, why do you think, because you know, we were talking about like why CNN and all these other like traditional outlets are more receptive to what I have to say
Chad, I gotta get the Shaky Gurga
than him. And he always thinks it's because I'm hot and young and cool and hip, and he's not. He's old and rugged. And I was like, no, dude, it's because of the way you carry yourself. Like I have my criticisms of mainstream outlets all the time. I have my criticisms of other commentators. I have my disagreements with them. But like the energy that you bring to any conversation, including someone like myself who loves you Like I straight up told him, I was like, if anyone that I had actually talked to, anyone that I like quote unquote debated or whatever, treated me like the way you did, like I would never ever in a million years allow that. Like I would never allow that to happen. And if you're having that energy with me, someone, you know, you love, your nephew, then yeah, I'm assuming you carry that energy with a lot of people you don't know that well, who don't have that familial relationship. And yeah, that breeds resentment, that breeds anger. And it's like overall very unnecessary, you know? And I think he got that. He understood that a little bit. Because I was like, listen, I would never allow another person to talk to me like the way you talk to me. And
Wow. Setting that boundary, Hasan. Yeah, I'm impressed. Wow, that's inspiring. I need to do this with my family, chat.
and you know,
Set that boundary. Hell yeah.
of course, it doesn't mean anything between you and I.
I'm waiting for the Shaky Gurga merch. I wish we could do Shaky Gurga merch. I feel like it's, if anything, it's like Hasan's meme.
Because, you know, you've seen me shit in my diapers, okay? Like, you're my uncle. I love
Oh, he's being literal. He's being for a second. I was like, wait, what is this about shitting and it's like, yeah, literally as a baby.
you. But, you know, like that's if you're doing that to me, I'm assuming you do that to other people as well. And yeah, they probably don't like that. This was after dinner, yeah. I think the thing about Jank is that he's not like, I don't think a grifter implies that there isn't like a genuine attitude change. Okay. A grifter implies that there isn't a genuine attitude change. I think he's just like,
Yeah, I agree. That's what I feel like I'm seeing from Anna and from Jank. Shakespeare, thank you for the super chat. Good Norman.
Genuinely has a difference in opinion in the issues that he speaks on, where he's like legitimately more conservative on those issues. Whether it happened over the course of the last couple of years, but
I hated how Jank tried to take credit for taking down Crowder when it was his ex-wife. When did that happen, Snow? See, now this is what I'm saying. When I say we got leftovers to finish up, that's part of it too. Like I know everybody wants to know about the Nick Fuentes Destiny thing, so I'll try to slot that in coming up here. But I do want to get back into, if we can, the uncle nephew bond, the rest of the Janksgiving. We only saw like half of this, chat. There's a few things actually that we gotta that I sort of wanted to finish up. Didn't we get like halfway through Bad Hasbro talking to Frogan? But yeah, I definitely want to get back to the Janksgiving leftovers.
I don't know if it happened like super fast, but I think that there has been an attitude shift. I basically tried to get him to come to that conclusion. Like I tried to walk through the steps slowly but surely by being like, there was a point where you were a fighter. You've always been a progressive fighter, right? You did not worry yourself about like what the democratic wishes of the base of support.
Oh, chat, I'm gonna grab my food really quick.
You don't worry about that when it comes to Medicare.
Be right back.
Because you know that's right. And you know that if you champion that message, then like people will inevitably come on board with that. But it seems like for a lot of these other issues, you're willing to cast aside certain groups in the way that you communicate about these issues because you're terrified of the fact that there is no solution that the Democratic Party will offer them. Even the abortion conversation, that wasn't supposed to be like me finding out what his perspective is. I thought that we were in agreement on abortion, that any sort of legislative hurdle like that on a process that already is like automatically limited to the people that need it desperately, given the invasive nature of the surgery and the cost of it alone, that any sort of additional legislative hurdle is going to cause problems in the same vein that like any sort of restriction on abortion that causes problems. And then I wanted to use that as an example to bring it back to, the subject matter on like, 3 strikes and you're out. It's a felony conversation, Because when you add additional restrictions on our already very restrictive, very draconian criminal justice system, you end up, it's the dynamic that, 3 jewelry thefts, like the guy who stole jewelry 3 times versus the guy who stole pizza 3 times. You know what I mean? Like there are a significantly larger number of people who will be stealing 3 slices of pizza over, doing jewelry theft. And yes, I think that the way the law works is you're supposed to, because it's so broad sweeping. Yes, you either say, nah, like all of those people have to go to prison. All of those people that like steal, here and there, they have to go to prison because they're routine offenders and repeat offenders, rather than just, as long as the guy who's like stealing jewelry is going to prison too. I don't think that that's all right. Anyway, your point about your core values being that you're okay with a jewel thief being free if it means the 3 pizza guy is free also resonated well, I think. I hope people understood what I was saying. Like that doesn't mean that, we shouldn't prosecute rape or whatever. And that doesn't even mean we shouldn't prosecute grand larceny or theft of all these different varieties. It's
Shaky Gurga.
just that, like, when it comes to criminal justice reform, you either have the opinion of like, we need more deterrence, we need more violence in the criminal justice system that will operate as a deterrent to stop people and make people think twice before they do engage in crime, or we need to dramatically move in the opposite direction where we focus on rehabilitation in an effort to lower recidivism rates, as other countries have successfully done. And we need to address the root causes in which crime manifests. And I think there is a crisis here born out of nihilism, born out of being a progressive champion for 25 plus years, as Cenk has been, where he is basically throughout time recognized that like no solutions are coming, no broad sweeping solutions that will tackle the issue exactly at the root cause, fixing the housing market, adding additional social safety nets, after school programs and the like. So he's like, we have to stop the bleeding. And the only way to stop the bleeding is by being even more aggressive and being even more violent in our penalties. And that in and of itself is a terrifying prospect. That's when you cave to the reactionary in your mind, when you give in, and it's kind of terrifying. It's it's something that I've noticed, that we are at the we're at the precipice of Weimar Germany style governance here. We have like the hyper nationalist, hyper right wing Republican Party, and we have the liberals that are also caving on those fears that they.
Oh my God. This resonates so much. Like, and this is really scary. Yeah, it's not just Cenk. It's like a lot of people. I mean, Cenk in some way is like an object lesson here.
They very effectively communicate to. And not only is it, but those fears are also coming out of like, real societal problems. And, I fear that if there is a massive base of, if there isn't a massive base that recognizes the problem and works actively to try and fix it, we're just going to keep bold.
Wait, the Roman era dude? Are you talking about what, Bronze Age pervert?
Towards fascism. I think he envies you and it's poisonous. You're ridiculous, dude.
Oh my God.
He does not envy me. He is.
Yeah, for the record, only Ethan Klein envies Hasan.
Very proud and very happy for my success. That's crazy.
You're right.
You
can protect every
listen, we got
even in China.
Okay,
even though I have nothing to do with China.
You gotta
we
stop.
hate them. They're Nazis.
You gotta okay.
I mean, I'm 100% right. Every drag show did it.
You gotta calm
Every
down.
dirtbag show did it. Tell me I'm wrong.
This is reframing an issue that is, now we've moved away from the electoral consequences of a trans ad to your own personal anger and frustration that you have with left-wing media on.
How many dudes are there like this? Like, right? They've been accused of being like racist or transphobic. They didn't really think that they were that. And then they just go fucking full on right wing.
Line.
Look, the idiots are making everyone think they are the left. They're like, we're the left, we're the real left. Okay, we are super extreme. We want free surgeries for every criminal. Yes, we're the left. And oh, Nazi.
Yeah,
indeed.
I just don't think that this is like, I think no one in this no one that was mentioned in this conversation has any real motion whatsoever in moving the needle. Like, no disrespect to anybody, Lance and the Serfs, Majority Report, myself, or the Young Turks, like, even together, we have no motion. The most motion that Cenk ever had was with the Justice.
Okay, so he's putting himself in there too. I guess that's
Democrats, right? Alongside Kyle Kalinske. And that wasn't because of the massive audiences that they had. That was because they were actually, like the Working Families Party or the DSA in certain instances, like successfully moving the Democratic Party in the correct direction. That's what brought us the Squad, right? And it came only because of, that progressive swing also happened because of Bernie Sanders too, which opened up the floodgates for that kind of communication. So yeah, Sunrise Movement too. And I think like getting lost in the minutia of online commentary stuff is silly. I don't know. It's just not good. It's not good. It's not smart. Do you think that America's culture of violence contributes to our crime issue in a memorable way? I just feel like our culture we grew up in America.
The one thing that I'm wondering about with Hasan is like, you hear what he says, like he's trying to make it like this, like, my uncle is doing something that is actually harmful and not beneficial, to, any kind of leftward movement, including the movement that you could say that Cenk Uygur had played a part in, being, with the Justice Dems and involvement with the Squad and stuff like that, right? He's one of the people that kind of like lays some claim to the leftward movement of the Democratic Party. But I mean, you do have people like on the left that Hasan knows that he's just never going to work with, right? And or even you could say, they only say that they're on the left. In reality, like, I just wonder at what point he's going to see his uncle as being kind of in that same, group with, obviously different, takes on a lot of important issues, but as being so, like, I don't know. I think Cenk is lost. I don't think Cenk is coming back, right? I feel like Hasan still holds out some hope, and I mean, like, understand it. It's your uncle, of course. You got to hold out some hope. I just don't see there being any more coming back for Cenk than there is for like Destiny or Ethan.
Is different than Nori, for example. I think American culture contributes to it, but culture is just a reflection of the material realities. So I think it's historically speaking, American culture is developed off of American proto-capitalist sentiment early on with the Pilgrims, and has evolved into what it is now, this like incredibly violent aberration. So American culture was far more left during FDR and earlier. Yeah, on certain aspects, you're right. On like adjusted to its time, on economic improvements, yes. But obviously, socially speaking, no. You know what I mean? Like, we had the Jim Crow South at that point. The New Deal also specifically carved out black people. Like, this is not, this is pre-civil rights. We had internment camps for Japanese people. There were a lot of progressive policies that were implemented in terms of economic policies, but there was also a shit ton of reactionary policies that were also implemented for marginalized populations. And I don't think that it's appropriate to cast these people aside. I don't think it's appropriate to write them out. You know what I mean? So I disagree with that. Friend of the show on Friend of the Show Violence. Yeah, I have seen this, and I love Ested. And now that I'm one of the pod Johns, I feel conflicted here. You know what I mean? I love Ested. He's smart, and I always got his back. You know what I mean? I mean, he cooked here too. You okay? Have you not gotten enough credit for breaking the news that Joe Biden is old? You think you'd have more shame, but I understand that this is just like a game of Sims for you, he said. A good ad for the importance of independent media. I think Ested should go on the Pod Johns. I think the Pod Johns should have him on. I hate seeing my oomps fight. My Twitter oomps. The girls are fighting. Yeah. I grew up watching Jake in high school, and he was a major influence on me politically, but I became totally disillusioned in 2016 and disengaged until I found your commentary. It feels like I outgrew TYT. I mean, maybe. I think that these guys also think that like there is a real amount of like audience capture that like those who are on the hyper left, woke left, whatever the fuck you want to call it, people like myself engage in. Like, they can't comprehend that like I genuinely don't give a shit about trans people participating with cis people in athletic competition. Like, I just don't care. And not only do I not care, but I also understand exactly where that anger and resentment comes from. And it's weird because like they also
I feel like that's going to get clipped to him saying, I don't give a fuck about trans people.
Understand where that anger and resentment comes from. This is a like This is a deliberate mechanism to create a permission structure to shit on trans people. Like, yeah, so I'm not gonna play along with that, you know? And I think every
bon appetit indeed.
time you even have that conversation, whether in defense of it or whether you are there to like showcase how rational you are, as opposed to these like crazies on the left or
Hasan always gives people more grace than they deserve. It can be frustrating, but at the same time, I think it's probably one of his best qualities. I wish I was better at it.
whatever. You're basically giving it more legitimacy. You're giving it more air. And I don't
I just I mean, I don't know, honestly know what Hasan's saying when it, when he says that. I don't care, right? On some level, I agree if what he's saying is that this should not be a political issue, but maybe an issue that's left up to the experts. And when you do leave the question of trans participation in sports up to the experts, delineate guidelines under which it can go on. And indeed, it doesn't make sense, to cut people out of sports events just because they're trans. It's just that the process is not what people seem to think it is, that you're just like self-identify and walk on to the, division of your, that matches your gender. That's not actually what's been done. Right. But at the same time, if you leave it up to the states, especially the red states, they're going to come up with just really draconian shit that doesn't even make sense on any sort of level. Right.
I don't think that it's necessary other than talk about how silly and insidious.
Like, it shouldn't be political is what I think. Like, right. It has no business really being discussed as a political issue. Right. It's like if we were flying in an airplane or a spaceship or something like that, and there was like really specialized controls, and then one day you like put it up to a vote in the spaceship, like how are we going to set these controls, right? If I don't know what the controls mean, I probably shouldn't be voting on how we set the controls. This is a question that requires special knowledge to really, be able to address in a meaningful way. And the voting public does not have anywhere close to that knowledge. The voting public doesn't even understand, maybe that trans people are on, like, oftentimes like hormone replacement therapy that would negate the whatever kind of advantage they think is conferred by biology or whatever. And so, like, as such, they like let alone the sports science and the endocrinology and all the rest of the specialized medical knowledge. They do not know this stuff, right? And so, yeah, it's just as much place as you would want, like, the people on an airplane to vote on, like, how the different controls on the airplane are set, right? I don't want to vote on that. I don't know how to fly a plane.
And ridiculous these anti-trans bills are, by pointing to the madness of it all. I think that in and of itself is a much more successful strategy, like of deflection. And I don't know why. I just don't understand why people can't see it the way that I do. And it's my fault. I should be able to communicate this a little bit better than I have. And I don't think I've done a good enough job, Granting a permission of persecution because some people don't like it. They said that for desegregation. Exactly. Every step of the way, there is going to be people that are not going to agree with whatever progress that you want to implement, right? People don't like change. That's a stable thing, okay? People love stability and hate change. It's our job as progressives to basically communicate why these things are, these attacks are silly, or why these things are not a bad thing at all. Why these policy measures are not bad at all. If they are making it easier for people to be themselves in public, and it doesn't hurt a single person. So it's very frustrating. People don't hate change, they fear change. Our job is to educate people so they don't fear it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Anyway, I don't think he gave in. I think he's grabbing onto what is left to grab onto in his view. He doesn't see help being given in his and everyone else's community. And I get it, to be honest. What? Do you think you could see yourself going even further beyond the Super Saiyan left? No, this is the maximum left position that I will be on board with. Who knows?
I'm sorry. Super Saiyan left. Does anybody want to explain? Is that like a meme?
Understandably, you didn't have the best answers considering his family. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't there to like, rip him apart. I think I think going forward, if I'm going to debate people, I'm just going to like debate people that I hate instead of trying to have like a normal, polite conversation where I try to reason with them. Because this is where I thrive. Okay. We can have polite disagreements, but I'm like here to explain and reason, what my position is and explain what my position is. But if I go into a conversation with this kind of energy, but the other side is basically there to just like yell and shit, yeah, it's just not, like I can't.
It's interesting, right? Because I feel like the person he's debating in this that he's showing right here, John Lovett, definitely disagreed with Hasan on a lot, and a few of the matters like made his disagreement pretty apparent. But like a lot of what he was doing was just like shaking his head and showing like uncomfortable body language, right? That belied that maybe that his disagreement was more fundamental than he was letting on to. So you got two situations in which he is debating somebody and does not agree, but yeah, very different with Jink trying to yell over Hasan versus John Lovett just kind of nervously twitching his disagreement.
I can't match the energy with my uncle. I love him.
Okay, he's joking because Jink distinguishes himself from the ultra extreme left, which the chatter. Okay, that's what the chatter is saying. So going Super Saiyan is like ultra extreme. I get it. That makes sense.
It's not going to happen. I'm not going to be combative. The guy I was talking to him, Piers Morgan, he was like a peanut gallery guy, Vinny from Patrick Bet David, his podcast. Like that's a great example. Like that's a person I can like belittle and duke it out with. Yeah. This means the end of Jank's evening then, yes? No, of course not. I'll still have conversations with Jank. No, no, we're going to keep doing Jank's evening, chat. That's going to keep happening. I'm sure you've had heated comments with James before and it was barely heated from your end, but fair play going through in front of 30K. Please never say, I am the left.
Okay, so my question though is like, what is the conditions of the uncle-nephew bond going to be like a year from now, right? Because I feel like Jink and Anna show no signs of either like slowing their roll towards the intellectual dark web. Like, I feel like they'll be fully IDW, if not like a little bit right wing. I wouldn't be entirely surprised if they didn't in some way embrace MAGA by, I don't know, Chad, am I being overreactive?
Yeah, no, I don't. Let Unc smoke a joint.
Yeah, I am the left, says Shaky Gurga.
Before or something? Yeah.
That would be sick. Does he do that? Does Jank get why do I feel like I've seen Jink in a state of being somewhat faded? Am I wrong?
What is this? The epidemic of white and lonely.
The comment section of Pod Save America was really praising Hasan and criticizing Pod Save America. Yeah. It was really nice to see how receptive. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. And I think this is the real reason that Lovett was uncomfortable, right? Hasan has got a better read, has got more resonance with the Pod Save America audience than Pod Save America. Now, I don't think that means that. I'm not saying that because I think that Hasan is going to, like, he's going to try to, like, he was tamping down any sort of drama or sense of, like, massive disagreement, right? But they're in a situation where if they were to, like, I don't know, disavow Hasan, a big, maybe even the majority of their community would leave along with him, right? So, there's some audience capture for you, I guess. I don't know.
Right? I don't think I'm gonna watch that. But I thought it was on Piers Morgan. You could tell how much of the community is new. Yeah. I think Jank is the perfect person to have these sorts of conversations with, though, because like he can say anything and everything he wants. I will never not love him. You know what I mean? He's my uncle. So like it doesn't change that dynamic at all for me, even a little bit. Like it's not like it's not ever going to turn into it's never going to sour my relationship with him. I think you two need a moderator next year since there were several points you brought up that just never got addressed. Yeah. There is something very funny about he despises Gavin Newsom and all these woke progressive DAs or whatever. And I asked him specifically about Gavin Newsom, who directly participated in clearing out a homeless encampment, and he was like, it's too little too late. He just did that because people were pressuring him. And it's at that point I was like, damn, you were just right wing on this position. That's exactly what a Republican would say. Okay. And it's ironic because the entire point that I was making is that you can never get right wingers to be on board with your policies. It literally does not matter because they will always.
It wouldn't be Hasan's fault if things change. I think you're right. I agree with you, Hot Ham Radio.
Always turn around and still call you out and say that, nah, you're still in favor of this. And he kind of did that for Gavin Newsom, you know? Gavin Newsom is threatening cities. If y'all don't start clearing encampments, they won't get any money. Yeah. At one point he said he was conservative on laws or judges or something. Yeah, he used that not as a pejorative. That's the thing. He used that as a positive. I always get sad when I see, my uncle basically come out and yell so much. What is this ACP? Jank becoming my favorite lib on the internet is not something I expected to happen this year, but here we are. He essentially got us on to admit what I've been saying about him. He's held captive by the most vocal and woke sections of his audience. Yeah, dude, I should do a podcast with the anti-Semite like Jake Shields instead, so I don't get held captive by my woke audience. These people are so unserious, dude, and they just genuinely cannot understand that these are my opinions. You know what I mean? I yell at my audience on a daily basis. There are plenty of people that. So,
chat. There was a point where Sam Cedar got called a low rent grifter. Is that right?
That are directly that have the opposite.
That's the part I don't think we got to when I was doing the watch along here.
Opinion of me on many issues in my community that go above and beyond to be annoying. And I yell at them all the time. Anyone that spent any time in here knows that I don't take kindly to wrecker behavior coming from rad libs in this community. Okay. And yet people don't understand where I'm coming from because I try to offer a little bit more nuance, and that is considered impossible to contend with. No, I'm so captive to my audience. I'm actually secretly right wing on a bunch of shit, but I just maintain this position for no reason. Even though being openly right wing is very beneficial for me. Why the would I not do that if I had that opinion? I don't know why he says this kind of stuff. I just don't I've known this man for my whole life.
Addressing Shaky Gurga's tweets. This is the first I've heard of. Anybody know what this is talking about? What did Shaky Gurga tweet?
This is my uncle.
Saturday, November 30th. That was today.
Hey, everybody's kissing the ring. God damn, he looks like shit.
Our Weijia Jiang is also there. Weijia, good morning.
Good morning, Dana, and good morning to everybody. Two leaders met over dinner at Mar-a-Lago, and it was a meeting that Canada sought out, according to the Canadian Broadcasting Company. Now, earlier this week, President Biden warned that these tariffs would be counterproductive, but President-elect Trump insisted.
Do you ever get tired of lying? Okay, stop with the debate.
They would protect U.S. manufacturing and bring even more companies to America.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's visit to Mar-a-Lago comes as President
easier to kiss the ring.
Elect Trump threatens to impose a 25% tariff on imported goods from Canada and Mexico. Trudeau has warned against the move. Both North American allies are weighing retaliatory tariffs on U.S. products. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum spoke by phone with Trump on Wednesday, but she said the issue did not come up. From world leaders to tech giants like ex-CEO Elon Musk, who spent Thanksgiving at Mar-a-Lago with the Trump family.
Okay, so
I don't know how I don't know. Yesterday where he's like, oh, the establishment has failed. I'm like, I can't believe Jank tweeted what he tweeted yesterday where he's like, oh, the establishment has failed. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how I don't know how we, I don't know what to say about that. What is this? Oh, that's funny. I've been trying to figure out why I'm more optimistic now than I was before the election. Even though I was so against the guy who won, I know now MAGA is not my mortal enemy, and neither is the extreme left. My mortal enemy is the establishment, and they have been defeated. Dude, to say that the Donald Trump administration is not the establishment is so crazy. Like they already ran the country. Okay? Not only did they run the country, but they didn't do a great anti-establishment job at it. It's like no different than saying, "Oh, Donald Trump is gonna." It's no different than saying Donald Trump is going to drain the swamp. Just give your Twitch channel to Jank. He owns you and is the left. He is the left. He is. I'm not. I'm not the left. Did he say other? It's not just that the establishment candidate lost. It's that their media is mortally wounded. Yeah. Fox News, on the other hand, not the establishment media, it seems. The source of their strength was not...
Elon is still there. I keep on reading these things about that Trump's getting resentful of Elon, but I don't want to believe it because it's too good to be true.
Insipid politicians like
I really want to think that maybe the... Wait, you got auto-modded Snow by... Oh, because you said Trump 2024. That's an auto-mod that's in there for Shorts chat, right? In Shorts chat, like half of the posts are like Trump 2024. So we just put it on auto mod. It's a good thing it didn't ban you. Wait, you didn't get banned, right, Snow? Wait, can we check and make sure Snow's okay? Snow didn't get banned by Okay, good. You're not banned. It was Stream Elements. Yeah. 100%.
McConnell and Joe Biden. The source of their strength was their propaganda machine, the mainstream media. Now online media is strong enough that their oppressive monopoly on American mind has been broken. Now we're in the jungle. They hate that. I love it. This uncontrolled marketplace of ideas is where I'm home.
Okay, this is really disturbing. You know what it feels like? It feels like some kind of like a weird grieving process. But like, I don't know, or like your grieving process gone wrong? Right, in order to cope, he decides he actually is on the side that won. It's disturbing. It's really disturbing.
I'd rather be the populous woods than in the establishment prison. Is this whole meeting the new president-elect at their residence thing kind of weird? Is it more common than I realized? It's unique because we haven't really had a situation like this before where a former president who has already like established relations with these other global leaders before has lost an election and then won it again. So that's the reason why it's like it's both unique, but also it's not unique because it's Donald Trump. I think it's more so like, has it happened before? I assume it has happened before. I don't know enough. Why does this have 68,000 likes? What do you think, dude? Because it's on Twitter. You say anything right wing on Twitter, you're going to get a lot of love. I thought we established this. Right wing, he is the left. I think he's booming out. Okay, he's just like he has spent so much of his time duking it out with establishment Democrats for understandable reasons, because the Democratic Party is
he booming out or is he dooring out? Because I kind of feel like he's dooring out. Chat, convince me that this is anything other than the same process you saw from the likes of Jimmy Dore. Do you think it's substantially different? Or do you think there's something like in the water at TYT? I swear to God. Then again, he stole valor on the defeat of Dore and Crowder. Maybe it is him. Well, that's weird too, because he chided, didn't he chide Sam Cedar on going hard on Jimmy Dore? He's like, no, back before he went crazy. Sam was too mean to him. And it's like, and then Sam said, I just want to steal his audience. Jake. I'm an evil man and I steal people's audience. I'm an audience stealer.
A direct,
because that's really a thing and not just
a direct hurdle in front of any sort of leftist mobilization. And he sees them as his immediate enemy. But while I also understand where he's coming from on that front, I don't have the same optimism that he has in terms of this misplaced optimism that he has in terms of like the Republicans winning. They're going to I think the Republicans are going to put the left in jail, you know? I don't think the establishment has been defeated.
But I mean, there is a place for especially people that were on the left to, be absorbed into MAGA, right? And all you got to do is sell out everything that you believed in. All you got to do is say, like, no, actually, Trump, like, you got to start off being like, Trump's right about a few things. There's some things we could work together on. And then you get named to the special task force. And then eventually you're like, well, you know what? The other things, I mean, yeah, I tried to be for trans rights, but trans people were mean to me. Therefore, I'm going to be bad. I've just decided I'm going to be bad. I'm going to fully embrace the transphobia and because trans people were mean to me. So that's that. I mean, like, it's not a long, he'll speedrun it just like Jimmy Dore did. Maybe I'm being too charitable. I would think that Papa Jink is just going through a phase. Oh, I wish, Bevarious. I would love it if that was the case. What do you think, chat? Is there any chance of Anna Kasparian casting off Cenk Uygur, right? Because there is a space for her. There's a lane for her to occupy that she's only going to be able to occupy if Cenk, like, makes a similar, flip to the IDW, or if she turns on Cenk, right? And I'm wondering which one it's going to be. Will she turn off? Will she turn on Cenk and? Like, which is more likely? Because the one thing I don't see is Cenk or Anna saying, hey, you know what? Maybe I was acting out of anger. And I can't let my frustrations with people that I think are disingenuous, turn me into a bitter, right-wing person. What, like, I just don't see him, like, gaining some kind of self-awareness and stopping himself before he goes off the rails. Cenk has to slide right proportionally to Anna for it to work, for them to stay.
I see the situation as more uniparty than anything else. I see it as two sides of the same coin, with one side being far worse than the other for sure. But the side that is far worse than the other is not the Democratic Party. The side
two sides of the same shit coin. How about that?
That's far worse than the other is the Republican Party. It's not like the Republicans hide their rampant corruption. Like, things might change, but not for the better. Things will change for the worse. That's the way I see it. I see it as like Donald Trump centralizing power even harder than previous Republican administrations have at the behest of corporations and the wealthy. And maybe he'll, throw some populist crumbs here and there in the process. Like, one thing that he actually changed was the messaging around deficit hawking and the messaging around social safety nets. Like, he was like, I'm never touching Social Security, for example, right? That's new for the Republicans. Now, does that mean that he's not going to touch Social Security? He probably will touch Social Security as long as it's like in the interest of corporations. I don't know why he says this kind of stuff. I just don't like, I've known this man for my whole life. This is my uncle. So I don't see him becoming like a right-wing grifter, but I totally understand why people who are unfamiliar with him or know his like perspective at all see this kind of shit and arrive at that conclusion. Maybe I'm on the copium train, but I just don't think he's like, I don't know. I just don't think he's like, I'm too unk-pilled. I'm not if he was not my uncle, if he was like some random content creator, I'd be like, he's going down the Jimmy Dore route for sure. Like, that's what I would think. But knowing him personally, I don't think he's doing that. But, only time will tell. Does that make sense? Just don't turn against us abolitionists like he has. I mean, the funniest thing is, like, if he's ever heard me talk to an abolitionist like Lolo or whatever, or even yourself, Cinemarxism, he would probably understand where I'm coming from a little bit better. But I also don't see any valid reason to single out abolitionists or anarchists in general to be like, those are my enemies. Like, to
yeah. The sort of madness of Cenk's take is that he, in spite of all the evidence that the Harris campaign embraced the most centrist, conservative version of democratic politics, despite all the evidence towards that, Cenk seems to be convinced that they lost because they're associated with people further to the left, and that the only answer is to throw those people under the bus and throw those people out of the party. And it's just like, when you're losing an election, that is not the time to be, they can't throw people out of the party. It's madness, right? It doesn't make sense on any sort of practical level.
Is like more moderate and more
Are we going to watch Nick Fuentes have sex with Destiny? What do you think?
rational than they are. I
Of course we are, but we're gonna convert it into. I'm gonna hire an animator to give us the PG-13 version thereof.
Like, I have my disagreements, but I still understand that people like yourself are directly at the forefront of moving American society in a positive direction. I'm never going to cast aside people that are, I'm never going to cast aside people, even if I have disagreements with them, on as long as they are fighting the good fight, you know? This is one of the things that I have tried to maintain as a position, to actually create a big tent within some semblance of like anti-capitalist movement in this country.
Own company, and he has his own agenda, but he's made clear that he wants to support the national renewal of America under President Trump's leadership.
It's a drastic change from Trump's first term when he...
Wait a minute, I'm a little confused, right? When he says he wants to create the largest capitalist tent that he can, why would you include Cenk, somebody who definitely wouldn't include himself in that, right? I mean, yeah, Cenk's, given lip service to like money out of politics, right? But I would say that like his politics these days represents a capitalist point of view, especially in terms of his like support on the mayoral race in Los Angeles, right? I've been watching Cenk a long time. I've never seen him dig his heels into such a reactionary takes. Yeah, it is disturbing. BKK. I mean, it's my childhood, right? Not childhood. It's like, like
clashed with.
I just mean like I didn't know about. Like it's like that. It's like a cartoon character from your, like it's like if Pikachu was evil. You know what I'm saying? If Pikachu was evil now, right? That's what TYT taking this turn is like.
Big tech companies, and even sued several of them, alleging censorship.
We're going to hold big tech very accountable.
This time around, a long list of Silicon Valley billionaires poured money into the Trump campaign and flooded social media with congratulatory notes when he won. Chris Lewis is a tech policy expert who worked for the Obama campaign.
I think they're engaging in smart politics. I think what the public should see is that folks who have access often.
Okay, anyway. So that's what's going on with Cenk's Twitter account now. That's, more disconcerting. Speaking of disconcerting, chat, I've been putting this off for so long. Yeah, 3 hours. For 3 hours into the stream. I've been putting this off forever, but I can't continue. Gotta take a look at it.
The spotlight on social media, where claims have been made that there has been.
So he's sitting there debating Paul's ego about Ukraine. I think he had like Ukrainian Anna on as well.
The Destiny leak. Fellow Drama Alert tweeted this out today.
And this was how this was getting leaked. Yeah, and that's the other thing about this is like some of the sources look kind of sussy.
from a source tweeting out pornography featuring what appears to be Destiny, the political streamer giving and receiving oral sex with various identifiable women and men, has released. If any party consented to release is not known. Out of abundancy of caution, I will not provide any direct link. Now guys, obviously I can't show this due to YT rules, but at the moment the leaked footage has been circulating all over Twitter X, and Destiny will be streaming later to probably address this, going by his recent tweet that he shared with a clip. He's not going anywhere, but any further details?
Wait. He shared this with a clip. Okay, getting the car from shop. Wait, okay, this doesn't really say anything. I mean, this just says he's going to be on stream as soon as this car is back.
I'll be sure to let you guys know in the next video. Iron Mouse converts Hasan into a VTuber.
Oh my god, what is this?
And if you just keep on working hard and keep on dreaming.
Okay, we gotta be careful. I don't know if wait, Iron Mouse is on Twitch, right? Anyway, that's a Kai Cenat VTuber.
And hoping it can happen to you too, and you just need to keep that positivity up and keep that dream alive inside of you, even though you might feel like it's never gonna happen. You feel like your fire might extinguish. Don't ever let that fire go out ever in your life.
Sneeko penned it? Wait, Sneeko penned. Oh shit, the Destiny video?
I'm not good at speeches, so I don't really know. I don't really know if that was
That's
okay
good.
or not.
That's good. W.
Bitch,
That's
believe
good.
in yourself.
That's good. That's good. Hold on, let me get up real quick.
I'm glad they finally got to collab after all the Kai kids attacked Iron Mouse, even though he's always said nice things about her. So Kai riders are going to stop flaming her, right? One would hope. Regardless, got to give Kai his props for this. The hate against Iron Mouse is straight up psychotic. Even aside from the various losers hating on Iron Mouse, the hate in general towards VTubers is crazy. People treat it like they do furries, it's wild. And I've seen it various—
Wait, why are you excusing furry hate though?
Communities on Twitch. I've seen LSF comments on them, YouTube comments, list goes on. People don't understand—
Hey, like, here's the answer, Reddit. Just stop hating.
And it's not just Kai fans hating, it's the general internet finding VTubers weird. Anyone seeing—
The trackers on Kai were tweaking, his legs were flying up in the air. Yeah, I think he was like laying on the ground and he was trying to get up, but it's just, yeah, it looked super weird.
Watch an anime girl with massive stream would definitely find it a bit weird. There's no excuse to hate though. The surprising part to me is how many of those haters change their mind once they realize why she specifically started being a VTuber. And I mean surprising in a good way, because normally haters don't care. I saw a lot of posts about it after she won the Streamer Award the first time. And I've always been curious if it is because a lot of them relate to spending so much time on a computer and not going outside.
S-Fan dies to a Reddit post.
Love triangle group? No shot.
Okay, anyway, I've got the clip from Destiny.
I don't know what that means.
I've got the clip from Destiny starting off his show today. Unfortunately, it's also got the juicer on it. We got XQC along for the ride.
XQCL, hey Mr. X, how are you? Much love.
What the fuck?
Get that out. What?
You a street nigga from the suburbs. Hey, you a street.
Wait, what the fuck? I don't think this is that. I think this clip is mislabeled. I think I got absolutely debated here.
People are completely failing to grasp why the DM leaks matter. It's gross. I think it's pretty gross. It doesn't matter. Here's what actually does matter. I think that there are things that we should not collectively be okay with. He claimed that the reason for these interactions medically or for help are the DM leaks matter.
Get to the point, Sunday.
There have been two kinds of responses to the Destiny leaks, to the Destiny DM leaks with this Rose person, and they're both getting it really, really wrong. Okay, they're missing the point. There were screenshots of conversations with Lauren Southern.
Okay, so he's definitely talking about, yeah, the leaks that... Oh, okay, so his leaks, right? I guess we didn't know who was on the other end, but he's saying it's with this Rose person, right? That's the person that he had leaks with talking about the stuff that he did with guys at the same time that he met Nick Fuentes. This is like the sort of first bit of evidence. The evidence that exists outside of the tape is that. But yeah, same person that I guess really that like I think that's what I'm putting together here. It's the same person that released the Lauren Southern leaks that released the Nick Fuentes ones.
Which confirmed that he was in a relationship with.
That released the DMs. Let's just put it that way.
An intense relationship with her, so on and so forth. And which also confirmed that while he was cheating on his wife with Lauren Southern, he was also cheating on Lauren Southern by fantasizing about getting his ass eaten out with this other person. I'm quite sure, unbeknownst to her, but leaving that aside, there have been two responses to these DMs. The one has been the kind that people on the right and people like Hasan Piker have focused on, which is, Destiny's into a lot of gross butt stuff. Destiny's into body fluids, and this just doesn't matter.
Wait, what? Wait, is this wrong? Like, this is not what chat told me. Let me rewind this, all right? And make sure that we're getting what I think we're getting. Is he saying that Hasan was, like, focusing on the... I thought that Hasan just, like, ignored this, like, didn't want to say anything. Yeah, he's banning people, right? Yelled at chat for even bringing it up.
That he was in a relationship with her, an intense relationship with her, so on and so forth. And which also confirmed that while he was cheating on his wife...
Could it be anything about the Lauren Southern stuff that Sunday's talking about?
With Lauren Southern, he was also cheating on Lauren Southern by fantasizing about getting his ass eaten out with this other person. I'm quite sure, unbeknownst to her, but leaving that aside, there have been two responses to these DMs. The one has been the kind that people on the right and people like Hasan Piker have.
People on the right and people like Hasan Piker. This isn't true, is it? Where's he getting this? Is Sunday just straight up wait. Is there any truth to what he's saying? Hasan in his chat did not react like that. How can you have sex and not be into body fluid? Well, I mean, there's just like that's what a lot of the leaks are talking about, right? That's specific interest in body fluids. Sunday was about to say that sex stuff doesn't matter. Did I misunderstand Sunday? He was like, I don't know what this is, even if this is real. And yeah, chat, we're kind of there as well. As far as the Nick Fuentes thing, right? I don't know what's real, right? I guess what we got is timestamps on DMs that correspond with when he would have met Nick Fuentes, and we got a blurry video that may or may not be of Nick Fuentes, but so we don't have, it's not confirmed, right? The Nick Fuentes thing. I paused it right when he was about to say it. Let me unpause it then. Here.
Other person, I'm quite sure, unbeknownst to her, but leaving that aside, there have been two responses to these DMs. The one has been the kind that people on the right and people like Hasan Piker have focused on, which is, Destiny's into a lot of gross butt stuff. Destiny's into body fluids, and this just doesn't matter. It's gross. I think it's pretty gross. It doesn't matter. Who fucking cares? Like, it's gross, just to be clear. You wouldn't catch me dead sharing cutlery with anybody in that house, but that's about it. Who cares?
So wait, what is his distinction between himself and Hasan then? Since he seems to be, I mean, like, he's not, wait, what is his distinction even? He's like, no, this shit is fucked up. This shit is gross. This shit is, you know. What is Sunday doing here? Chat, you didn't even choose violence. Like, this should apparently be bonus content. Should we even keep watching this? Like, I didn't realize that Sunday was just gonna... Is he straight up lying about Hasan? In an easily provable way? Is that what we're seeing here? Chat, I never said there will be violence. Look. Drake is actually winning the poll right now by 4%. Norm Finkelstein is in second place at 31%. Dershowitz in third place at 25%. The dono goal is at 19%, which isn't exactly like a 19% chance of getting bonus content tonight, but yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? I'm not going to sugarcoat it. All right, that is a 19% that we're seeing there. 81% from getting one of these topics, but maybe the real topic, maybe the real bonus content was the like, what is the thing that he wears again? The sweater vest thing that he wears, what is that called again? Maybe it was the surly professors that we met along the way. He got baited? At least it wasn't a steak ad? Wait, what? Hasan as a community are disgusted with how Stephen Weinstein treated Melania, Melina, not Melania, through the divorce. I didn't know they talked about really that stuff. So I don't know what Sunday's getting at. Just another anti-Hasan. Well, anyway, I'm sorry for pausing it so long. I just well, I'm the one who mispronounced it, Snow. It's my fault. He's trying to do the thing where he tries to act above everyone else before he engages in the exact same behavior. Yeah, and this is a cardigan. Yes, that's what I was looking for. Yeah. Maybe the real I don't even know what I was saying. Body fluid phobe. They barely talked about it. So wait, is he straight up lying then?
It doesn't affect.
I mean, I feel like to prove that he's straight up lying, I'd have to watch an entire Hasan VOD with you at the very least, and that is not something I'm prepared to do tonight. I will do a lot for you, chat. I will go to the mat for you, but we'll see if I can find a clip. Yeah, sure. But yeah, I mean, what are we seeing here, chat? What did I click on the wrong thing? Should I have saved this for dono goal content? I mean, usually you have to choose chat chooses violence to get this. Usually it takes a few donos to get me to deal with this stuff. But yeah, I think you're right, Michael Casanova. He does seem to be trying to do that thing where he's like, I am above this, I am better than this, but also, that shit is fucking nasty. President Butt Stuff Sunday? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Do you think this will ever reach Ethan Klein? Wait, the Divorcelli stuff? Like that Ethan Klein will stop fucking with DGG because of this? I don't know. Yeah, exactly. He's just trying to do the thing where he acts above everyone else before he engages in the exact same behavior. But I don't even think Hasan engaged in this behavior. Hasan and his community aren't kink shaming. Sunday thinks it's gross. That's the difference. Yeah, so he's being like, I don't want to kink shame, but that shit is nasty. But he's trying to say, like, he's not saying that Destiny's bad for doing it, I guess, is the distinction that he's trying to draw. Hasan definitely didn't talk about it today. I mean, Destiny did talk about it. I was trying to find that for you, but I got jebaited by the XQC clip. I'm going to have to look for it. Damn it. It's probably on Twitter somewhere. I just have to be careful, chat, because there's a lot of stuff posted on Twitter, including the entire video of this, including the real video of Destiny. Some stuff, in other words, that we really can't show you. Even if we hit the sub goal tonight, right? Stuff that would get me banned. Banned. Banned the fuck off the internet. Okay, wait. Here's something I can show you. Like, it's safe to show you like single tweets. And this has been going around. I'm assuming it's real, but I can't verify this 100%. So supposedly Nick Fuentes tweeted out this before deleting. Wow, tweeted out and got like 8.3k likes. I didn't F Destiny. I didn't blank on Destiny. I didn't put my blank anywhere near Destiny. I've never done anything weird with Destiny. And this person's taking this as a evidence that the tape is 100% real. Is this the Pakistani AI site that people were talking about, or maybe it's just like somebody with an article on it? Alleged leaked sex tapes of streamer Destiny and Nick Fuentes surface online. Explicit video allegedly shows Destiny and Nick Fuentes in an intimate act, fueling rumors that they are of their relationship. Jeez. All right, I gotta be careful how much I scroll down. All right. Look, I'm willing to do a lot for you, chat, but I'm not gonna risk my whole channel like that. All right, I hope you understand. After doing some research, Destiny's leaked chat had a lot of age play with fans who were like 19. Yeah, the main person he's talking to is, I think, 19. Anyway, what's Sunday gonna say?
To me, it doesn't affect my life. Then there's the other side of it, which is like, why are you so interested in Destiny's personal life? That's a little weird, isn't it? These are two consenting adults. Sure. To an extent, by the way, that there's some caveats there, but both of these miss the point entirely. And then there's the other kind of loser who's like, oh wow, that makes Destiny look so base, doesn't it? Yeah. Good luck selling that one. I hope it works out for you. And I forget, sorry, there's a fourth kind, which is this is the revelation, by the way. So Destiny's cheating on the woman he's cheating on his wife with a teenager, fantasizing about sucking the fluids out of somebody else's orifice. He must...
I could have done without knowing that was the... Yeah, I mean, like, look, I think I've seen the... I just didn't need to hear it. He's all like, I'm above doing this, kind of kink shaming shit, but let me tell you about the fluids.
Just be really gay. If you want to know what homophobia is, it is assuming that being gay means that you have an insatiable desire to suck men's fluids out of women.
What is he doing? What is this video about, Sunday? Sunday always has such a way of talking. Yeah, he does.
Is inaccurate. All right? There are all kinds in this world. There are people who enjoy certain kinds of things, and it's not my business to judge them. But if you are making the assumption that homosexuality entails extreme sex acts intrinsically, you may be a homophobe. Leaving that aside...
Wait, sorry. Who is he accusing of thinking that homosexuality entails extreme acts with fluids? I don't understand who he's talking. Is he talking about Hasan? Like, he pretty much, just lied on Hasan, didn't he?
And I am so glad I ate already before I started talking about this. None of these things matter. All of these miss the point, and all of them are extremely stupid. Here's what actually does matter. Melina divorced Destiny partially because of her being upset.
So the right-wingers, talking about Destiny doing quote-unquote gay stuff, that makes sense. In some ways, Destiny tries to live, with one fence on, with one leg on either side of the fence, right? He's, identifies himself as a liberal. He hates, Trump people, but at the same time, he's always punching left, right? And so he wants to, and he embraces ideas like the red pill. and he goes on red pill shows, right? He's friends with people like Fresh and Fit. So he's the lefty that's his lane is being acceptable to right wingers. Is being, you know what I mean? He can hang with the red pill dudes, right? That's Destiny's thing. He can go on whatever podcast, he can go on Fresh and Fit, right? That's his whole thing. But part of this, you know, concentrating on the fact that, you know, Destiny was cheated on or you know, wanted an open relationship, you know, that they call him, you know, a cuck for this. And then concentrating on him being interested in guys is another way for them to kind of sort of push him out of that space, right? He's no fence riding normie, Jesus, but he definitely straddles the fence. Yeah, he straddles some kind of fence. Destiny said he respects Myron from Fresh and Fit more than anyone else in the world. Damn. Yeah, respects that fucking Nazi. I think a lot of debate bros think they came up with every take because they didn't listen to anyone else. Hasan didn't mention anything today about Destiny and Fuentes. I think, yeah, I wouldn't really expect him to. I think one of the days last week, someone brought up Destiny's foot stuff, and Hasan quickly commented on it. Huh.
At him having a deep emotional affair with one Lauren Southern. That's not anybody's business. That's between Steven and Melina. Why are we talking about this? Well, because after the divorce, or after the separation was inaugurated, Destiny went on stream, started saying things to the effect of, if Melina tries to come after me or Melina says anything, I've got a ton of dirt on her. One of the things that the leaked DMs demonstrate is that there are things that Melina could have said that would do damage to narratives Destiny has told about his own behaviors. So, for example, his buddying up with hard right figures like Lauren Southern and Nick Fuentes, he justified these when people asked him, like, what are you doing? Because these weren't all debates. Like, debates are one thing, and there are irresponsible ways to do debates, but a lot of these were just play dates. They were gaming streams or just dinner outings or whatever, things like that. And the problem with these isn't that they're going to make or break Lauren Southern or Nick Fuentes' careers or whatever. It's that these offer an opportunity for figures like this to reach a fresh audience and sell themselves according on the basis of their charisma. This allows them to gain more money and more power and potentially to have a wider impact, all things considered. We can't calculate, we can't like track exactly what the relationship is, but it's absolutely there. And he claimed that the reason for these interactions was in order to humanize / build bridges for people to come away from the right and become liberals, I guess. The problem is it turns out a lot of the weirder bits, like for example, when he was floating with the idea of cultural Christianity, when he was like reading C.S. Lewis on stream or whatever.
Oh shit, I missed that.
It appears as though these things weren't being done.
It was for Lauren.
For political reasons. These things were being done because Destiny was getting personal benefits from these hard right individuals. When he was saying stuff like, oh yeah, this Fresh and Fit guy, these are such like awesome, smart, intelligent people. Nick Fuentes, he's so smart. Like he's not a Nazi. Lauren Southern's not. They've changed or whatever. He's quite literally in some cases in bed with these people behind the scenes. That's pretty bad. Now, Destiny made his divorce a public affair by taking it to stream and attempting to use his audience to intimidate his ex-wife into not saying anything. And she didn't for a little while. He used his tremendous reach in order to characterize Melina as jealous and infantile, which, for all we know, she may as well be otherwise, but not on this basis, in order to discredit her, and in order to intimidate her from talking about things that she knew. And there is a horde of people of extraordinarily low character who will cover for this voluntarily just because they are parasocially attached to the brand, because it gives them a sense of belonging. That's a problem because it's a rank abuse of power. It's a rank abuse of power, but it also represents something pretty insidious that's been going on across the board. Let's switch gears a little bit. Let's talk about Vosh. Vosh has been doing pretty well for himself lately. Okay, despite the horse folder stuff, like all that stuff like that, he's doing fine. He's actually was pulling more viewers than Destiny the other day. Vosh was silencing critique of Brianna Wu in his community for a long while. Now all of a sudden,
wait, this is Hasan's take?
Talking about things that she knew. And there is a horde of people of extraordinarily low character who will cover for this voluntarily just because they are parasocially attached to the brand, because it gives them a sense of belonging. That's a problem because it's a rank abuse of power. It's a rank abuse of power, but it also represents something pretty insidious that's been going on across the board. Let's switch gears a little bit. Let's talk about Vosh. Vosh has been doing pretty well for himself lately. Okay, despite the horse folder stuff, like all that stuff like that, he's doing fine. He's actually was pulling more viewers than Destiny the other day. Vosh was silencing critique of Brianna Wu in his community for a long while. Now all of a sudden everyone there's fine with dissing on her because she's no longer financially embedded in Progressive Victory or is building bridges for Vosh to talk to Democrat politicians. But up until recently, that was the case. If you posted something criticizing Brianna Wu, you would get shut out. Another case in point, Vosh is someone who sexually harassed a woman in DMs while he was a part.
This is the part that doesn't make sense, okay? Sunday was fine with Vosh for a long time, knowing about what he's about to describe. And only really fell out of community with Vosh when he became forever tainted with the horses and the short-set goblins, right? I don't know. Wait, I just want to make sure. Am I missing something about like this is Hasan's take too?
With the idea of cultural Christianity when he was like reading C.S. Lewis on stream or whatever, things of that sort.
That's
these things weren't being done pragmatically or for political reasons. These things were being done because Destiny was getting personal benefits from these hard-right individuals. When he was saying stuff like, oh yeah, this fresh and fit guy.
So personal benefits in the case of Lauren definitely being, sexual in nature. Embracing the cultural Christianity is one way for him to make himself more acceptable to somebody like Lauren Southern.
These are such like awesome, smart, intelligent people. Nick Fuentes, he's so smart. Like he's not a Nazi. Lauren Southern's not. They've changed or whatever. He's quite literally.
Yeah, it is a quid pro quo. It seems like, but the quid I didn't realize was sex.
In some cases in bed with these people behind the scenes. That's pretty bad. Now, Destiny made his divorce a public affair by
was there
to stream and attempt.
Was there a Vosh ex Brianna Wu love affair? No, I don't think so. I not that I know of.
To use his audience to intimidate his ex-wife into not saying anything. And she didn't for a little while. He used his tremendous reach in order to characterize Melina as jealous and infantile, which, for all we know, she may as well be otherwise, but not on this basis, in order to discredit her and in order to intimidate her from talking about things that she knew. And there is a horde of people of extraordinarily low character who will cover for this voluntarily just because they are parasocially attached to the brand, because it gives them a sense of belonging. That's a problem because it's a rank abuse of power. It's a rank abuse of power, but it also represents something pretty insidious that's been going on across the board. Let's switch gears a little bit. Let's talk about Vosh. Vosh has been doing pretty well for himself lately. Okay, despite the horse folder stuff, like all that stuff like that, he's doing fine. He's actually was pulling more viewers than Destiny the other day. Vosh was silencing critique of
Hasan talked about Vosh today? Like in what way?
Brianna Wu in his community for a long while. Now all of a sudden everyone there's fine with dissing on her because she's no longer financially embedded in Progressive Victory or is building bridges for Vosh to talk to Democrat politicians. But up until recently, that was the case. If you posted something criticizing Brianna Wu, you would get shut out. Another case in point, Vosh is someone who sexually harassed a woman in DMs while he was a part of Destiny's community, and then coordinated with other people to cover it up, to rebrand so nobody could associate him with that or wouldn't as easily, and then proceeded to do a whole lot of other toxic things. Fundamentally, at the end of the day, Vosh's presence has not helped the left. It hasn't helped progressives. It hasn't helped the Democrats. Vosh's presence has primarily helped himself. Destiny's presence has primarily helped himself. The issue here is not that either of these people are in any way of any importance when it comes to actual political outcomes, but they absolutely are creating very toxic environments for a lot of people and potentially neutering any positive impact that this medium could possibly have. But moreover, they are mercenaries who sell themselves and their reach at will to right-wing figures who are attempting to build an audience. That's a very bad thing, in fact. And lest we forget, The key reason why it's surprising that Vosh is doing so well is because he confirmed in no uncertain terms that he masturbates to images of naked children on his computer, drawn or otherwise. That is a thing, guys. That is the case. That's a weird state of affairs. That's very weird. It's very weird the number of people in his orbit who have been associated with something in the domain of child grooming. Just a whole lot of it is very, very weird.
But not even that. Just that the number of fucking, scandals in general, whether it's like, like abuse of power or using their platform to spread lies about others in the case of Poppy and Xena, or taking advantage of people's empathy for you in the case of Cathals, taking financial advantage of that. I mean, the only thing close I guess would be like the stuff about like Demon Mama's partner, but as far as being close to like what Vosh did, I don't know anything of any other Vosh orbiters that were associated with anything like that, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I think people, especially people who are embedded in these communities, really need to start like paying attention to what you're consuming. Because to a certain degree, you are what you eat. People get sucked into these communities and they spend a tremendous amount of time just absorbed in them. And I feel like a lot of people are being...
what are the pictures he's showing? Mostly AI, as far as I know. Sunday's really into AI art somehow.
Socialized in very bad ways to behave in very bad ways to other people, and are probably going to find themselves having wasted a large part of their lives in the next 5 or so years. In addition to that, like, I think that there are things that we should not collectively be okay with. We really should not just be okay with famous people with audiences using those audiences to bully other people in their personal lives so that they can't tell the truth about them. I think being okay with that represents a serious level of corruption on our part. And I think we have clear-cut cases of people like Destiny and Vosh doing this. We have a recent case of Destiny doing that. Like leaving aside like the petty stuff, like the single-minded, brain-dead apologia for every single war crime Israel engages in. Let's leave that aside. Let's leave aside racist comments. Let's leave aside sanitizing right-wing figures. Like, remember, he spent like months insisting that Nick Fuentes was not a Nazi. No, he would never. Sanitizing economic leeches on left-wing people. I'm talking people like Keffels. I'm talking people like Progressive Victory. I'm talking people like Brianna Wu. People who basically exist to divert money from people who are well-meaning into the pockets of people who aren't well-meaning but who are friendly to the streamer. Let me give you an example, okay? This is kind of an obvious one. Nobody talks about it. What would be the most useful thing that a successful political streamer could do?
Okay, Manic Mermaid, I'll take a look at that in a second.
Democratic politics. Well, the answer would be to try and convince other big figures to raise money to donate to larger PACs that can then put that money towards canvassing and advertising voters that haven't been reached. Fence sitters, swing states, etc., right? That would be a very powerful tool, potentially. What Progressive Victory did, and by extension what Vosh and Destiny did, was they encouraged people to divert their resources to an organization that didn't put the money in the hands of PACs, but put the money in the hands of streamers. And so thousands and thousands of dollars went towards making sure that Brianna Wu had a friend group that she could...
Not just streamers, but Xander Hall as well.
...could appear online with that will. That's really the upshot of all of this. It not only didn't make a difference, it didn't make a difference and left everybody involved with a sour taste in their mouth. Except Wick, congratulations on him finally belatedly replacing his tooth. Just in time for the other one to go, by the looks of it. It's not looking good, guys. We are in a situation where every single successful leftist streamer is essentially, I don't want to use the word op, but is essentially bought out. I think with the exception of Hasan, who is also very, very stupid and very self-interested, and fundamentally not a leftist. He's
more of a leftist than you ever were. I don't think Hasan's ever accidentally read out ANCAP literature because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Privileged brat who funnels his own resentment, treating people on the red team as if they are inherently good and people on the not red team as if they are inherently bad. Odds are they usually are, but I still don't understand how or why Counterpoints was involved. Counterpoints was just happy to be there, and he's friends.
Happy to get paid.
With Brianna Wu. Brianna Wu approaches Sam, the leader of Progressive Victory. I'm a smart, famous person with money. We can do big things together. Sam, being an idiot, is like, yeah, okay. And then Brianna Wu just ran the show for a little bit until she said a lot of stupid things, made a lot of people very mad, and was asked to leave. Sam, still being stupid, still continued to pay these people.
Did Zan ever get paid? He got paid a lot up until this last November. In fact, one of the streamers that I used to know, Chud Logic, did a yeah, I know, Chud, I know. Did Chud Logic pointed out, I think, that Xander Hall's complaints about not getting enough audience, not having enough viewers, and possibly quitting, I think came the day after, that he stopped getting, so up till they get the money through October, right? And then it stops on November, and that's when Xander Hall starts to say, I don't know if I'm going to be hanging around doing this.
As far as I can tell, either took a completely hands-off approach or diverted all of Progressive Victory's energies towards scouting for bridges by the look of it. So long story short, people need to shut the fuck up, bluntly, about how gross Destiny's DMs are. It doesn't matter. People need to shut the fuck up about people's personal lives. What are you talking about? It's just, it's like Romeo and Juliet. Can't two people from opposing ideologies have a romantic relationship? Sure they can. You know what they shouldn't be able to do? They shouldn't be able to promote right-wing people under the guise of trying to undermine them politically, when in fact the reason is that they're fucking them behind the scenes, and then use their massive influence in order to terrorize their family members into not speaking out against them once they leave. Because that's what happened. Just to be clear, that is what happened.
All right, there we go. That is what happened. All right. So let's hear it from, speaking about what happened, let's hear about what happened from the horse's mouth itself. Let's see what Destiny's got to say about this. He's opening up to the Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood music.
Hopefully we've got that. I know you guys are dying to know this, but I did pick my car up from the shop, so thankfully we've got that.
So that connects to the tweet that we saw earlier.
Now that you are out of the internet blood sports era, do you still hate Mr. Medicare? I don't think I ever hated Mr. Medicare. I think Mr. Medicare is a pretty funny guy. We just disagree politically on things, obviously. Retards think you bought a new car? No, it's my Focus from the shop. My Focus RS, okay. Your camera looks washed out. Yeah, you know what? I actually do agree that we should spend an hour today on this. No, I think it's fine. Ever heard of Huey Long? Him and Trump have lots of similarities. Maybe we're...
Wait a minute. I swear to God, what the fuck? I heard this morning. I swear to God, he says something about the... he doesn't directly refer to it, but he's like, yeah, some account... My friend's account got hacked, and...
Look at this beautiful Christmas. Look at this beautiful Christmas screen. Why don't we all give Gemzar a big round of applause for this one?
Medicare is a Nazi? Oh, it's Dan. Where is this shit? Where does he say this? Oh my god. I swear to god I heard this.
Wrong video. I don't know why that was up. Wow, what's up? Wow, how are we doing today, guys?
God damn it, because
beautiful.
The other option is
Christmas.
that I have to search it out on Twitter. I definitely saw this earlier on Twitter, but
Gems are a big round of applause.
Brr.
These were issues that the founding fathers, I've heard them be called brothers or guys, talk about the state. They have like a drag feature to like bring people
and cities. It's
TikTok debater guys.
What the fuck?
Ready. I feel like sorry. I feel like there's like a million videos about like streaming gear and shit. I don't like to add content to where I feel like why would I add my voice to a sea of like millions of people? Like I use 2 computers, I have a capture card, I have a DSLR camera. I'm pretty sure my setup nowadays, everybody's setup is basically the same thing that I use, right?
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so pissed off that I can't find this fucking little piece of
a November of disappointment that's totally working. Rural America.
Stream and everything, so that's good to go. I just have to decide if it's actually worth like try streaming or quad streaming or whatever. I'm not sure. Have we seen the mood?
Comments turned on.
No, believe it or not, I wasn't digging through and looking at a bunch of extra content last night, so I'm not caught up on anything going on. So maybe we'll look to it on the sub today.
I've won on tough Trump turf 3 times. I've won when governors face red waves, all while bringing the Democratic Big Ten together and never.
Dean exploded through TikTok. You could too. Yeah, but I watched actually with a friend. I was watching some of these. I think a friend compromised, and you know.
There we go. Found it.
Sometimes you just gotta.
There we go. Okay.
I think. Obviously, I'm not gonna do a lot of room. Schoenhead is obsessed with Huey Long. He's a populist fuck. Nice. Okay. Obviously.
I found it, chat.
There have been a lot of rumors and deepfake AI videos that have been spread lately that look somewhat convincing. Obviously, I'm not going to do a whole deep intro or whatever on all this. I will say that I think a friend of mine's account from that I talked to like 3 or 4 years ago ended up getting compromised, and you know, sometimes you just gotta roll with the memes. It is what it is. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? Okay. Sometimes it happens. Would you ever consider doing a video about your streaming gear / setup?
So there we go, chat. That's literally all that he said about the revelations. Cuff Jetty says, I got all the Destiny freak off recordings. You know Diddy is taping everyone. Destiny's mouth goes crazy. Medicare is a cyborg? Yeah, how is Medicare still alive? They're throwing Huey Long. I don't know. Like, it's something about Shuan Head. Why can't they not actually have Mr. Rogers? The world is just too broken for such a pure soul. Starting off, and it's gonna quit streaming. I don't know. I mean, it didn't really sound like it. But there you go, chat. That's what he had to say today. I did find it. I had to use a little control F magic, but we did get to it. So there you go. I mean, that's there's a whole Noah video about it. I don't know. About the Cat Black situation. Thank you, Diddy, for your Diddy G coverage. Diddy indeed. I think you meant thank you, Daddy, for the Diddy. I don't know. Yeah, there you go with the Destiny. I think there might be. Oh God. Destiny and Nick Fuentes gay video linked on Discord. God, now I'm getting a lot of recommendations for videos that I really think I shouldn't click on. All right, so chat, like I said, we did not finish our Janksgiving. And that's why we have leftovers.
Am I ready? Shaky Gurga is here in the building.
Shaky Gurga leftovers. Let's go.
It's Janksgiving time, baby.
Wait, it's actually, you know what time it is? It's time for me to see what you're voting for, right? To see that 151 of you have voted so far. And I know for a fact that it's not all of you. So yeah, make your vote, make your voice heard. Make your voice heard, and it might actually matter by the end of the stream. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see where we end up at, right? Right now, the real problem with Drake is at 34%. The Finkelstein on Pierce is at 32%. The Dershowitz is at 25%. However, thanks to the few people who have donated, Finkelstein on Pierce is getting a bonus. So you can thank them for that. And, you know, if we end up getting any bonus content at all this stream, you can thank them for that for sure, because we're still at 19%. Just a novel idea to try to make me stay on a little bit longer than I normally would after the content is done, to do one other stream, a stream of your choice, do one other segment, a segment of your choice, and a segment that you can choose by voting, a segment that you can affect when you donate by letting me know in the chat which of these topics appeals to you, which of these topics speaks to you, and I will put your money where your mouth is, adding your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. That goes for if you're doing a super chat, a super sticker, if you're getting a membership for yourself or gifting a membership to others. It is the season. The gifting season is upon us, chat. And you can gift memberships to each other. You can also, if you sign up for Patreon or support me on Throne, support me in most anyways, including on Twitch with a Twitch Prime sub or a regular sub or gifting subs to other people. Yes, like I said, 'tis the season. Any of these things will allow you to tell me where to put your donation as a percentage and add it as like a buff. That's how it works. It's like a buff. It's a little buff, right? You buff the topic of your choice. And right now, the only thing getting a buff is Finkelstein. So despite the fact that the real problem with Drake is winning in the polls, the donors have pushed it over to Finkelstein on Pierce. But we'll see where we end up by the end of the night.
It's Janksgiving time. Unk is here.
Okay.
Now, we watched a decent chunk of this. Can anybody help me figure out where we ended off? I almost want to watch the Shaky Gurga part again, but I know you've probably seen enough of the Shaky Gurga, right?
Newspapers, national newspapers, things that people care about. Fox News now dominates the media consumption by 73%. Last time I checked, it's an insane number, right? So in that process, something that fell apart for the Democrats and their unwillingness to actually fight back and counter message on anything because they're cowardly was the issue of crime. there's been a lot of analysis on why crime rates have gone down historically, and they have completely rebounded and are trending downwards once again, as they have since the 90s, which I know you're going to get mad at, but hold on. And that
Jink's shirt is insane. What's on Jink's shirt?
Most surveys conducted on the matter show that Americans think that their neighborhoods, and the crime has not increased in their neighborhoods, but actually crime has increased elsewhere. So why do they think that they're safe in their neighborhoods, but they still feel like crime is exploding in the country? I think it is because of the right-wing misinformation faucet that is completely dominating independent media and completely dominating even...
the one that the guy sitting right next to you has given himself and his show over to, that one? Does it say Jink? That's what it looks like to me. Is that what it says?
Newspapers, and that everyone...
He looks like a racer head?
Constantly in a holding pattern on whatever Republicans decide is the major point that they want to argue for. And
yeah, sitting cow too. I think you might be right.
Because the Democratic Party...
Hot Ham Radio says, I think his shirt says Jink has a little cigarette graphic. A cigarette graphic?
Basically operates as controlled opposition against them. They just sit there. They wait for the next talking points to come out so they can do a terrible job trying to address any of the truths of the matter. And they just get dominated over and over again. There's a
BCAT K, that's my best guess too.
Second part of this, though, it's what you see. Not only has the crime rate actually gone down, and I think you recognize that as well, the National Crime Victimization Survey does not show like a major blip in unreported crimes. There is definitely more unreported crimes than before, and we can address why that's happening as well. But overall, the real reason why I think a lot of people see crime everywhere, and especially in cities.
So what do you think it is, chat? Did he just get... did he get this thing made for himself? It's not like a TY, is it TYT merch? There's no way this is TYT. Can you imagine that? You're really into TYT, and so you're like, I want to get the word Jink spelled out on a t-shirt in flames. I don't know. It should say, don't blame me, I voted for Jink.
Even though Republican and red states have significantly higher rates of crime than states like California do, the reason why most people fall into this trap of assuming that California is a crime-ridden shithole as opposed to like a place like Alabama or a place like South Carolina, despite the fact that they have higher rates of crime and including violent crime than California does, is because...
Okay, that makes more sense. If it says cease and it's got a fire, it's saying ceasefire. So it's in ceasefire now, maybe?
Narrative is more
Why does Shaky Gurga dress like a 12-year-old boy? Good question.
Important than the actual truth. Also, the reason why Californians themselves genuinely believe that this is also happening and no one is, in terms of crime across the board, even in 2020, he brought Hasan a Hunter Biden shirt that was TYT merch. Actual theft crime is not the violent crime and homicides. Homicides were the only thing that spiked, okay, which is pretty consequential. It's pretty significant. Even
to a felony instead of a misdemeanor. Even more.
They don't want people to come in and steal shit, even if it's inconsequential to their larger, even if it's inconsequential to their profit margins. They still don't want people to go in and in the chance that is easy to steal. They lock the shit up.
So you think the people of California en masse all got tricked by the right wing into thinking there was crime when there wasn't that much crime?
I think that people saw homelessness and diminishing material conditions for a lot of working class Californians and it's not an accident that blue areas and blue cities are significantly more swinging to the right than red cities were, or red states were in general. They saw homelessness directly caused by the housing market being completely unsustainable And they attributed that to an increase of violent crime happening everywhere and it being bedlam when the data doesn't show that reality at all. And to make up for that massive gap in the data, to make up for the massive gap in the data by saying, oh, people are simply not reporting crimes when we're talking
but I'm
about.
telling you, the data does back it up. I've proven it overwhelmingly.
I don't know.
And then on top of that, there's another mountain of unreported crime. But I don't even need the unreported crime. The crime went up. Look. The
I don't know where your data is coming from.
Public Policy Institute of California. So you could look it up. Crime on the cars. 43% on auto theft over the last 4 years.
Yeah.
52% on car parts. And you keep telling them it didn't happen when their catalytic converter got stolen. They know what happened. Now let's go to homelessness. So that's again like the Transat at the end of the campaign. It's in my opinion, it's a combination.
The Public
of the
Policy
corporate...
Institute of California, is that what you're talking about? Is that where you got this information from?
Yeah.
That California's violent crime rate rose somewhat in 2023 and remains above pre-pandemic levels. This is what you're talking about, right?
So look, keep going down. You see,
okay.
Right? So
California's overall violent crime rate by 1.7 increased by 1.7 from 495 crimes in 2020 to 503 in 2023.
Yep.
Like the rest of the nation, California saw a jump in violent crime
Try
in the
to
first
hit
year of the
every
pandemic.
angle of
The state's
attack they
violent crime
possibly
rate is
can,
still up
which is
by
all-
15.4%.
I am unhinged. I will cyberstalk Hasan.
Cyberstalking right now. Oh yeah, they have a stream embed on a site for when Destiny isn't streaming, so they turn their offline chat into a Hey Watch chat. No fucking way. That's the craziest part about it is that.
Oh shit, chat! I found some more leftovers. Look, I went into the back of the fridge and I found some leftovers. Wait, Manic Mermaid, you also sent me something too. Here, let's watch this, then we'll watch.
The craziest part about it is that like while they're in the process of Hey Watching, they're like, haha, yeah, we are doing it. I'm based for being a cyber stalker. This is interesting. This is from YouTube Drama.
Every community that Diddy G Brigades turns into the same shit show, just a Hasanabi snark page Lameo. I saw H3 subreddit. I think you should make other accounts and just brigade of like all and harass these people. Like if he's just gonna accuse us of doing every single thing that he literally does on his community, like you can literally watch Hasan AstroTurf, LSF, and YouTube comment sections in real time live. Like he does it on his stream. So if you think so, then yeah, do it. Make other accounts. Make sure you have a VPN.
Being implemented. I think there's something very funny about him saying this while he's literally tracking my Discord on his own subreddit with 700 upvotes and acting as though he hasn't been doing that. Like, I don't even think this works, right? Like, does this gaslighting ever work on anybody? Does it? I tweeted actively demanding his audience is wild, except it's even wilder that this gremlin is trying to gaslight people into acting like he wasn't already doing this while his community is stalking my Discord. He's saying he wants to openly brigade. It's a bannable offense by YouTube. And I assume virtually every other platform, by the way.
Make other accounts. Make sure you have a VPN. I need a VPN sponsor. Yeah, and do it. And harass them or abuse them or whatever. I guess if that's what you want to do.
Oh my God, chat.
I mean, because there's no difference between...
Look, is it bad that I kind of take a sort of pleasure in the fact that somebody like leaves the chat being like, you know, oh, you're going to watch the Jink Hasan debate and I already saw this. And then I'm just like, oh, yeah, you know, we could watch that or we could watch something completely new. But I guess you can't because you're gone. I'm sorry.
I didn't even say anything. I just didn't say
I'm sorry. Did you think I was going to like tuck into the leftovers already? No, we got more. Look, that's the mashed potatoes, okay? That's the mashed potatoes mixed with the stuffing and who knows what. Right, we'll get to that when we get to that, if we get to that. Right now, we're gonna get the good stuff. Right, it's in the front of the fridge. Before we get to the stuff in the back of the fridge, that's why we're going here.
Because we're all doing that already, right? So okay, have fun, I guess. Stand back and stand by.
You guys need to make up and go on a date.
So yeah, this is Destiny basically being like, yeah, no, I guess keep on brigading.
I think you need to perish from this chat. Destiny asks his community to continue doing what they're already doing. Amazing. I don't understand why the r/Destiny subreddit isn't banned. They brigade like no other subreddit. The H3 subreddit has more overlap with this community than any other entirely because they've been doing an anti-Hasan brigade. There literally was never as much overlap between the Hasan sub and H3 sub when they did a show together. Post mentions Hasan instantly receives the entire Destiny community. I've
Look, we just had to get rid of the fake fans first. Okay, that's all.
never seen haters so dedicated. Yeah. One of Destiny's community members literally runs the LSF subreddit. So it's kind of funny that he's like, oh, they brigade LSF. What is this? This is just like incredibly f***ing unhinged. So they just actively cyberstalk anyone and everyone and try. Oh, they have a hate watch cam. Is these even that bad, really? You know, wait, they had
So chat was telling me about this shit yesterday.
active hate watch cam. This guy compiled messages like from the DGG chat while they were actively hate watching. Guessing it's time to hate watch again. So are we hate watching? They just actively cyberstalk anyone and everyone and try to, you know, try to hit every angle of attack they possibly can, which is always, I am unhinged. I will cyberstalk Hasan. Cyberstalking right now. Oh yeah, they have a stream embed on a site for when Destiny isn't streaming, so they turn their offline chat into a hate watch chat. No f***ing way. That's the craziest part about it. Is that like while they're in the process of hate watching, they're like, haha, yeah, we are doing it. I'm based for being a cyber stalker. Always funny because like they say the N word and stuff. You know what I mean? And it's like, this is a community that like thrives on edgy discourse that, oh, they're literally immediately saying the N word. Sick, man. Y'all are powerful. Edgy discourse that will also cry because someone personally said that like he reads Wikipedia. Like they'll lose their minds. Oh my God, they're all spamming the N word instantly as they're hate watching. Fly off the hinges like has apparently a wonderful little.
So yeah, basically because he says that they say that Destiny says the N-word, they all start spamming like soft A's. I'm gonna like kind of get us past that, hopefully.
We're doing that so that we can secretly. What is this? Embedding Hasanabi? Wait, what the f? They just have a straight embed on their website? Hasan is showing a live chat reaction where you said, oh, this is right now in real time. Where you said that rainfall, they're literally watching right now. That's crazy. With 1,816 connections. That's crazy. I'm one of the strongest hate watchers and I'm not in the video. Dude, I swear to God, it is. I've said this time and time again. Like, it is not healthy to behave like this. To all the stalkers, hello. I promise you, taking a shower, hitting the weights, you will fix your life. But the first step is just moving away from these communities that you're a part of, that you feel like you have a sense of purpose in. It's just making you a sadder person. I promise. It is harming you more than it does me. I know you think it's harming me and you can't cope with the reality that it doesn't, you know, like none of these initiatives have been successful after 5 years and maybe.
So yeah, why is this leftovers? Because we should have watched this yesterday. This had a lot to do with yesterday's stream, right? The Destiny and his community like spin Christmas mad at Hasan. That's basically what this is, right?
One day it will be, you know what I mean? One day we'll get them. It's gonna happen. And
yeah, they're embedding the hate. That's right, Sitting Cow.
Pisses him off or anything like that. And then when you can't figure out why, like other content creators don't have the same energy that you guys have towards me, and then you're like, how is this possible? Why do they not like my God King Destiny the same way that they like Hasan? Does he have blackmail on every single streamer? Is that what it is? And then you end up compounding on the fucking crazy ass shit. You become like a QAnon person. I know you guys care about the truth. Deep down inside, I know you care about critical thinking and the truth. Okay? And I promise you, there is a reason why the way you see the world is directly at odds with the way other people outside of your immediate community see it. And it's the call is coming from inside the house. Okay? Like most normal people don't look at me with the same vitriol. He changed it, but D's Twitter header references communities anonymous alts for brigading. What is this? I don't know what this is. Together we f shit up. Oh, yeah, I mean, it's whatever. That's neither here nor there. This isn't going to work. I know it's not, but I don't care. If even one person is like, damn, man, Maybe I should. Diddy Dan is in Washington right now trying to team up with the right-wing politicians. Like, it's weird.
Wait, what is this? LSF saw major rule changes today with Dvorcelli getting ready to roll out his media ops.
That's weirdo behavior, dude. What's your argument for this community needing to expand its bubble as well? What do you mean by that? I mean, I routinely talk to people that I not only disagree with, but also actively seek out other content creators and do try to expand. I mean, I'm doing mainstream media, and not only that, but also, you know, collaborating with other content creators and whatnot. Did you see this? They talked about you on a radio show. I did not. What is this? The guest called you hot. What's the time code?
Listener supported.
1859. Did I listen to this?
We'll talk about Joe Rogan.
You know, again, like I said earlier,
We'll find
right.
Likes you. I know. There's plenty of people
That Hasan has at a lot of other
these parts. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I wish all of you in the jump scare for the Hey Watchers Watchers. I'm sure they've seen this already. But I wish all of you a happy life. I do. I want what's best for you. I still want you to get health care. I still want you to get free college. I want you to get all of it. All right? I really do. I want you to be able to get I want you to be able to pursue a meaningful life. I want you to be able to have a meaningful existence in your workplace. You know, it's all good. I know you don't believe me when I say this, but I still do. If you got undocumented relatives, I'll fight for them. If you got trans relatives, or if you're trans, I'll fight for you. You know, it is what it is. Anyway, Walmart is joins growing list of companies that.
All right, so this is supposedly where Dvorcelli comes up today in Hasan's stream. This will be pretty short.
We're actually trading with Israel. That's another way that they try to hide the data. So if you look at the actual trade with the West Bank, with like occupied Palestinian territories, it increased dramatically after the trade embargo was the aesthetic trade embargo was kicked in. It's this is how it works. This is how people do it. This is how people maintain their important relations. What? What the fuck is this?
I feel like I should do some narrator voice. Like here. Hasan didn't know what the fuck this was.
Alleged sex tape of streamer Destiny and Nick Fuentes services online. What? I doubt that this is real. That's the most insane thing I've ever seen, dude. This is too much. No, like, I mean, I don't even want to think about that. Why, fuck. Ban whoever linked it, please. I don't think that is, this is, what the fuck is this? What? No. Stop. Stop linking that. Mods ban that. It's unsubstantiated rumors. Stop. It's not Fuentes from fucking Tristan Tate tweet. It's revenge porn. It's fucking revenge porn. Leftists fucking suck. Yeah. That's ridiculous. You're next, big boy. Yeah. You want to see how hard I fucked your dad's ass last night? Is that what you want to see? You're next, big boy. Yeah. I mean, if you want to see my fucking meat that bad, you know, I posted it the other day. You don't have to look for revenge porn, okay? Here, I'll pull it up for you. There.
So look, now if it's revenge porn, then like I still don't entirely understand who was posting it. Like, is it a situation? Because like I thought there was like, from what Destiny says, it makes it sound like a hack. It makes it sound like it was hacked, and that then in that case, it wouldn't be that somebody had divulged it, right? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure I understand.
Here it is. Here you go, dude. You can make out the outline and fantasize about it. Okay, dumbass. Say you're next, big boy. I am a big boy. Oh my God. 198,000 likes, 30,000 bookmarks. Yeah, it is.
30,000 bookmarks.
It's a progress pic, but it's a progress pic that turned into a cock progress for some reason. Penile progress.
So if Destiny sent it to anyone, it's revenge. Yeah, I know, right, Narwhal?
Anyway. Yeah, from progress pig to progress dick. Anyway, where was I? Don't you cringe at that? No, I don't give a shit. I grew up very, very fat. I love when people objectify me. It's really funny. Whenever people say like, the only reason why people watch you is because you're hot. I'm like, thank you. Thank you.
All right, well.
Rigorous enforcement in a state that has
did it on purpose. And I'm not saying throw the book at you. I'm just saying it's obviously a felony. If you can't understand that that's the modern position, then you're out of step with the voters.
Okay. So the reason why I have a different approach to this than you, I think, is because I understand the state of the California prison structure, and I understand that California already has some pretty awful and draconian punishments that they implement, and that is the disagreement here. I understand that
He was saying that Rose was hacked, but Rose was already in possession. Okay, so yeah, and that's the thing that that's the thing that Sunday brought up about the Lauren stuff too, is that like if Destiny really cared about Lauren Southern, and I'm like I agree on this, right? Then those logs would have never been shared with anybody else. But instead, not only does Destiny not give a fuck about, you know, a person that he kind of, you know, implied that he did through DMs. Like it wasn't just, you know, sexual stuff or curious stuff. It was, you know, they were like pledging they were like, he was saying that like she was his soulmate, right? And then he like just gives her logs to somebody else. And my guess is to give, you know, this 19-year-old person like the emotional labor of trying to, you know, I don't know, deal with his sad feelings from the Lauren Southern thing not working out. The Diddy song "Come With Me" is one of the things Satan will list as deeming punishment. Damn, I haven't heard that one. I don't know if I've heard much Diddy at all. Like, when did Diddy make music? There's an expectation of privacy between consenting adults to view the material between them. It's because it became revenge porn when D shared it with Rose without permit. Yeah, yeah. So wait, the videos too. So the leaks, so then the video leaks are from the same source as the Discord leaks. But yeah, it doesn't sound like we have anything to nail it down super airtight to being about Nick. There's just strong circumstantial evidence, I guess you could say. Maybe Destiny got jealous when Hasan put that picture up, and yeah, so he releases his sex tape. Exactly. That's what 2024. Did you know that, chat, that in 2024 you were gonna get a Vosh Spank Bank, you know, fat folder divulging, and you are also gonna get several Destiny sex tapes. Like these are things that we never asked 2024 for, and yet we still got them.
The crime apprehension method, the best possible way to reduce crime is by improving some of the most consequential aspects that cause people to go and do.
Is that for real a picture of Hasan? I think so, right?
Crime. I don't think that people do crime because they're like evil people. I think they do it because in the overwhelming majority of circumstances, they are a victim of their material conditions. They're a victim of circumstance. If you
No, you're going too far.
wait, what do you
does poverty contribute to crime? Of course it does.
Anonymous, thank you for the contribution to Throne. Wow. Somebody is very generous indeed. That's kind of wild, chat, when one person covers the guess who's getting bonus content today? Guess who's getting bonus content? And you gotta point to yourself. When I say that, you're like, that's right, chat, you are. Thanks to a very generous Anon who made a very large contribution to my Throne, to my rent for this month, which is actually kind of an issue. Like, right, I got hit with a roommate moving out this month, and we usually split the rent in 3, but now there's one person not there and the landlady, so I've got to cover half of their rent too. So very well timed, Anonymous. Thank you so much. You're very kind. I appreciate, and I feel like chat does too. I hope chat does. You're going to get some bonus content, chat, and it's not just going to be, the leftovers of Jink and Hasan. Like, I feel like we finished the crime. Did we finish the freaking... Yeah, the shrinkage. We got through the shrinkage.
In your macro world, that if he was
it's not.
rich,
I'm not saying he's an
do
angel.
that.
I'm not saying he's an angel. I'm not making the difference between you and I think, in this conversation is that you're applying some semblance of like morality to the action. I'm not. I'm saying human beings are immediately reacting to their material circumstances. I'm not ascribing a moral value to that because I want to solve the problem. And I think moralizing the ways in which like people steal. Some people steal for honorable reasons like Jean Valjean, and other people steal for bad reasons because they want to be bad. Is silly.
I want to be bad. I wish I wanted to be bad. Cat ears.
I look at the data, I look at the actual problem, and I want to solve the problem. And I think moralizing or trying to dive in, and trying to dive into the mind of like one criminal over the other is actually silly. And that's not how legislation is written anyway. Because if you were to write legislation that way, when people do...
Come sign up my label, Bad Boys for Life. Hell yeah, Cuff Daddy. Hell yeah.
When people...
Wait, is that the name of Puff Daddy's like label?
That's how we're built.
When people do write legislation that way, you arrive at a whole bunch of things that you disagree with as well, like in the crime control bill. You arrive at people being like, well, those evil people are smoking marijuana and marijuana kills, and that's why they have to be locked up in prison forever. That's how we arrived at 25% of the entire incarcerated population of the planet being incarcerated in the United States of America.
So look, I attribute both things. The incentives and disincentives matter. So if you say, hey, there's going to be less punishment for something, you will get more of that thing.
That's such bullshit. That's right-wing brain rot. That's such a load of shit. No, you're literally believing in this magical, what is it called? There's a word for that. Oh my god, somebody in chat. It's the blank effect.
Then on the moral component, which is a separate factor, on that factor, crime is literally us as a society saying we find that to be...
Oh god, yeah. I didn't even talk about that. I didn't even talk about the specifics of the Destiny screenshots, the Discord leaks, right? But I will say, okay, if you ever end up sharing a adult toy with somebody, maybe just really make sure to clean it very well.
Unacceptable. You are not allowed to do that. You are not.
And like the other thing I didn't know about that WB72 is, did Destiny even tell Melina that he was borrowing it, or
to take from that guy when you didn't earn it? That is an immoral act and it is an illegal act. That is literally what crime is. You're not allowed to rape that woman just because you wanted it. It is illegal and immoral. You cannot go into his house and take his shit. That is immoral and illegal. By definition, crime is about morality.
What is it called? The something effect of crime? Like, right, when you like the reason that they think the death penalty, they want the death penalty to have a blank effect.
The question is, where do we draw the lines on what we think is right and wrong? And what I'm saying to you is, I'm drawing them in a different place than you are. I'm drawing them in a place where the great majority of Americans.
Not a chilling effect, like the effect where, like one of the reasons they give for an explanation for the death penalty is it's going to make people not want to kill people, right? And that's called the something effect. Deterrent, thank God. Yeah, I think it's a deterrence. Yes, yeah. Joint Specialist has got it. Decipher's got it. Yes. Woody Red has got it. Deterrent.
Are, and I'm drawing them in a place where I say, let's go solve those macro issues.
Yeah, it has a detergent effect.
That you and I agree on.
So, I mean, chilling is pretty close, sitting cow.
So that there's less crime overall, and let's do it right.
Okay.
But in the meanwhile, yes, I am saying you are.
But he's a belief in that deterrent shit. That's not actually how shit works.
Not allowed to. It is
like, people don't commit crimes because they're like thinking, you know what? I don't mind I know what the punishment for this is, and I don't fucking mind.
Immoral to smash a woman's face with a brick, to smear shit on a woman's face, things that people literally walked on in New York. It's a misdemeanor now. You walk, no cash bail. You walk, and people got sick of people walking, and that's why you lost California in spectacular fashion. That is exactly as I predicted. 36 passed with 70% of the vote.
I don't agree that people who engage in violent felony assault should be able to immediately
Is it a morality
walk
issue?
away. It's like, in terms of letting that person walk away, you are constantly in greater danger to society. I don't agree with that.
So it is immoral.
Yes, I think that.
So crime is a morality.
Yes, but when you are legislating, or when you are actually trying to figure out a way to reduce the number of crime, you can't just sit there and be like, well, that's immoral. Then okay, then kill that person. We should kill that person.
No, you're going to an extreme.
No, I'm not going to an extreme. You're going to an extreme.
I literally told you earlier. What was my rule? What was the rule I said? It has to be
using your
proportional.
argument and
No, it's
moving it to a
proportional.
logical conclusion, which is we should lock away that person. We should lock away that person permanently because that person has done a crime. That's what happens when
logical
you,
at all.
That's what happens when you moralize.
The punishment no, you don't. Punishment has to be appropriate and proportional to the crime. So it is not a moral position to say you stole a slice of pizza, so I'm going to take your freedom away forever. That is not a moral position. But it's also not a moral position to say you can steal any fucking pizza you like. So what's the right answer?
Steal all the pizza. You know what? I feel like, what if we just had a communal pizza? Have you ever seen those videos where a bunch of people come together and they make a giant pizza for like the Guinness World Book of Records or something? You know what I'm talking about, chat? There's like a giant hamburger, there's a giant pizza, there's a giant taco, and they're all making the giant sub. Oh, the giant sub. Fuck yeah. Like, I feel like we just need to do that more as a species. Come together, make giant food, and then everybody can steal it, because otherwise it'll go bad. We'll make people come and get some with the pizza. Go and eat the pizza. That's what the society that I want, right? The society that's like, eat the pizza, eat the chicken bake, eat the double chunk chocolate cookie. They're like, get in the housing, right? Get in the housing, become housed. I want a society that's like a little bit like twist your arm. Like, take the education, eat the double chunk chocolate. I want a Costco guys society. You know what I'm saying? That's what it should be like. You come to Costco, you see Big Justice, you eat the double chunk chocolate cookie. Because it's there and we made it and you need to eat it. And you know what else is there? Housing, enough housing for everyone. If we just make a rule that you can't fucking sit on it as an investment, you can't sit on housing that is unclaimed when there's people out there cold in the streets. How about that? Boom. Give that 5 booms, because that's...
So the right answer in that case is a mistake.
Boom. Boom.
Okay, but here's the thing. We already have rules in the books that have clearly not contributed.
Chat, I want the giant pizza. Have you ever had the taco pizza? Like I think Pizza Hut has this. It's like one of their specialty pizzas, right? And it's a pizza, and it's instead of tomato sauce, it's got refried beans, and instead of and then it's got like taco. It's got like tortilla chips broken all over it, and it's got lettuce, and it's got cheese, and it's got tomatoes, and you could probably put other stuff on there too, like a little bit of avocado, some guacamole. Oh my god, chat, that's what I want. I'm so hungry.
Fixing this problem, and I'm not saying that the solution is to just abolish the principle of crime, right? I'm not saying that at all. I'm simply stating that. Well, come on, Jang.
Okay.
Of
course, you're not saying that.
My anger and my frustration is that we keep looking at wrong solutions and moving away from the actual, like, genuinely successful solutions in reducing the number of crimes that happen, whether it be property theft or...
Is it tostada? I mean, I guess.
Or whether it be any sort of violent...
Well, I mean, like, I think of tostada as when, like, I take a tortilla and I put it, like, in the air fryer, right? Literally, like, toast it, right? Oh my god, I actually did. I had a toaster that was pretty good at making tostadas, but sometimes it fucked up and it caught on fire. That was the downside.
Crimes at all. And
usually it made a good tostada, though.
And the example,
like, you could put vegan, you could put, like, oh my god, I used to eat, like, vegan, what do you call them? Like, they're like the chicken patties. Like, you just put them in a toaster, right? Because they're exactly the size of toast, and you just, like, you put them in the toaster and they cook.
Example is out there in every other OECD nation. And instead of looking at that and going, this is in the direction that we need to move in, which is something that you do when it comes to Medicare for all. It's something that you do for socialized medicine, but it's, for some weird reason, not a thing that you factor in when it comes to the actual...
Except I do.
When it comes to the actual issue of crime.
I've said like 8 times I do, and I want to go towards their system, but we don't have that holistic system. We don't have the safety
It's not even
net.
holistic.
We don't have any of that.
I know.
We don't have the right prisons. So give me a bill that fixes our prisons, and I'll say yes. Give me a bill that reforms police training, and I'll say yes. Give me a bill that says let's spend more money on mental health, and I'll say yes. But if you just give me a bill that says let's let the criminals go, I say no. Okay, felonies after 3 strikes, easy. Everyone, the overwhelming majority of the voters agree, and they are right.
By the way,
let's keep going. Let's go to the next thing.
The 3-strike misdemeanor conversation that is like the conversation of like taking 3 strikes and turning it automatically into a felony does actually put a 3 pizza slice guy in prison. Just so you know.
Yeah, it does. It puts him in prison for a year. A felony is a year or more.
Okay, so if someone steals 3 slices of pizza, a year.
No, 3 different instances.
Yeah, in 3 different.
This is such a phenomenal backslide, right? This used to be the law in California, right? Jink is like bootstraps or else prison. God damn. This is so frustrating because, like, I feel like Jink comes from the age in which, like, 3 strikes was a thing. And now he's like, and like there was a moment where he was like, yeah, that's fucked up. Right? Pizza slices do not merit you are a felon. Pizza slices do not merit excessive jail time. And now he's like, nope. If you stole that pizza 3 times, then that's intentionality. You really meant to steal that pizza. It's not an accident. You weren't just hungry. And now Trump is about to get rid of fucking Snap, right?
Yeah, they are a repeat offender. You're giving the most extreme, lowest example you could find. I can give you 3. A guy smashes into a jewelry store, takes a $900 watch. He does it 340 times in a year, and you still say a felony. Okay, so we both have extreme examples. And I'm saying,
that's fine.
If you go and break the law 3 different
Omega Star, thank you for the super sticker.
times on purpose, goddamn right it's a felony.
Okay. Here's why I think you and I will never see the world in the same way. I would rather have the jewelry guy go free if that means the 3-piece slice also gets to go free.
Yeah, we disagree.
I think 100% I stand on that.
And good news is we just had an election about it, and it got decided. So
I think
the voters said, we agree with Cenk. We're not willing to let you rob every place blind. Because you're worried about the 3 pizza guy.
Yeah, and the reason why I disagree with you on this is because it's.
How about just no gimmick laws, right? When you're doing that's a gimmick law. You know what I'm saying? That's like, it's like a special pizza deal, right? You get 3 slices of pizza, like the pizza slices are like $2.50. Unless you get 3 slices of pizza, and then randomly it's like $3 or something, right? It's kind of like, okay, so that works with pricing, but don't do that with the law, maybe? Don't do a gimmick where you're like, 3 times. Like, it's just a thing that catches. You're literally using marketing to sell that fucking law. Like, I love this law. It's great. It's like you commit 3 misdemeanors, it's automatically a felony, instead of like giving, I don't know, discretion to the judge, or like taking each case as its own thing. No, we gotta have a fucking gimmick law where like, you commit the crime 3 times, you go to prison. It's just it's such a
something that you agree with me on as well. That's not even the solution to the problem. The solution to the problem
part
is
of the solution.
The solution to the problem would be, food banks, and the solution to the jewelry theft guy.
But the food bank is not going to solve the repeat offender guy. That guy's out of control. So the repeat offenders
the
are
guy
totally
who's
out of
stealing
control.
3 pizzas is
you're taking the lowest.
He's hungry for pizza, Cenk. Don't you understand? He likes pizza.
and you're taking the maximum possible
and
example.
What
I'm telling
in
you,
that range, in that spectrum, from the lowest to the highest.
How about don't make gimmick laws? Jesus Christ, how hard is this?
Perfectly comfortable with
but that's
saying
not how the
3
law works.
strikes,
When you do the 3
you're
strikes,
doing it on purpose. You're a fucking criminal, and you like to rob other people.
You like to eat stuff.
Okay.
Yes,
hold
you go to prison.
Hold on. By numbers, what kind of crime do you think is going to happen?
You would send John Valjean to prison, right?
And more commonly,
John Valjean, or wait, what? Yeah,
has been happening. The guy who's stealing pizzas and 3 slices, and now he has to go to prison for a year, or the jewelry theft.
Oh, so my guess is, first of all, we're both guessing, and the more common thing of just going into a store and stealing whatever you want is way higher, way higher than the guy's like, I'm so hungry, I just need 1 slice of pizza. By the way, go outside a pizza shop in California, anywhere in California, like San Francisco, etc. Hey, say, hey brother, I don't want money. Can you buy me a slice of pizza? And that guy will buy you 8 slices of pizza.
Okay.
The next
you'll get kicked the fuck out for solicitation. That's Jake, don't talk about this shit. Don't talk about this shit if you don't know, right? You could probably go up to somebody and say, hey, brother, can you get me a slice of pizza? I'm really hungry, right? But, some random unhoused person, it's going to be a different situation for them. And they are most likely going to get security called on them for that kind of shit, if not the cops.
That's not what we're talking about. That's not what we're talking
Nobody's
about.
going hungry. There's food kitchens.
That's not what we're talking about.
Soup kitchens. You can do all of that. So
I'm not talking about the morality behind theft.
What an asshole. Fuck him.
what is
I'm
more
saying,
common?
what's
the
more
guy
common?
who's hungry and stole the pizza, or the guy who's like, oh shit, cool, free shit for
free shit.
free shit. Way more common. 10,000 times
the guy
more
who
common.
says, I want to steal, I want to go into Rite Aid and steal deodorant and shampoo or whatever, right?
Whatever.
What do you think is more common? The guy who's stealing deodorant, pizza, any number of different things, or the guy who's like facilitating a jewelry heist, a smash and grab at a jewelry store?
Now we're getting into such micro things, Hus. There's some gangs who do it on purpose. They realize, oh, there's a loophole here. We're going to exploit that loophole. And sometimes they'll even use kids because they'll even get lighter sentences, get off easier, etc. Then there's randos who do it because they heard on the news that it's basically...
You do realize why I'm asking this question. It's because when you write legislation, and I think you agree with this this principle, like when you the abortion abortion restrictions, right? There's a reason why people say this should be left between a doctor and the patient, right? Because any kind of legislative hurdle that you put in place of this routine medical process by hyper focusing on like late term abortions or third trimester abortions, which is 1% of abortions overall, and in every single circumstance it's happening because there is like a serious threat to the carrier, and not like a fun abortion that someone is having after carrying the pregnancy for 9 months.
Yeah, we call it a fun borscht. We're really casual about the fun borscht. You're gonna get a fun borscht? Oh, I love getting a fun borscht. It's the best. It's the best borscht you can get. A fun borscht.
The reason why we don't want to put a legislative hurdle.
I'm gonna treat myself today. I think I'm gonna get a fun borscht.
Is because
I'm gonna go down to Planned Parenthood and get a fun borscht.
A lot of people become victim in that process because of the legislative hurdles. And the same principle applies in criminal justice. When you are going in the direction of more stringent penalties and a more draconian implementation of the law, the pre-existing law, you are going to put a lot of people that even you yourself consider to be like innocent victims of material circumstance in prison and explode the prison population. The way to make up for that now is to not only just open up new state penitentiaries, but implement private prison facilities. And it contributes to the same cycle of violence and a lack of lowering the recidivism rate to begin with. So we're looking at a situation, and I feel like it's
the pizza gangs must be stopped. Yeah, I don't know. The thing that when Jink is talking about the gangs thing, isn't that like the right wing talking point that there's like all these people that are doing it like systemically, like it's like some kind of organized crime?
It's very reactionary thinking to look at like America's criminal justice system that you and I both agree is fundamentally broken, and say we need more of that because there's not enough of it happening, when in fact it has nothing to do with the actual draconian ways in which we have rigorously applied the law, and everything to do with the underlying
you go shoplifting from CVS after your fun borscht
material circumstances. And in the absence of no one actually fixing the material circumstances, you're saying, well, in the process we should just like criminalize more shit. And I think
I'm not sure I understood what you're saying, but I'll address a couple of things. First of all, on the abortion analogy, I think that abortion should be illegal in the third trimester, but there should be, of course, an exception for the life and health of the mother that the doctor decides along with the mom. And if the Republicans say, no, that's too broad an exception, okay, we could have that debate. So, but I'm not sure how it relates to this. So
I'm not even in favor of like criminalizing abortions in the third trimester. I think
that's fine. We disagree on that.
Yeah.
So, and again,
but do you understand why?
But Jink, are you gonna attack him as like, you're the reason that we're losing? Even though I represent the left and you don't represent the left, they think the left is you, and they're voting against me. Of course. I say this in his chat, like too many people get screwed when it's across the board versus the case by case. Yeah. With abortion. So I was so glad he brought this point up. That is, until Jink responds to turn out Jink's views on abortion aren't that great in my opinion either.
The great majority of the American people agree with me on that.
Yeah. My job as someone with a perspective is to try to get other people to understand
What is really gross to me, though, about Jink and Anna, there's that, like, horrible saying, if you are conservative when you're young, then you have no heart. If you're liberal when you're old, then you have no brain, or something like that. And it goes along with like a tendency of, definitely the baby boom generation, and maybe like as we're seeing from Jink and Anna, Gen X, to become conservative in their advanced age. But with Jink and Anna, it just feels like we're seeing it in a very public and also sort of sudden way. Like, I know that some people do, like, I don't think it's necessarily right. Like, I think it's something that, I don't think it necessarily happens to every generation, right? But it's disturbing still to see it in, it's just such a dramatic way that that this transformation. And like, I mean, he's a conservative. What can I say? That's what I'm trying to say. I'm sorry, chat. I'm using too many words to say a very simple thing. He is becoming a conservative, full blown.
And where I'm coming from on this issue, and I think I can try and communicate. I did as to why criminalizing third trimester abortions, which is an incredibly rare procedure to begin with.
It is incredibly rare.
It's an incredibly rare procedure to begin with, is only adding additional legal hurdles in an otherwise incredibly traumatic experience that the carrier is going through.
What
And
it's doing
is completely unnecessary.
It's making your position look extreme for no reason, when the great majority of the incredibly rare cases are a medical necessity. Almost all of them are a medical necessity. Once you put a medical necessity exception in, you're needlessly making your position look more extreme by saying you're allowed to abort up.
You're not thinking of the real policy as it's implemented. You're making this assumption that any medical necessity is going to be easily and clearly noticed, and that for that reason it's gonna be no problem. And what Hasan's trying to explain to you is that it actually is a problem, and it has been a problem. And the more you the more you make the assumption that you need a law to stop the reckless aborter that you imagine, the law is there to stop no abortions in a third trimester without medical necessity law. You're actually, just putting an unnecessarily hurdle around somebody that's not really going to be getting an abortion unless it is a necessity.
Till the day of the delivery.
No, there's
That's
always
not a good
there's always
position
going to
take.
be.
Omega Star, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships.
And it's also not correct.
No, it is.
I think
you cannot get a third trimester abortion that is not already an incredibly complicated medical procedure.
That's right, because
which
it's
is
illegal.
why. No,
it is illegal.
No, it's not, because it's illegal. There are states where there's no legal restrictions on third trimester
There should
abortions.
be.
The reason why.
Brendan J, you just got weaseled. Cameron Thomas, you just got weaseled. WTF Dad Shoes, you just got weaseled. Oh duh, you just got weaseled. And Joe Levine, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
It is unnecessary and conciliatory to the Republican position that is born out of not real truth of the matter, but instead hysterical, made-up hallucinations, like women are getting fun abortions after carrying a pregnancy to almost term, is because you're adding an unnecessary legal hurdle on a complicated medical procedure that is automatically limited by its own complication.
If you do that policy, Haas, the Republicans
exists.
No, I get it. And by the way, and the Republicans do use.
So your answer is not just to. You're not really saying what you say that you're saying, which is don't come forward asking for this stuff that doesn't pull well, right? Your real thing is like, we should roll back. We should add restrictions to states where, they don't have them and none are needed, in case the Republicans come after us and say they're doing third trimester abortions. God damn. He needs psychedelics? Do you think that would help?
Use that in debates.
So
And what
you're
it
saying
does
we
is it hurts
So you're saying-
abortion rights. It hurts abortion rights because what winds up happening is they go, oh, these sons of bitches want to abort right up until the day of the abortion. And that's why.
So we got to beat him to it by adding restriction for women in all states, including states where there are no restrictions and there is no issue. Just in case the Republicans come for us on this, we gotta prematurely surrender. That is how the left will be strong.
They're so extreme. Make sure you agree with us 6 weeks.
If
Wait, how the hell did we get to 6 weeks? Everybody already agrees to 24 weeks.
Yeah.
24 weeks is the correct standard.
You know what they
24
said?
weeks protects almost
You know what they
all
say after
women.
that? You know what they
and
say?
you to protect the women beyond
Now
that.
they say post-birth abortions. It's ridiculous, but they're
but
going to
then
keep
when you have the
repeating
correct
it.
position
They're
of the
gonna-
great majority of Americans agree.
But then the Republicans, they won't believe. Look, if you have laws that like leave it to the discretion of the doctor and the pregnant person, the Republicans are going to come for us and they're going to win. But if we don't do that and they say you're doing the abortions after birth, then they won't believe the Republicans if we've abolished if we added restrictions. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense.
You could easily beat back that
You
extreme
can't-
statement
no,
that they're making.
You cannot concede or cave or capitulate to right-wing framing, especially when it's not born out of the data or the reality of them.
It's like Twitch capitulating to hummus tier lists are racist, right? That's what that's like.
Matter.
Think that
You're saying
I think it should
they
be illegal.
They make people
in
look
the third
crazy.
trimester. But I think it should be illegal in the third trimester.
Okay.
Why? Because I agree with you. It's exceptionally rare, and almost all the time it's medical reasons, and people don't have abortions for fun.
Yeah.
But
especially at that point, because it's such a
I totally
it's
agree.
such an invasive procedure to
I
actually
totally
conduct
agree.
that
Okay.
automatically limits the number of people that
I
can get
know.
it regardless.
But as a matter of law, should you be allowed to get an abortion because you chose to after the fetus is viable? And I think the answer is no. Once the fetus is viable, it's an independent human being, and you don't get to make that choice on your own without a consultation of a doctor saying, "Yeah, no, you're right. Your life is in danger."
fetus viability will improve with medical science as well. Does that mean that if in the future the fetus could be
I've always
viable
thought
outside
that.
of the womb?
Yeah,
in like
take it
the
out
first?
and you deal with it. Yeah, I think it's okay.
That's crazy.
You think so? You're saying if a fetus is viable and and the pregnancy just got started,
Yeah.
and somebody says, "I'll take care of that baby."
Do you understand the
say,
process?
No,
of
I don't want to.
Do you understand the process of taking it out? That is also an invasive medical
But you're
procedure.
saying in the future when it's possible. Of course, I'm not saying
No, what do you-
now.
no, but fetus viability.
No, in the future we'll do forced C-sections. Right? Wow. Roxy Amu says, as a millennial, I live in the liminal space of generations. You really do. JD Vance is younger than me by a couple of months. Yeah.
Ability can happen at what, like 6 months? Let's say a premature baby can exist outside in a vacuum. Like the fact that you have to still cut a woman up to be able to get that out is like,
I know, but we're not cutting her up, Haas. We're just saying you have to finish the pregnancy.
No, in the future though.
that is, I fundamentally disagree with you on this.
Okay, no problem. We'll
I'm
disagree.
just
in
letting
the,
you
in
know.
the third trimester. By the way, my standard is the Roe standard, right? You're going beyond Roe. Roe said illegal in the third trimester.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't like
Okay,
my
so
statement
you're
is
going
my
past
statement
Roe.
is
Okay, you're a fucking oh my god, Chad. I don't even want to get into generational discussions, but what the fuck? What the actual fuck? Like he's just like his mind is blown by anything beyond Roe. He's like, no, because when I grew up, we had Roe, and that was the thing. That's what we need to get back to. That's like he's ironically saying, let's make America great again, but it's like reinstitute Roe, and
But I'm saying
no.
Roe's-
Roe applies a minimum standard. That's the most important. That's the most consequential aspect of Roe is that there is a minimum standard that states cannot go beyond, and I think that it's valid to have a minimum standard as a federally protected a mandate when there are plenty of states, as we saw, that already had automatic trigger laws that
like this is real. He is very right wing on this issue. Like the idea that he's like, as soon as the fetus becomes viable earlier, we'll put more restrictions about. We'll lower the restrictions. You'll have like
would implement as long if Roe v. Wade was overturned. As long as there's a minimum standard, then that's good. I would go so far as to say that there should be no legal hurdles whatsoever, especially considering that the third trimester abortions, as you and I both agree, is not like.
Manic Mermaid says he's got a whole lot of opinions for someone who isn't a doctor and does not own a uterus. I hate, like, you can just tell when someone hasn't done the work to understand this issue.
A fun abortion, especially because the process in which you're the process in which you're getting to a third trimester is already laborious to begin with.
So strategically, I bet we have a disagreement here. When I look at the abortion issue as an example, Republicans say that it should be either 0 weeks or 6 weeks where the woman loses her rights, right? Loosely speaking, the right wing says that. You're saying the entire 9 months it should be up to the woman, and I'm saying 24 weeks. So now the majority of Americans think 24 weeks. But but if we go with your 9 month strategy, Haas, what I'm worried about is that we're going to wind up at 15 weeks instead of 24 weeks. Because the Republicans are going to say, look at how extreme they are. Look at how extreme they are. They're saying that you should be able to, whether they do or they don't.
Regardless of the majority position, the Republicans did undermine the democratic process. I think you and I are aware of that, right?
What do you mean by that?
Like, regardless of how good of an argument that the Democrats could have presented on this issue, the Republicans still went in. What did? They used the Federalist Society over the course of 45 years and basically, beefed up the ranks of the Supreme Court and actually.
You ate too many tamales. I ate too much curry noodles.
They did undermine public opinion on this matter, the democratic principle on this matter.
I don't agree with any of that. They took over the Supreme Court, but they didn't do it in an undemocratic way. They won elections. The only thing that was undemocratic and wrong as a matter of process
the Supreme Court is an inherently undemocratic.
And the current Supreme Court that we've got is so obviously compromised, so obviously illegitimate.
It's an undemocratic institution.
With the Supreme Court.
There's a conflict of interest that has not been resolved or even addressed.
I don't agree with that. But the Supreme Court has done massive damage, and it's because the right wing did put in activist judges, etc. But in terms of, and I think Roe v. Wade was decided wrong. But as a matter of law, I would adopt Roe v. Wade immediately.
The three appointments. You're
going to drive them to go to 15 weeks.
The three appointments in the Supreme Court lied to the American public in congressional hearings deliberately, calling Roe v. Wade a super precedent, implying that the democratic wishes of the American population.
Oh, everybody knew they were fucking liars.
Yeah,
other than the
I know, but there's a reason why they did that. Is because that's inherently corrupt and inherently undemocratic. The Supreme Court as a function is not democratic.
If you believe a right-wing Supreme Court candidate, when they say they're going to call balls and strikes, you're a moron.
Yeah, I don't. I never did. But my point is that it is a fundamentally undemocratic institution. On its fundamentals, the Supreme Court is an undemocratic institution.
Now we're debating the Supreme Court. That's too long a debate, brother.
Okay, but I
you need checks and balances. You need a judiciary. If you want to structure the Electoral College differently, yes.
By design.
If you want to structure the Supreme Court in a different way, I'm here happy to hear suggestions, but those obviously aren't realistic.
Okay.
The Electoral College is way more realistic, and we should definitely get rid of it. I'm just using it as an example. But this redoing the Supreme Court is totally unrealistic.
What upsets me about how things have turned out in the last decade or so is that, as your nephew and a fan of your commentary, I think you have in some instances basically lost the enthusiasm to continue putting up a fight against Republican framing, and have decided that like the democratic wishes, and I don't know if this is your own personal perspective has changed over time, but I feel like we are fundamentally
okay. So we're getting somewhere. Did he plan to bring this out like 2 hours and 20 minutes into the debate the whole time?
At odds, if there is any sort of real reason, if you think that there's any sort of like validity to right-wing framing on issues. I don't think so.
Okay, so now that's your perspective, and everybody
Yeah.
lives in different bubbles. Now let me tell you my perspective and how I view it, right? First of all, you can go back 20 years. We're on tape on all these issues. I haven't changed any of my positions. I said the same exact thing about abortion, same exact thing about crime, same exact thing about everything. So there is no turn. There is no right wing. There's no agreeing.
I don't think he thought that the abortion issue was going to be or abortion comparison was going to be an issue.
The right wing framing of post.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by this too. Anybody else surprised that this is Cenk's take on abortion? It really does feel like, yeah, it's a more wholesale, and like, I don't know, it's less like at first it was just like, you know, the Cenk and Anna, they kind of got a bug up their ass about this one or two issue, and now it's like, no, clearly the people that said that they were taking a rightward turn were correct.
Abortions is lunatic framing. There is no such thing that's called murder. We beat back all the Republican framing on all of these issues.
It's lunatic framing that you are willing to concede to, though.
I'm not conceding to it. You're making that up.
When you say third trimester abortions, there should be legal penalties for people that get third trimester abortions if they're having it for fun without like any sort of medical
but I didn't
necessity.
say for fun. And so you're
You didn't
saying
say
that
that,
the
but you're
Supreme
saying
Court
that the
in Roe v.
Republicans
Wade
look-
was agreeing to right-wing framing when they said that abortion should be legal for the first 2 trimesters? That was right-wing framing? No, that was what we wanted.
Abortion should be legal for the first 2 trimesters is reasonable to protection at the federal level. That stops red states from actually implementing worse penalties.
Let me get to my perspective. In my perspective, what you guys are doing is both, number one, I don't agree with it on the substance of it and have never agreed to it on the substance of it. Number two, most importantly, I disagree with your strategy. Your strategy appears to be take the most extreme left-wing position and defend that hill forever and ever and ever. And what that does, in my opinion, is it gets the average American, the
How pissed is Hasan?
moderate and independent, to think, oh, all of the left, all of the Democrats are super extreme. They take the extreme position on every single issue, and it's a position we do not agree
Holy shaky and Gurga, indeed. Good for Gabby.
with as the average American. We don't agree with you on an extreme position on crime, on abortion, on all these things. And then what you do when you make that
Late-term abortion is not a real medical term. It should be a flag every time.
strategic mistake is that empowers the right wing to say, you see how extreme and wrong they are. That's why abortion should be 6 weeks and not 24 weeks, or 15 weeks, not 24 weeks. That's why we should we should go back to the bad old days where we punish people for smoking marijuana. That's you encouraging.
What is he smoking, though? That is my question. What kind of brain rot is Cenk smoking? Oh my gosh! If you demand, if you advocate for not putting restrictions on access to abortion, then you're basically daring the Republicans to make marijuana illegal? What are you talking about?
Part of their worst instincts and get people to believe that instead of them being extreme, we're extreme. When in reality, on almost all issues, the right wing in my lifetime, especially the Republican Party, has been so much more extreme than the left has. But you guys have ceded that ground and raised your hand and said, yes, we're the most extreme. Please, we're the extremists, right?
I think
that's a terrible strategy.
I think attributing the
smoking that brain rot pack, yeah,
right-wing domination over the American political sphere to the left going too woke or too extreme is silly. You and I have a disagreement in dealing with these issues when they come up. I think the Democratic Party should be closer to the Republican Party in the way that they engage with politics, not on policy, but in the way that they engage with politics. If the Democratic Party frames the Republicans in a certain way that makes them look bad, they never turn around and go, you know what, you're right, actually, I'm so sorry, I'm going to cave to you, you're right, I'm so sorry, you said we're Nazis.
To them. They're my positions.
You're okay, well, regardless, on principle, this is at the heart of the problem that I have with the Democratic Party is that instead of saying, this shit's a distraction, shut the fuck up, here's what we're going to be implementing. If you want to fight against that, then you can.
Yeah, it says ceasefire.
Go so far as to do so. If you want to do that, go ahead, have fun. Instead of saying, I'm so sorry, you said we were too extreme on abortion, and that's why we need to, that's why we need to actually give ground to the insanity that you just made
24
up.
weeks is the correct standard. The overwhelming majority of 70% of Americans agree with me that that is the correct standard. So let's fight for the correct standard instead of the incorrect standard, which makes you look extreme, and then you get a worse standard on this issue.
By the way, the reason why we got to this point was originally my statement was, if you actually do enforce an unnecessary legal hurdle, then there are going to be victims. That's how legislation works. That's how rules work. There are going to be
that point.
There are going to be unnecessary victims on that.
On legal issues, I am conservative. And so what I mean, and I've said that all throughout. So what does that mean? That means I don't believe in activist bullshit justices going, oh yeah, I think money is speech. I think bribes are not bribes. They're just suggestions to politicians. Fuck you. You're an activist piece of shit. And that doesn't make any sense at all for you to redefine bribery as perfectly legal First Amendment rights. Bullshit. I mean, it led to corporate rule. Same activist judges that made those decisions in Belani and Buckley then turn around in Roe v. Wade and go, oh yeah, it turns out that the Constitution talks about trimesters. The Constitution doesn't talk about trimesters. You just made that up. Okay, so now when you get to crime,
the liberal
principle that we're all taught is that better to let one innocent person go free. 99 guilty people go free. That's your pizza analogy. 99 people go free.
One would say
I
Brown v. Board of Education.
Moral.
One would say the Brown v. Board of Education was also activist judges on the other side. I don't care if there are activist judges that are actually progressive, but I do still think that fundamentally the Supreme Court
Board of Education actually looked at what the Constitution said, and it said equality is not unclear. This document clearly states that we should have equality. So the guys pretending that the Constitution says we should be unequal is a lie. It's not true.
This is another issue that we fundamentally disagree on. I don't believe that there is any sort of strict interpretation or anything like that. I think that people have their own personal convictions and also the ideology of the party that appointed them, and they advance that agenda regardless, and that like the literalist understanding or the strict textualist understanding is a relatively new phenomena that intellectualizes intellectualizes the right-wing framing.
No, when you get into that, you're going to get into Scalia and all those guys lying through their teeth about strict interpretation.
Yeah, they're
if
lying.
They actually did strict interpretation, that would be a different thing. But they don't. They say strict interpretation, and they go, oh, Second Amendment, ignore the whole first half of the sentence, and ignore the part about the militias. I'm just going to make up that it isn't about militias, that everybody's allowed to have a Uzi, right? No, that's not what the Second Amendment says.
Loving was also at a time when like the Supreme Court also once again did something that was relatively unpopular, and Brown v. Board of Education
but they were correct about the Constitution. The people that were passing the laws saying that you couldn't get married other races, they were the ones that were committing an unconstitutional act. They were wrong. So, anyways, okay. Look, before we go, you're asked.
Look, before we get any further, we're getting through this chat. This is the leftovers, all right? We didn't finish the Drinksgiving yesterday, so we're trying to catch up with that, catch up with anything else that we've missed. We've also got some bonus content that we're going to be doing here. Looks like the real problem with Drake is winning with 36%. Finkelstein on Pierce is 32%. Dershowitz at 22%, but the donos have given 19 extra points to Finkelstein on Pierce. So it looks like that one's actually ahead right now. I wanted to shout out my Patreons really quick because I forgot to do it earlier. Everyone on my Patreon gets access to videos before they come out. You get them first. And you usually get them uncensored and unedited. So you got like a longer run version of the video. Usually everyone at the $5 level and higher, you get a shout out, a fancy shout out. Let me do that now. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shakespeare. Shouts out to Nadia. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Just Julie, to Jules K, to JR, to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. And a fancy shout out to Zera to Rachel K, to Crystal Safira, and to Omega Star.
Ask them about, hey, is it, and everybody online is, oh, is it a right-wing turn or whatever? I want to clarify something that's important. There are three different parts of what we call Republicans or right-wing, right? So, and
Jink always concedes, what is this? Always concedes to the right wing in advance on all things political. It seems like it these days, for sure.
We should have different standards, and I'm curious. One of the reasons I'm bringing it up is I'm curious what you think about this. So, number one, when you talk, the three different layers are Trump in this new MAGA world, people around Trump, and then the voters, okay? So, for the people around Trump have proven in the past that they do not have good intent.
Hi, good for Gabby.
Their intent is corporate tax cuts, being, vicious to immigrants, not just, hey, stop the border, not just remain in Mexico, but they've shown in different instances that they hate undocumented immigrants, but they also hate documented immigrants. Steve Bannon, Stephen Miller, et cetera, et cetera. So, so the people around him are going to try to lead him in the wrong direction. I think Trump himself is can go in either direction because he's an empty vessel. He just wants to be popular. The people around him push him to do extreme things, and he did that, and he was perfectly happy to do that. I'm not making any excuses for him, okay? He did a whole heap of extreme stuff in his first term because of the Stephen Millers and the Steve Bannons, et cetera, pushing him in that direction. Is there a small percentage chance that Trump could actually go in the right direction if he thought it made him more popular? Okay. And I say yes. I think there is a small percentage chance that he could actually go in
That's cope.
the right direction if he thinks
That is cope.
help him, and he doesn't care about ideology at all. He doesn't care about.
Oh my God, I'm so worried. Like I said,
going in a direction that.
who is this guy going to be 1 year from now? Who is Jink Uger going to be at the next Jinksgiving? I'm not even convinced it's going to happen. Like, he may be full-blown MAGA by this time next year.
Popular, okay, potentially, okay. Now, but that's both of those things are not as important as the right-wing voters. So what I now see is a different right-wing base, and so I'm curious what you think about this. In 2016, MAGA was Donald Trump is God. Whatever Donald Trump says, even if it's the exact opposite of what I always thought in my life, I'm going to defer to Donald Trump and forget anything I've ever said. And I don't mean on tariffs and stuff like that. A bunch of the corporate Republicans and corporate media pretended that the Republicans didn't like tariffs, pretended that the Republicans loved free trade, that the Republicans loved war, that the Republican voters loved corporations and corporate power. That's not true at all. But there are a bunch of things that Trump would say that was like corporate tax cuts is not populist. It's not popular. Right-wing voters don't even want it. But Trump said, no, give the richest corporations in the world a tax cut.
He's curious, says Decipher, like MAGA curious.
And MAGA said, yes, the rich win again. Thank God. Woohoo. Right. And that made no sense. So I fought tooth and nail against not just Trump, but MAGA. What I'm seeing now is that there is a genuine portion, not the whole thing, portion of MAGA that is actual right-wing pop.
I'm sorry, this may be Hasan's uncle, but I hate this guy. I fucking hate this guy.
And so what that means is we might disagree with them on social issues, and we fight like hell on those social issues. But on some core economic issues, they actually are anti-war. They actually are anti-corruption. They are these things. I'm not saying Trump is.
Hi, Morbius.
I'm not saying his advisors are. I'm saying the actual voters are. So I don't know if the number is 25%. I don't know if it's 55%. I don't know what the number is. But I don't think it's lower than 25%. And I think that 25% of the new MAGA, if Trump goes, no, I now say that Israel is great. You should all bow your heads to Israel. We're going to pay for their endless wars.
Oh.
And in fact, we're going to help them.
He's curious of Hasan's opinion.
Start a war in Iran, and you guys are going to have to fight that.
Got the shaky Gurga.
War in Iran, and you're going to have to pay trillions of dollars to fight that war in Iran. I think at least 25% of his base goes, that's not what I signed up for. So I'm curious what your take on that is. Am I crazy in your mind? There is no such thing. MAGA's still blind.
No, I think most Americans don't give a shit. And
I think you are smoking. Some kind of.
They operate on vibes alone, and they operate with whatever is in their pocket, and they might not have voted for Donald Trump originally because they were like certain that he was going to, that they were 100% certain that he was going to do mass deportations. Some people probably didn't even consider it. Other people certainly were interested in it. I don't think that every single person voted for 20 million immigrants being forcibly deported from this country by using the military, but that's neither here nor there. I think ultimately, whatever Donald Trump does, his base of support is still going to figure out a way to go along with it, just like they did. Trump did a whole bunch of unpopular things in 2016. He will continue to do a whole bunch of unpopular things this time around as well. And people are still going to find a way to reason with it and justify it as a sunk cost fallacy. In their minds, they're like, yeah, we voted for this guy. And I think things are probably going to be better. And you have a massive right-wing media ecosystem that will look to make it seem like that is the case, that Trump is actually on board with these principles that he claimed he was on board with. And we see this with Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio is a hawk. He is not a populist right-winger, and yet...
Sorry, did he say a hog or a hawk?
Don't see a lot of chirping coming from the MAGA media ecosystem.
I do see it. That's the difference. So I'm looking at right-wing populists, and when I tell them Marco Rubio, Elise Stefanik, Mike Huckabee, and Mike Waltz are Team Israel, Team Miriam, and they're neocons, and Tom Cotton's a neocon piece of shit, they go, yeah, we agree. Okay?
Yeah, but they don't care.
So they might not care now, but if they start a war and they say you pay for it and you fight for it, I think they're going to care.
Hold on one second.
And by the way, as
Omega Star heard hawk.
He's closing that. Because you think right-wing MAGA, some portion of it, 25% or whatever the number is, right, might agree with us or might do the right thing, doesn't mean that you agree with them on all the wrong things, right? Like a good example is the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And this goes to your point more so far, right? Which is Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is cops on Wall Street. And every dollar spent there returns $20 in stolen money from the bankers.
Yeah, and the Republican donors hate it, and Donald Trump is going to nuke it into order.
Yeah, this is unk-on-unk violence.
Yeah, and there I'm saying, look, I disagree with Matt. If MAGA agrees with Trump on that, I disagree. No, you guys are wrong. You're going to let them rob the place blind, and helping Wall Street is not a populist position. So this idea that the government is by definition is wrong is irrational. It depends. What's the government doing? The government does the military. The government does cops. The government does firefighters. The government does teachers. So should we not teach anyone? Should we not have any cops? What is the government doing? And the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is not something that is meant to oppress Elon Musk and is some sort of woke thing. No, it's the thing that says, hey, when Wall Street robs you, we come in. And
it is kind of a woke thing. It's about justice, right? Like, woke is about social justice. Like, caring about justice apparently is woke. So yeah, no, sorry, Jink, it is woke actually.
And we reverse the robbery. And you know we're right because they have a team of lawyers and their squadron of lawyers concede and pay giant fines because they were robbing you, right?
I think he threw a bone at the Teamsters by picking like a more favorable a Republican that was actually in support of the PRO Act, which puts her ahead of the likes of Mark Kelly famously. But ultimately, when you look at her AFL-CIO score, she's still scoring at 10%. So I don't think that these people...
Teachers Union wants her. The Teamsters wants her. Almost every union wants her.
I think they're making a calculation that like she's better than a absolute psychopath that they were going to put in place. And I totally understand that. I know, but that's still far worse than a Democrat putting,
would you... If let's say you unilaterally can decide she's the labor secretary under Trump, yes or no, what do you decide?
Yeah, no, I have a decision in this process.
You don't get to pick who it is. You just get to say yes or no to her.
Oh yeah, no, I do say yes to her.
Okay, I agree.
Yeah,
see?
no.
Oh wow.
Agreement on that. I'm saying that like I think that it is simply leaning in that direction. It's the same reason why like Josh Hawley presents himself as a populist when he's not. You know what I mean?
No, he's half a populist now. He's a quarter of a populist now. He stopped taking corporate PAC money, and what happened right afterwards? He became anti-war and anti-corruption. Now you could say it's bullshit, but if you vote a certain way, it's not bullshit. Votes are votes. Okay, So now, if you say on the other hand, I could show you 12 things he does that's fraudulent and actually helps the bankers, I agree with you.
Yeah, he comes across great when he's like cutting at like pharmaceutical CEOs or whatever in a congressional hearing, but ultimately
that's a huge step up.
I just don't
from
think
a squadron of establishment Republicans who were just like corporate robots.
No, I think that these guys are recognizing that there is a messaging gap that the Democratic Party has lost. It's the Tucker Carlson phenomenon. I talked about this back when Tucker Carlson had the most popular news broadcast in television, where I said, I warned America and I warned the Democratic Party that, like, because you are actively undermining left-wing economic policies and actively undermining left-wing economic, like real economic populism, and you're pushing it away, someone's going to make up for the messaging gap. And it's going to be the right wing. It's going to be the likes of Tucker Carlson, who present themselves as falsely in support of these sorts of policies. When push comes to shove, they're not going to do it.
So you don't have to vote for Hawley, and I'm not voting for Hawley. But if Hawley votes with us, or Matt Gaetz votes with us, as toxic as they might be, if they vote with us on, for example, what Gaetz did vote with us on, saying that
Why is he? Matt Gaetz is gone. Like, why is he bringing up Matt Gaetz? Hasan's face trying to manage this reaction throughout the whole thing is my favorite part. I don't know how he managed to stay cool. Yeah, it's frustrating.
the president cannot bomb Iran without getting permission from Congress, you take the win, right? You say, all right, okay, I like that Matt Gaetz voted that way, and I like that
ultimately
Hawley
they know that you know they're not going to be disruptive enough. There isn't a big enough coalition in the right that is actively in support of these things.
I just don't want us to reject,
and that's why
when they say yes. Does that make sense?
I mean, I understand where you're coming from. I'm just very skeptical because
Funkmaster Ka, I think he's sucking on like 4 Zens at once. Yeah, I mean, I feel that.
I'm already skeptical when the Democrats even do that. So
Of
why
course,
the f- would I not be skeptical when the Republicans do it? I think that they're even less decent than the Democratic Party, and I think the Democratic Party
Every time he popped one, I was laughing out loud for real.
decent to begin with.
So I agree on all that, and under no circumstances would I naively think, oh my God, I think Hawley and Gaetz are just the most pure people, and so is Trump, and we should vote for them and hope for the best. Cross your fingers, right? And oh, we should trust them on everything. No, but when they say, I agree with you, I have a revolutionary idea, say yes. Okay, so let's see if we can cut the Pentagon. Are they likely to cut the Pentagon? No. But now that they've said that they might cut the Pentagon, when they don't cut the Pentagon, it creates a little bit of pressure for them, right?
I don't think it does. That's my point. I we'll see, but I don't think that they're gonna cut it. They're just lying because they're better room readers than the Democratic Party is.
But you agree that when I said that, and Elon agreed, and Don Jr. agreed, the reason they agreed is not because of me. They don't give a shit about me. It's because there was thousands and thousands of right-wing populists who said, "Fuck yeah," right?
Yeah, but
Chat, what's the coolest thing I could become a sommelier for? Maybe like an energy drink sommelier? Is that a real thing? Can we make that a thing? I feel like that's what should be my new career. I'll be an energy drink sommelier and influencer. I'll come on here. I'll have like 5 energy drinks lined up. I'll put them in my mouth. I'll swish them around, spit them out, tell you which one is the best. How does that sound?
But ultimately, it's going to be business as usual. Is my point.
And
the
then,
Republicans,
so then the right-wing
Or like a seltzer water sommelier.
will see that, hey, it might turn out that Trump is just as full of shit as the Democrats are,
at
because
this stage,
he's a politician.
At this stage, I think it's literally, and it was what I responded to you with as well. It's like that Republicans at least
Oh yeah, I guess you got to smell it too. You got to smell the energy drink.
understand that like it's good to lie to win elections, whereas Democrats have completely even dropped that principle where they're like, or that's not even true. They lie about the lamest shit possible. They're like, they're not going to
sound snooty. Count me in.
Do a $50,000 tax credit for startups, but why the fuck are you lying?
What energy drink would you pair with my steak? Oh my God.
Lie about healthcare instead. If you're gonna fucking lie about something good. And the
I
Democrats
totally agree
are
with that.
the Democrats are literally they've given up on lying about good shit that they're not gonna follow
A
through
weed moliere? Oh my God, hell yeah.
on in an effort to win elections because they're playing the role of controlled opposition at this point where I think they're comfortable losing to Trump. They're comfortable fundraising off of Trump's victory. They're comfortable not having to legislate.
So I slightly disagree with that. But it's a degree, because what it is in the old days, we just had a uniparty, corporate Republicans and corporate Democrats. They all pretended to have fights, good cop, bad cop.
No, I hate him. MAGA's a fucking cult, and he's joining up. He's speaking their language now. He's sign him up. Get him fitted for a MAGA hat right now. Like, chat, I'm telling you, this guy's gone and he's never coming back.
And then corporate media would come in and go, "Oh my God, they disagree so much. Oh my God, bipartisanship broke out. They've agreed to tax cuts for the rich. Everybody."
Wait, for chicken tendies? Oh my God. Maybe that one, oh God, what's it called? It's like a blueberry one. That's really good. Is that too much?
Bipartisanship is so good. And corporate Republicans and Democrats would go, "Yay, bipartisanship, help the rich," right? So that's the game that was played for almost my whole life. Then Bernie came along and said, "No, this is bullshit. All they're doing is helping the rich." That's my wing of the Democratic Party, economic populist. I love that. That is true. That was a first
Green Monster? I haven't tried. Okay, I guess I haven't tried enough energy drinks. I drink like a select few, I guess. I can't even remember. I haven't not drank energy drinks in forever because they're kind of needlessly expensive. You could just drink coffee for cheaper.
The window of the establishment, right? Rhetorically, metaphorically, politically. And then Trump came along, and Trump realized what you're saying, which is, populism works. Look at Bernie, look at this. But they came to it at the same time.
He was already, I think he was organically there.
Yeah, he was organically
He was
there.
an outsider. He's always had like unique opinions, unique positions.
But what he did was he tested all these positions, because he would sometimes, even in the same appearance or in the same speech, would say two things that diverged from one another, were the opposite of one another. And he would see what the crowd cheered more, right? So he realized, these are the populist positions that the right wing likes, and he went in that direction. And hence, and we've talked about this before too. The example I always use is a guy in Western Virginia in 2016 election. One of our reporters interviewed him.
Ojeda?
No. So
savoring the flavor.
Rando. He's a guy who was doing actually a strike for higher wages at Waffle House. Okay. He was leading that strike, and he said, "Look, why do people here? Why are they supporting Trump over Hillary?" Because Hillary said,
"Wait, my mom thought the Queen and Bernie cutouts were Obama's parents."
Because all the coal mining jobs are gone and they're never coming back. And Trump tells us that he's going to bring back all the coal mining jobs. Now we know
that's hilarious.
Shit, but at least he has the decency to lie to us, right? So that goes exactly to your point, and that's right. So when I don't want the politicians to lie at all, but that's all they ever do, right? So for the Democrats, they thought, "Oh no, Trump's a liar, but our guys are angels." That's so naive. That's so naive. It hurts the brain.
I don't think anybody in this community thinks that the Democrats are.
Not in this community. I'm saying mainstream media.
We are
corporate Democrats.
the activist left that is too woke for and tarnishing the good reputation of the Democratic Party.
Yeah,
in your estimation,
probably.
I disagree.
All right, and you should tell me what name to call you guys. But so Trump. So, and I would say,
yeah, what name to call you guys? We want to be called the Power Rangers, Jink. Like, what the fuck?
Guys, if you think the establishment Democrats are obviously lying, did it ever occur to you that Trump might also be lying? It's the same exact thing I tell to the Democrats. Trump's always lying. Did it ever occur to you that Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden might also be lying?
Yeah.
Did it ever occur to you? I'm not saying to you, I'm saying to like the establishment Democrats, right? Did it ever occur to you that maybe Joe Biden is too old? Maybe he does have cognitive decline. But right wing, I'm asking you the same thing. Did it ever occur to you that maybe Donald Trump also lies? And he lies a lot. And he's trying to give you guys what he thinks you want so he can win the election. But if you hold him accountable after the election, I'm here for it. Okay.
I just don't think they're going to do that. But if you don't hold him accountable
and you let him lie to you, and all he does is corporate tax cuts again, well, then then you're just as much a sucker as the establishment Democrats.
They're not going to do that. I don't think they're going to do that. Maybe I'm wrong, but they didn't do it the first time, and they're not going to do it this time either. And I don't even think that there is any sort of real machine in this country as a direct consequence of the labor force and labor unions being gutted out year over year by corporate-backed Democrats and Republicans alike, that there's no mechanism of pushback to begin with. and you can do like pussy hat wearing women's marches or whatever, but ultimately it doesn't really change the trajectory of the country. And there is no better demonstration of both uniparty and the inability of either party to actually respond to any sort of public pressure was best demonstrated by the pro-Palestinian movement in this country that was massive. And what the f did the Democrats do? They went back, they went to the colleges, and they were like, "You're all Hamas. You love Hamas. You're all backed by Iran." And then they started arresting campus demonstrators. Not only did they arrest them, but they added significant penalties to demonstrating on college campuses, and the uniparty continued. So I don't think that people give a shit. I mean, look at BLM, Black Lives Matter protests happened, massively consequential, supposedly. It happened globally. It was supposed to be truly impactful. The Democrats did what you wanted, which is they had their sister soldier moment. For those of you who don't know, it's, they basically said, we are not this. These guys are terrorists. They're too far left. They're too woke. What happened as a consequence of that?
Joe Biden won.
Joe Biden. No, we're talking about the Democratic
But Bill
Party.
Clinton did Sister Soldier and he won.
Yeah, I know.
don't agree with you that I'm doing a Sister Soldier.
But I'm saying
you guys are almost doing it in reverse.
Do you see the Democratic Party? Do you see what I'm saying when I say the Democratic Party said we're determining in the limited time that we have to not necessarily get to the heart of the problem with this groundswell of demonstrations that took place. Instead of addressing the root.
Have you ever tried doing an impression on a college campus?
Cause of this and saying this is our policy prescription, and that there has to be some real changes made. They said those guys are extreme. We love funding the police. We're going to fund the police extra fucking hard.
Shaky Gurga and chat.
And that the Republicans don't actually want to fund the police as hard as we want to fund the police. And while Joe Biden won by 42,000 votes over, key states, it ultimately did not change the dynamic in favor of the Democratic Party. They completely dropped that. They completely dropped the police reform. They built 8 Can't Wait as a countermeasure in the same way that like the Republican think tank Heritage Foundation had originally created Obama's ACA as a countermeasure towards socialized medicine. They built up.
Chat, what is the bust that Hasan has, like, in his, like, the lower cabinet, like, right? There's, like, a bust of something.
Something else. Just like Joe Biden said, oh, I'm going to do the public option, which was simply just a countermeasure to Medicare for all, to say we have a solution. It's a better solution, backed by corporate media, and pumped it, even though he had no reason or no interest in genuinely advancing even the public option. The Democrats said we're going to do 8 Can't Wait. Okay, it was significantly limited, and then they spent the entire time saying these guys, these radical leftists, these radical BLM protesters, they are not us. They're different than us. Did the public actually look at that and go, wow, the Democrats are so reasonable. They want to fund the police. They are not representative of the abolish the police constituency in the party. No, they didn't. They just saw the Democrats still in the same exact way. Pete Buttigieg had a really good point on this.
So many issues. Okay.
No, it's the same because I'm not conflating issues. I'm conflating the same. I'm explaining the same principle that Democrats, the same trap that Democrats fall into every single time. Pete Buttigieg had actually, ironically, a really solid take on this, even though I don't like him at all and I'm terrified of him. Here's what he said. No matter what we do, whether we want the public option or whether we want Medicare for all, Republicans are going to always call us socialists. So at a certain point, you should just advance your agenda and move on. They're going to call us socialists, whether we're in favor of that or not in favor of that. So just do good policies. That is the first and last time I've ever agreed with Pete Buttigieg.
So let me break.
There's a little gold or bronze statue on his shelf too.
Break it down. So I think there's 3 wings.
It looks like a bust of Alf, chat. I can't tell.
Democratic Party. There's the establishment Democrats or corporate Democrats, same thing. We can call them establishment guys. Okay, neither one of us agrees with that. So then I think there is the economically populist wing that Bernie 2016 represented perfectly. That's exactly where Anna
What is Hasan drinking right now? That looks like a good energy drink.
and I are, and generally Young Turks are. But Young Turks, TYT as a network is broad and it has all the different types of Democrats. Okay. So then the last wing is what I'm struggling to find a word on.
I mean,
and
Bernie had significant criminal justice reform in his agenda that I don't think you would agree with.
No, it depends on the criminal justice reform we're talking about. It always depends. So and so the last wing is what I would call the extreme left, but you can come up or identitarian left, whichever word you want to use. Okay. So when you go,
I call them the woke Nazi left.
my whole lifetime, the Democrats have done the thing that you were talking about.
Call them the dirtbag left.
They've done it largely about economic issues. So the Republican will say, oh, hey, they're going to cut defense. Can you believe they're going to cut defense? They're weak on defense. And then Donnelly in Indiana, McCaskill in Missouri, et cetera, would come out and go, no way, man. They said we're weak on defense, and I'm not a normal dirtbag liberal that hates defense. And
the dirtbags
gonna get you all killed, okay? I'm just like the Republicans, man. I want to spend more.
Is there where he flips out?
More on defense. That is not a moderate position, and that is not a position that it agrees with the populist left. That is not a position that is an establishment Democrat saying, I am copying establishment Republicans. That is a loser strategy, total, utter loser strategy. I'm going to be more corporate than you. I'm going to fund the donors better than you. I'm going to be more establishment than you. You and I agree.
Oh,
the Democrats have done our whole.
You know what? It probably is a Dr. Pepper Zero.
Lifetime, and that is totally wrong.
I think that's what they do on every single issue that Republicans choose to make their major point.
Just a teenage dirtbag.
And I think the attitude shift and the territory that they've lost on, the territory that they've voluntarily given up on in terms of social progress, in terms of social
I need to see Cenk freak out.
Issues is
that coming up here?
That's what I mean.
So, but
Republicans
now, those
will
are
always,
economic issues.
Republicans were angry at gay marriage. They were angry at gay people. Gay people were in the crosshairs. Democrats, for one reason or another, saw the writing on the wall and actually pushed for gay marriage. It got normalized. They moved on. They were like, let's get back to the drawing board.
That's exactly what I did.
And then they moved on to trans issues. They tried to attack trans people in numerous different ways.
So now on non-economic issues, on social issues, sometimes we have an intensely popular position and then they walk away from it and it drives me nuts.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes they will, because of what I call the extreme left, go to a position that appears to be defund the police. So I don't know what you feel about defund the police, but basically,
I think on principles is the exact same thing that I've said over and over again. There is a multitude of different perspectives on the left in terms of what to do with police. Okay, some people want to abolish it in its entirety. I don't agree with that. But even then, I have normal conversations with anarchists who want to do that and still come at it from a place of respect and understanding.
Yeah,
especially if we're having,
ooh, the Sam Cedar convo.
That's the reason why a lot of people look at you and think you're reactionary in this situation, and you get mad.
So, wait, hold on. So 70 to 80%, in the case of abolished prisons, 98% of the country is reactionary?
No, first of all, it's entirely dependent on what is considered normal. People also thought slavery was good. You know what I mean? It doesn't.
So abolishing prisons.
No, I don't agree with that. But
So
listen,
you don't- so
no, I'm
98%
talking about
of
the
the
treatment. I'm talking about the treatment and the empathy and understanding that you demonstrate when having these conversations is important, especially
So I
if you're
have to empathize
focusing
with
on
abolishing prisons and go, oh, you might be right. That's super interesting.
No,
Maybe we let all the criminals
I
run
already
free.
just
Oh,
described to you that I don't agree with that position, but I understand where people are coming from when they explain that position. And I also understand, most importantly and most consequentially, that those people who say abolish prisons, many of which don't, think that this is a thing that is going to happen tomorrow. I'm not going to immediately run to bully them and vilify them and make them silly or make them feel silly or even turn around. I mean, there's a lot of academic literature on this, Jank,
I know. I don't give a shit. I read the academic literature and it's dumb.
It sucks. It's by a bunch of professors that think they know just because they've done a study, and I know better because I'm Cenk Uygur.
I let all the rapists go. Oh,
Dude,
but it's
that's
okay.
not-
I'm a professor.
Look,
I wrote
listen,
13 books about it.
That's not what this point is. My point is that it's important to understand where people are coming from and how they arrive at these conclusions. If the overarching goal is to
Do you think they do likewise? When they scream Nazi, or do you think they're having a respectful conversation about where the boundaries should lie and where we should draw the lines?
No, but you're also a seasoned media professional that has been in this career for what 25 fucking years. So you should understand that there's going to be a lot of noise and you pick and choose
when
your
they
battles.
say Nazi, I should say, "Oh, really? What
Call me a Nazi
professors
too.
agree with you?"
That's
such an interesting intellectual conversation.
They call me a Nazi too, and then they come back and then they listen. And there's a difference between the way I deal with it and the way that you deal with it, because I ultimately see that as relatively.
I don't think they're getting called Nazis.
Inconsequential. There are plenty of people who
I
are rad
want
libs.
all the voters to know that the Democratic Party, the right, and the left, the populist left, the Bernie Sanders movement, etc., does not agree with lunatics who want to abolish prisons. So that is super important for them to understand.
Do you want to this is what I was saying. In terms of like identifying those people as like silly or crazy, actually just simply brings them to the forefront. And it makes it seem like you are hiding because you're embarrassed by them, when in fact, most of those positions are not even important enough to address. I'll give you an example of something that you understand. There were pro-Palestinian demonstrations that took place outside of the Benjamin Netanyahu conference that he gave to Congress. Kamala Harris's initial statement immediately after that, even though she didn't attend that conference, in front of the entirety of Congress, was to say the protesters outside are burning American flags and talking about how they love Hamas. Do you think that it was a smart thing to address?
So it's a great example because the Palestinian cause is just. Establishment Republicans and Democrats are screwing us on that and taking our money to commit a genocide. But when someone burns that American flag, they have done great damage to the cause.
Yeah,
great damage.
Agreed. Do you think that?
Writing Hamas on a statue in Washington is great damage? Stop being stupid. The most extreme person is not necessarily the correct person or the most pure person.
Do you understand that while you and I might have an agreement on that, you do recognize that Kamala Harris recognizing that and addressing it simply makes people think, one, it makes everybody on the left, on the correct position, go, oh, she's only hyper-focusing on these extreme examples to vilify the entirety of the protests, which is exactly what she was doing.
I agree.
You and I agree on that. Okay. On the right, they say, oh, that bitch is lying. She loves Hamas. She's just trying to make it seem like.
Are you kidding me?
No, but I know.
No, you're right. You're right. That is one of the right things. I'm laughing at the right. Guys, she loves Israel.
Do you understand?
She'll do anything for Israel.
So, but you understand why I think that media professionals such as yourself or politicians shouldn't just fucking do that, because it's unproductive and stupid. The reason why Kamala Harris is doing that is because she does love Israel and she wants to present it as though she loves Israel.
So we both agree that she handled it wrong. So this is a fun exercise. So, why don't you say how you would have handled it if you're the candidate, and then I'll say how I would have handled it if I was the candidate.
Oh, I would have immediately come out and been like, I would not have addressed the protests outside of Benjamin Netanyahu's Congress at all. Or if I was going to address it, I would say that it is a fantastic demonstration of the First Amendment in this country, that people have the right and the freedom to protest. And not only that, but also the very fact that this right-wing Donald Trump-backed, this far-right Trump of Israel coming into U.S. Congress and addressing the American Congress while simultaneously claiming that the First Amendment principles that student protesters showed were actually foreign actors is completely unacceptable, and that we have to immediately get Israel to follow through on the ceasefire negotiation by denying them further weapons.
You know what every mainstream media outlet would have said after that response?
I don't care.
He didn't address the flag burning. He didn't address Hamas. So that means he's in favor of Hamas.
Yeah.
And he's in favor of burning the flag.
Yeah. I don't care if they were to say that. Then I would turn around and, just like Trump does all the time, I would have been like, fake news. These people are actually in the pocket of Israel. And that's precisely the reason why they keep lying.
And then you're on air. They're going to say, are you okay with burning the flag? Are you okay with writing Hamas?
I think that the First Amendment is there for a reason.
You lost.
Well, Well,
God damn it! You don't do that, Haas. When you
the First Amendment is there for a reason. The First Amendment is we are not Israel. We are not China. The First Amendment is the First Amendment for a reason. It is a constitutionally protected act. I do not believe in offering criminal penalties. Do you want to arrest people for? Do you want to arrest people?
No, I don't.
Okay,
so I'm
well
going to tell you how I'm going to handle it in a second. But that will be perceived as a candidate defending Hamas and burning the American flag, and that's a loss for us. Okay,
You just deflect. You say this is a ridiculous. People. You think people don't ask me that all the time? You think people don't already, without even asking me? People say that I'm a anti-Semitic, pro-terrorism,
No, I know
all this and that.
So
I just go, shut the fuck up. You're pro-Israel. You hate that I am anti-Israel, and then you're viciously going to smear me as an anti-Semite because you have no argument. That's all you need to say.
Okay, so this is what I would have said. Benjamin Netanyahu has led to the deaths of 44,000 innocent Palestinians, 104,000 injured. Almost all of Gaza has been turned into a slaughterhouse. The fact that these people applauded him while they took money from organizations like AIPAC is unconscionable. It is deeply immoral. The overwhelming majority of the people outside protesting them are exactly right. They're protesting $26 billion of American taxpayer money instead of going to paid family leave, instead of going to higher wages, going to better health care. They're taking it out of the hands of the American people and giving it to this war criminal to murder more innocent babies. There's been over 700 babies murdered by the Israeli Defense Forces in the Gaza Strip. If you're asking me about these two knuckleheads that burned the flag and wrote Hamas, them. They're dumb. They're not one of us. And
I heard it was two guys named Silly and Billy doing that.
And I'm not interested in that kind of counterproductive idiocy. I love this country, and America is going to do better than this. We're going to stop funding genocides, and we're going to stop applauding people because they got bribed and took millions of dollars in those bribes. I condemn the Democrats, and I condemn the Republicans who went to that speech.
Yeah, so all the stuff, with the exception of the recognition that briefly came in that process, is completely inconsequential because now you've identified that was a real thing, and it's not just like
But it was a real thing.
But it doesn't matter.
On video.
It doesn't
matters
matter
when the whole country sees it.
Yeah.
And CNN's going to put that on tape on a reel.
I know. You know what's really funny about that entire process? This is what I mean when I say Republicans never give a and especially so under the Trump regime. There's never a moment where the Republicans are like, oh, these people with like swastikas outside of our fucking rallies don't represent our values at all.
Yeah,
we hate
when he
Nazism.
said there are good people on both sides. How'd that work out for him?
Yeah, he would have won if it wasn't for COVID.
No, I know, but
he won
but it was a dumb comment, right?
It doesn't matter.
So
he would have still
why?
won
Because it looked like he was supporting a super extreme position.
It doesn't matter because he still would have won, and he also has a super extreme position.
Except
he wants to
lost
deport
in 2020 after
I know
saying
because of COVID. That's why I said because of COVID. Become the guy that they're going to yell at that is responsive to it. And I know this from my own personal career. I've done this mistake. I've made this mistake time and time again, and I still sometimes contribute to it.
I'm not doing it to randos. I'm doing it to the host who have bad intent, who say, "Oh yeah, they're not pure. They're doing it for money." Where brothers and sisters? Hey, by the way, all the guys who said we're going to turn MAGA and we're going to take money. Where the fuck is it?
I mean,
where's the money?
I mean, you're turning MAGA. I don't know what you're saying.
Where is it? What
I think the appropriate thing
so you were full of shit.
I think
right,
I think the appropriate thing for example, Sam to do in the future, other than like having a direct conversation with you guys, whether on camera or off camera, would be not to even respond to the fact that you called him a grifter. You know what I mean? In this conversation.
No, here's what he'll do instead. And now that we're saying it, it changes tactic. But if we hadn't said anything, he would have said, I can't believe Cenk said this about me. Cenk is such a bad guy. Cenk is a right-winger. Cenk is a right-winger. He's doing it for money. Cenk's a right-winger. I'm pure. I'm the purest guy on the left. Oh my God, we have to agree with every
That's definitely what Sam Cedar sounds like.
single extreme position because they're not extreme. They're the most America agrees with what only 2% of the country actually agrees with. Cenk is a bad guy. Cenk's a grifter. Cenk's a Nazi. Okay, all right.
I don't think that I don't think that they demonstrate an unpopular idea.
He's like going.
And like if my position was,
he's got the double middle finger.
Popular, I don't think I'd be the largest content creator on the North American, continent for leftist position. Like there is definitely a lot of people who understand where I'm coming from.
All right, I'm not going to get into a net worth size here.
What?
All right, last thing. What do you want?
I'm not going to get into network size. Jesus Christ. He just little broed his nephew.
I don't know. You can do whatever. You can
I mean,
say whatever you want.
identitarian left is so clunky.
What?
Extreme left seems like an insult.
Then how about you just shut the fuck up? Instead.
How about max left? I don't know. You tell me. What do you want to? Because we disagree on these things, right? So I gotta pee.
I gotta pee. You can come up with it.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, well,
max left. I don't know.
The max left. There you go. Okay, Jink, shut the fuck up. You fucking clown of the world. You fucking clown. We've got bonus content to get to, and that is thanks to one person who gave a massive donation, right? Otherwise, we would be at 37% of the dono goal and be having another sad night. But instead, it's a happy night, and I appreciate it. I can say that I, for one, appreciate it. What do we got? Pierce Morgan, Norm Finkelstein. Let's go.
But okay, but
That's not a war.
When you say it's a sideshow, I'm going to come to Fleur for a proper response to that. Say a sideshow, you imply that Israel were going to do this anyway, but they hadn't done this, and everything that they have done, they would say, was a direct response to what was a monstrous act of terrorism. I mean, 1,200 people were killed, nearly 7,000 people were wounded. It's one of the
happy night. Thank you, Anonymous.
Worst attacks of modern times. You know, and as you know, we've debated this many times, but I
didn't even want the credit.
I've always supported Israel's right to defend itself. In fact, I've always believed they had a duty to, given the scale of what happened with 3,000 people coming over a border and just murdering anyone who can get their hands on. It's, to me, always been a case of what is a proportionate response, what is acceptable. I personally feel it has gone way too far. And for the reasons that you state, and I'll come to you, Fleur, is that there's nothing left there now. I don't know what people expect to happen. Fleur, let me bring you in. Let me pick up on that point first, and you can get into the rest of what Norman said. But Gaza's just been flattened. I mean, it is, I know people who've been there who just say it is an utter devastation. What happens after this war? I mean, assuming that it ends sooner rather than later, we've seen Israel now end the war with Hezbollah, certainly for the next 60 days. But what happens? Gaza's done, isn't it? I mean, what happens to these people?
Well, no, I actually think they have an incredible opportunity because in 2005, when Israel left Gaza, in order to give the Palestinian leadership a chance to create maybe the pilot of a Palestinian state in beautiful Mediterranean coastline, they could have turned it into Dubai or Singapore. But instead, when Hamas got in a brutal coup in 2006, what happened is they turned Gaza essentially.
That's like saying you could have turned your prison cell into the Ritz-Carlton if you had wanted to.
Into a military base. They filled it out with tunnels, 800 kilometers of tunnels. They built under hospitals. They built those tunnels. They built booby traps. They didn't build tunnels under hospitals. They built hospitals on top of tunnels. There's like 30 hospitals in Gaza. In the whole of Israel, there's
but
like 12.
That's 20 years ago.
Yeah, the brutal coup, aka the election.
Well, no, they've spent 20
years
turning the whole of Gaza into one booby trap for this Armageddon moment.
But that's not an answer to my question.
The answer is what happens now?
What happens to 1.9 million people who've been sent to refugee camps that have now been attacked as well? What happens to these people? A lot of their homes are just gone.
To be clear, the refugee camps, there are safe spaces where Hamas
hospitals in America also have tunnels under them. Yeah, I've been in them.
Also infiltrate, and they put their own people. They use them as human shields, as we know, as has been reported, and they put their people in harm's way.
Where is their safe?
What happens now?
Okay, but Flo,
if you ask me where the
Cat case says it says a lot about Sam's and Hasan's approach to disagreements versus Jenks. Yeah.
On that one point you just said though, where are they supposed to go to be safe? Right now, where do Gazans go?
Mr. Finkelstein said that we're engaged in a genocide. If we were, why are we asking people to get out of the way?
Let me ask you again. Where can they go?
Why are we giving warning? Why are we damaging our own?
Fleur?
I don't know. Maybe it's cover. Come on, Fleur. Come on, Fleur.
Gaza. That's not my opinion. In Gaza.
Yes. Why did we leave in 2005?
Okay, let me bring
Why
Norman.
did we leave in
I'll
2005?
come back to you, Fleur. I'll come back to you. Norman, your chance to respond.
Okay. Number one, totally trivial point. If I need psychoanalysis, I wouldn't go to a representative of a lunatic state. I would go to a rational person. Number two, Israel never left Gaza. That's not my opinion. In 2005, Israel relocated its troops from inside Gaza to the periphery of Gaza. What goes into Gaza? What goes out of Gaza? Who goes into Gaza? Who goes out of Gaza? The airspace, the water, everything was controlled by Israel.
Oh, but I thought they had the beautiful coastlines. Yeah, like that's what they're not pointing out. They are enclosed.
Guardian of the Fourth Geneva Convention is the International Committee of the Red Cross. The opinion of the Red Cross from 2006 to the present is that Israel remains the occupying power in Gaza. That's the opinion of the United Nations. It's the opinion of all human rights
I
organizations.
don't disagree with you about any of that, but let me ask you this, Norman.
So
Straight question.
Now let me
straight question.
factually
Hang
wrong.
on, let me.
Okay,
hang
it's
on.
factually wrong.
I actually don't disagree with your assessment, right? I do think Israel has exercised a control over the people of Gaza ever since they said they ceded control to a government. But let me ask you one question before you finish your answer, which is this. Hamas. There can be no doubt that Hamas was given billions of dollars, a lot of it encouraged by Netanyahu, given billions of dollars, which they did, in fact, squander, which they did squander to the detriment of their people, which they did by building all these tunnels, right? And which they did in the end.
Are we going to finish Jinxgiving? What did we miss from Jinxgiving?
When they invaded Israel on October the 7th, they knew absolutely what would happen. And therefore, in that moment, they sentenced to death tens of thousands of their own people. Would you quibble with that?
So here he is. Okay, I see what you're saying. It's very bad what happened to Gaza. But what about Hamas? Isn't it Hamas's fault?
And don't forget, their leaders are billionaires. Their leaders are billionaires.
I will actually, with all due respect, because I respect the facts, I'll quibble with everything you said. Number one, the money that went into Gaza, mostly from European countries and other international organizations, they monitored where the money went very carefully. They weren't about to endow Hamas. There's no evidence.
How did Hamas build all the tunnels?
I'll tell you.
Well, how did they afford to?
They don't have one penny of accountability.
Claire, I'll come to you.
Not one penny
I'll come to you to respond.
Okay, allow me.
I will challenge both of you, but don't shout over each other.
No one penny of accountability. He's living in an alternate universe.
European governments and many of the international economic organizations, the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, UNCTAD, UN Conference for Trade and Development, they all put out on probably a quarterly basis very precise reports on Gaza. None, and I've read all the reports over 10 or 20 years now, 17 years, none of the reports have claimed that the catastrophe, the economic catastrophe in Gaza, has been caused by Hamas. None. Now, if you claim that you have more expertise in the subject...
The only thing I missed was Jinx saying they could disagree without getting angry, but Hasan looked angry.
And the IMF and the World Bank and UNCTAD, well, you can believe that. I personally don't believe that. The claim of all of these international respected organizations is the main source, the root cause of the catastrophe in Gaza prior to October 7th. The root cause has been the medieval blockade that Israel imposed on it, and which Human Rights Watch, just in November 2024, a month ago, Human Rights Watch described as, quote, a crime against humanity.
Okay, but how did
the problem.
Norman,
the problem
how did Hamas afford to build all these tunnels?
You know, Piers, I never quarrel with facts. I'll give you an honest answer.
How did they afford it?
He's going to tell you there's no tunnels in a minute, Piers.
Well, I think the amount of tunnels has been vastly exaggerated, but I'll admit I can't prove that.
Right.
I've talked to civil engineers in Gaza about the possibility Israel claims 450 miles of tunnels. I find that totally incredible.
There are billions of dollars worth of tunnels. You accept that?
I don't know. I'm not a civil engineer.
He wants
I don't
Hamas to
know.
remain in
what
power. That's
what I
you're
do
talking
know,
to here.
I'm perfectly willing to discuss. What I don't know, I'm not a civil engineer. I can't answer. What I can say is the following. Let's get back to the question of what's happened in Gaza. You said Israel is in a war with Hamas.
Yes.
So has the other guest in this room.
Yeah.
My name is Fleur.
What is your name?
Fleur.
Fleur. So has Fleur. Let me ask you a simple question, okay? If you're at war with Gaza, why are you shooting children in the skull and in the chest? The New York Times published an article on that, came under a lot of flack because they published that article. They said we can't refute the evidence. We have the x-rays in front of us. They're shooting children in the head, in the skull, and in the chest. If you're engaged in the war in Gaza, why are you killing journalists? Why are you killing medics? Why are you killing UN workers? If you're engaged in the war with Hamas, why is it that Human Rights Watch just this past week put out a report? They tell people where to flee. They say, go to the safe zones. Human Rights Watch says, when the people are directed, they're being shot at the road.
But are you seriously saying, but hang on. Let me respond.
When they get to the safe areas,
I understand. I've already made that point.
Israel drops 2,000-pound bombs on
I've made that very point.
Does that sound like a war?
No, I made it, or
does that sound like a genocide?
Well,
what does it sound like?
Well, it's interesting. Okay, let's get into that because it's an interesting part of the debate. It's horrendous that UN workers, journalists, children, women have all been killed. It's horrendous.
Targeted.
Well, okay,
targeted.
They quibble with the word targeted. They say it's collateral damage as they've gone after terrorists.
When you shoot
here's my question, Norman.
When you shoot
Norman,
a child
here's my
in
question.
The skull, that's not collateral damage.
Norman, can you tell me any war where innocent people have not been killed in large numbers?
I'm not talking about innocent people. This is not.
No, he's talking about Hamas terrorists.
This is not collateral damage. This is not even indiscriminate killing. This is very discriminate killing. It's indiscriminate bombing of the entire infrastructure.
If they wanted genocide, though, why don't they just kill everyone in Gaza?
There's a very simple answer.
Maybe you let me answer.
I'm going to come to that.
There's a very simple answer to that question, Piers, because I know you're not allowed to say it, but since I know the topic very well, take the case of the Nazis. The Nazis needed the cover of a war in order to carry out the final solution. Now, Hitler had plans earlier on, but it required a certain amount of cover, propaganda, and all sorts of other devices in order to carry it out. Gaza is in the news. It's very hard.
Do you believe Israel had a right to defend itself after October the 7th?
Actually, if you want to hear my full answer, I'm not giving you a yes or no.
What's the short answer?
My answer.
He doesn't have short answers.
That's correct. I don't have short answers. I've said it to you before. In my opinion, Israel. Here, it's not my opinion. I'll quote Giora Eiland, Israel, the former head of Israel's National Security Council. Israel created, I'm quoting him now, in 2004, he said Gaza is, quote, a huge concentration camp. Israel created a huge concentration camp in Gaza. Israel imposed a medieval blockade on Gaza, which has been characterized as a crime against humanity. Israel periodically went into Gaza on its high-tech killing sprees, what it called operations. I would say Israel created, I think I'm quoting now, the British economist called Gaza a toxic dump. Israel created a situation where you have children.
Yeah.
I understand. How old are your children?
From 31 down to 12. 13.
Okay, fine. Imagine if your child, you're a father, your child was born into what Giora Eiland called a concentration camp. Your child was left to languish in that concentration
It sounds
camp.
like you're working up a justification. October the
allow
7th.
me-
He's
allow me to
completely
finish.
justifying
Let me-
October 7th,
allow
and
me
maybe
to
if you
fin-
let him somebody
me-
get a
allow
word
me-
in,
allow
I could
me to-
explain where he's coming
Okay,
from.
allow me to finish.
I do need to bring Fleur in, though.
I need your
If this is
psychoanalysis.
not, yes, you do.
but she's
you need a psychologist.
I love
She does need to
lunatic-
respond.
I love lunatics.
If
who
there was
pretend
this
to be
is one-on-one
psychoanalysis.
interview.
Well,
right
she
now.
probably thinks you're a lunatic too, to
Okay,
be fair.
fine. And by October 7th, as you recall, Gaza had disappeared from the international stage.
Yeah.
All the talk was about the Abraham Accords, whether Saudi Arabia. So your child was destined to be born into languishing and die in a concentration camp. Israel created those conditions.
So was it justified?
So
what
my view
happened?
is Israel forfeited its right of self-defense based on its criminal abuse of the population of Gaza for 20 years.
Okay, but so just to extrapolate that, it was just.
I'm very clear. There's no need for extrapolation. Israel forfeited its right to
I was
self-defense.
about to ask, does that mean then that what happened was justified?
I will stick by my formulation. Israel forfeited its right to self-defense by having.
But what Hamas
in
justified by your logic?
Was Hamas justified if your children were in that situation? I suspect, as a final resort, they might very well have done what happened.
So then, by his logic, there's 100 children in tunnels and dungeons in Gaza right now, taken, innocent people, not soldiers, taken hostage. If it was your child, then it justifies everything by his very logic.
Shooting children
by
in the
his
skull.
very logic,
because there are 100
somebody
children.
takes away your children
All right, let her
in
respond
the morning.
now.
We've heard enough.
Norman, let her
We've
respond.
heard enough
I
from
gave
you,
you a
Mr.
I gave you a long
Finkelstein.
time.
First of all, let's just come back from Gotham.
Well, hang on. Your response to what? Because Norman's gone as far as I've heard him do, in effectively saying
Finkelstein
it was a
has said
justified
that it
attack,
was a
and Israel
justified
has
attack.
no right to defend
self-defense.
itself.
But of course he's going to say that because he doesn't believe Israel has a right to exist.
Can you
He
show
doesn't
me a-
believe
can
Israel
you
has
show
a
me a
right to
document where I
exist.
said
Could you
that?
let me answer my
I've
question?
written 10 books.
He
Show me
doesn't
where I
believe
said that.
Israel has
Show me
the
where I
right
Has he
to
ever
exist.
said that?
If
Show me
Israel,
where I
Look,
said
has he
that.
ever said that?
My question is this.
Well, you just said he
Israel-
said that.
Yes,
If
show me
Israel
where I
doesn't
said
have
that.
the right to self-defense,
Show me where I said
then
that.
it doesn't have the right to exist.
Fleur,
If
He's never
Israel
said that.
doesn't
Piers
have
Morgan just
the
asked you a
right to
question.
self-defense, it doesn't have a right to exist.
But you said-
He believes the whole of the country is a settlement.
Right.
He doesn't
Where did I
believe
say
anywhere.
that?
You've said it, you've implied it,
Okay, where
and
did
we've
I
had
say
enough.
that?
If you let me answer the question.
Fleur,
now.
yes, I agree.
Let
I'm
me
letting
answer
you
the
answer
question.
the question.
You're not.
Where did I say Israel had no right to exist? Show me.
Can I answer
I've
the
written
question?
10 books.
I think
to
you should
the subject.
answer him because you have said it as a fact.
If you believe that Israel doesn't have the right of self-defense, you are basically saying that Israel doesn't have the right to exist.
No, I never.
Yes, you do.
There's no connection.
So then we
between
can
the two.
exist, but we can't defend ourselves
You can't
after people attack us. And let's just go back in history.
You can't defend
Oh, I'm
yourself
sorry.
against
Yeah, sorry.
concentration camp
If he keeps
inmates.
interrupting me.
You
Well, what
can't
about-
defend
okay.
He's
yourself
just had a
against
10-minute
concentration
monologue.
No, I agree.
He's just
Norman,
had a
let her
10-minute
respond.
monologue. Give me a 5-minute
Okay.
monologue, okay?
Okay.
Since the beginning of the establishment of the State of Israel, which he believes that we...
Oh my God, it's monologue versus monologue.
We were also displaced. Jews were also displaced from Arab lands. And that's just what happened post-war, post-colonization of the world. So let's look. In 1947, there was a two-state solution proposed.
Okay, anyway, chat. I have got to raid into Nabil's chat before I turn into a pumpkin. Sorry, I got to end it right at midnight, but there are reasons. I gave you as much as I could of the leftovers and as much as I could of the Norman thing, even to the exclusion of myself jumping in and giving my take on this. But I feel like Norm, he's putting forth a viewpoint where you're just not going to hear this anywhere else. Yeah, Wait, did I hit the button? Yeah, we're raiding into Nabil, so go say hi to Nabil. Nabil is awesome. I gotta end the stream before I turn into a pumpkin. Much love, chat. I will see you tomorrow. Or wait, no, I'm gonna take a day off, I think. I'll see you soon.